One the hunter, rifle in his hands, dug in a heel and came to a sudden halt on the game trail, motionless, nearly invisible in a thicket of serviceberry and crowded pines. He heard something. The first rays of the sun flamed over the ridge to the east, knifing through the pine boughs and morning haze in translucent wedges, backlighting tiny galaxies of swirling bugs. Soon the warming air would float up the draw and the pines would whisper like distant surf, but in the lull between the cool of night and the warmth of day, the air was still, the sounds distinct. The hunter heard his own pulse. The scraping of branches against his camouflage sleeves was crisp and brilliant, the snapping of twigs under his boots almost startling. And the eerie howl was clear enough to reach him from miles away, audible under the sound of the jays and between the chatterings of a squirrel. He waited, not breathing, until he heard it again, long, mournful, rising in pitch, and then holding that anguished note to the point of agony before trailing off. The hunter's brow crinkled under the bill of his cap. The howl was too deep and guttural for a wolf. A cougar never made a sound like that. A bear? Not to his knowledge. If it was his quarry, it was upset about something. And far ahead of him. He moved again, quick-stepping, ducking branches, eyes darting about, dealing with the distance. Before he had worked his way through the forest another mile, he saw a breach in the forest canopy and an open patch of daylight through the trees. He was coming to a clearing. He slowed, cautious, found a hiding place behind a massive fallen fir, and peered ahead. Just a few yards beyond him, the forest had been shorn open by a logging operation, a wide swath of open ground littered with forest debris and freshly sawn tree stumps. A dirt road cut through it all, a house-sized pile of limbs and slash awaited burning, and on the far side of the clearing, a hulking, yellow bulldozer sat cold and silent, its tracks caked with fresh earth. A huge pile of logs lay neatly stacked near the road, ready for the logging trucks. He saw no movement, and the only sound was the quiet rumble of a battered pickup truck idling near the center of the clearing. He waited, crouching, eyes level with the top of the fallen tree, scanning the clearing, searching for the human beings who bid to be there. But no one appeared and the truck just kept idling. His gaze flitted from the truck to the bulldozer, then to the huge pile of logs, and then to the truck again where something protruding from behind the truck's front wheels caught his eye. He grabbed a compact pair of binoculars from a pocket and took a closer look. The protrusion was a man's arm, motionless and streaked with red. Looking about, the hunter waited just a few more seconds and then, satisfied that no one else was there, he climbed over the log and stole into the clearing, stepping carefully from rock to stump to patch of grass, trying to avoid any soil that would register his footprints. The truck was parked in nothing but loose soil, freshly chewed by the bulldozer, but he would have to deal with that problem later. He was planning his moves as he went along. He reached the truck, slowed with caution, and then eased around it, neck craning, in no mood for gruesome surprises. What he found on the other side was no surprise, but it was gruesome, infinitely a complication. Cursing, he leaned against the truck's hood, warily scanned the tree line and the logging road, and started weighing his options. The crumpled body on the ground was obviously one of the logging crew, most likely the foreman who'd lingered alone too long on the site the previous evening, judging from the stiff condition of his body. He lay on his belly in the dirt, his body crushed, dried blood streaked from his nose and mouth, his head twisted grotesquely on a broken neck. His hard hat lay top down several feet away, and the ground around the truck was littered with metal shreds of what used to be a lunch box and scattered, chewed-up plastic wrappings that used to hold a lunch. "I don't have time for this." The hunter quickly stifled his rage. He needed to calculate, foresee, plan. His gaze shifted to the pile of logs. That might be an option. He could make it look like an accident that would explain the bent, torn, ragdoll condition of the dead man. Were the keys in the bulldozer? Leaving his rifle by the truck, the hunter ran to the bulldozer, clambered up on the big steel track, and stepped into the cab. He sank into the worn and torn driver's seat and searched the panel for the keys. Then he sniffed a chuckle of realization. Of course. This wasn't in town, where idle punks drifted about looking to steal anything not locked up or bolted down, and this machine was no car for joyriding. The key was in the ignition. It had been a while since his college summers with the construction crew, but if this thing was anything like that track hoe he used to operate. He clicked the key over to preheat, waited, then turned the key to start. The dozer cranked to life with a puff of black smoke. His mind was racing, still planning, as he put the mountainous machine into gear and got it moving. Reverse came easily enough. Forward was easier. With careful manipulation of the brakes and levers, he brought the dozer to the back of the log pile, then left it there, still running. Hauling the dead man across the ground would be messy, but it was the only option. The hunter grabbed the man's wrists. The right arm was intact, but the left arm had been snapped above the elbow and flexed like a rubber hose, and started pulling. He tugged and dragged the body over limbs, grass, rocks, and debris. The man's head dangled from a wrung neck and scraped on the ground. Even the hunter reached the front of the log pile. He let go of the arms. The stiffened body flopped into the dust. Seated once again in the dozer, he edged the machine forward, reaching under the logs with the bucket. With a calculating, steady pull of the lever, he raised the bucket, lifting the logs, lifting, until the pile upset. The logs rolled and rumbled down, bouncing, tumbling one over the other, drumming the ground, kicking up dust. The dead man's disappeared beneath a jackstraw pile of logs. No time, no time. The hunter eased the dozer back to its resting place, switched it off, and leaped to the ground. He ran back to the idling truck and pocketed every metal scrap, every torn plastic wrapper he could find. Then, slinging his rifle over his shoulder, he spotted and grabbed a broken-off evergreen bough and went to work, retracing his every step, brushing and erasing each footprint with rapid side sweeps as he backed out of the clearing. As expected, he heard the slowly rising sound of a vehicle coming up the logging road, climbing switchbacks, lurching through gears, rattling over potholes, and growling over gravel. He crouched and headed for the trees, tossing away the branch. Just as he slipped into the forest, a truck pulled into the clearing on the other side. He stole through the crowded timber, planting every footstep silently in the soft, pine-needled ground. Truck doors slammed. Voices lifted, followed by cries of alarm. Those loggers were going to have quite a morning. So we stay on the Cave Lake Trail for 3.4 miles, and then we come to this fork where the Lost Creek Trail branches off to the right. Beck? Are you following this? Rebecca Shelton, 28, looked up from her compact, unhappy with her clumpy mascara but resigned to leaving it as it was. Which trail? Her husband, Reed, a 6-foot hunk and very aware of it, was trying to be patient, she could tell. She'd seen that understanding but slightly testy expression many times over their 6 years of marriage. He pointed once again to the map he'd spread out on the hood of their Ford SUV, their route boldly marked with orange highlighter. This one. Cave Lake. Then this one. Lost Creek. Millimeter got it. She'd been trying to pay attention and even scare up a little enthusiasm all during their long drive, or as Reed called it, insertion into the survival zone. They'd had a nice picnic lunch, pre-excursion rations, on a log, and even now at the final briefing on the hood of their car, she was doing her best to match Reed's excitement, but it was hard to be interested in how many miles they would hike, the hours it would take to get there, the trail grades they would encounter, and their available physical energy. This whole adventure was never their idea in the first place, but his. He was so into this stuff. He'd picked out all the gear, the boots, the backpacks, the maps, the freeze-dried apricots and trail mix, everything. He let her choose which color of backpack she wanted, blue, but he chose which kind. If we average 4 miles an hour, we can be there in 3 hours, he was saying. There he went again. Beck sighed, and Reed stole a sideways glance at her. But considering the rough terrain and the 2,000-foot climb, we allowed for 6 hours, which will still get us there before dark. Got your canteen? Check. Well, check was supposed to sound cool, but the word made her stutter flare up, especially now, when she was upset. Potable water only, remember. Treat any water you collect before you drink it. Beaver fever. Exactly. Beaver fever. According to Reed, beavers pooped and peed in the creeks, so they weren't supposed to drink the water or they'd catch whatever contagion the beavers were passing, something she wouldn't even try to pronounce. Beaver fever, she repeated, just for the satisfaction of saying it clearly. BS didn't bother her much, especially when she was alone with Reed. WS and SS were the toughest, especially around people or when she was on edge. I's and hard CS made her nervous. That was why her name had shrunk to Beck. She didn't have to say an R, and once she got the C out, the task was over. Now, you're going to need a minimum of 2 or 3 quarts of water a day, Reed said, and that's if you aren't exerting yourself, so don't push it too hard on the way up there. And pay attention to your urine output. You want at least a quart in a 24-hour period. Reed. She was incredulous. Hey, you're looking out for dehydration. If enough water's going out, then you know enough's going in. SSS, so are there any B bathrooms up there? Reed smiled playfully. Honey, what do you think your camp shovel's for? Oh, right. Those little collapsible shovels hanging on their packs. Wonderful. You did bring toilet paper, right? She couldn't help rolling her eyes. Yes. I've got some in my pack and some in my pocket. It was the first thing she packed, and she brought extra. It was the last vestige of the decent, civilized, sensible life she was being ripped away from, besides a folding hairbrush and a small makeup bag. Good. Leaves and grass can get a little itchy. She'd worked up the perfect angry wife look over the years, and now she gave him a good dose of it. But it didn't faze him. He laughed and gave her a playful rub on her shoulder. Her tension eased. Don't worry, sweetheart. Once you get up in those mountains and start learning how to survive, you'll wonder why we never did this before. I'm wondering why we're doing it now. Reed studied her face a moment. Because it'll be good for us. She was about to counter, but he headed her off. No, now, it's something we need to do. We need a week away from the grind, away from TV and cell phones and the little holes we've dug ourselves into. You and Cap maybe. Sing's coming too. It's a guy thing. You and Cap. Admit it. No, come on, you admit it. You need to stretch a little. Comfort can be a dangerous thing. You stick around home all the time where it's safe and nothing ever changes, and before you know it, you get set in your ways and you quit learning, you quit changing, you don't grow anymore. He gestured toward the mountains before them, vast, towering, fading from sharp green to soft blue in the immense distance, with snow still visible on the rocky crags. This will keep you growing. There are things out there you've never seen, never felt, things you need to experience. It'll be worth the trouble. He gave her a knowing glance. Sometimes even the trouble's worth the trouble. Are you talking down to me? Now he was openly miffed. I'm talking about all of us. Right. All of us. She gazed at the mountains, then down at her hiking outfit, rugged boots with high socks, khaki shorts with pockets for just about everything, and on her back a very slick and efficient backpack with a million zippers, cinches, and Velcro flaps, a sleeping bag, and a tiny, rolled-up tent that really did unroll and become big enough for 2 people to sleep in. Reed had already seen to it that they'd taken 3, not 1 or 2, short, shakedown hikes to test all this stuff, the fit of the clothes, the weight of the packs, the effectiveness of the hiking shoes, how fast they could set up the tent, everything. Well, I'm not home and I'm not sea comfortable, so I think you can be satisfied. Reed looked pleased. It's a good start. She wanted to hit him. He turned to the map again, and she tried to follow along. So, all right. We take the Cave Lake Trail from here to the Lost Creek turn-off, then take that trail for another 8.6 miles, and we should have no trouble reaching the hunter's cabin before nightfall. It's right here, right on the creek. Randy Thompson'll be there waiting for us with dinner. If I know Randy, he'll show us how to build the fire ourselves, without matches, and how to cook our own dinner from what we can find in the woods. That'll take forever. Reed cocked an eyebrow. Randy can whip up a pine needle tea in under 2 minutes, and after this week, we'll be able to do the same thing. Beck made a face. Pine needle tea. Reed shrugged, undaunted, undimmed. I understand it's not too bad. We might even like it. He's not going to make us eat bee bugs and worms, is he? Reed wouldn't give up that playful smile. Millimeter, you might like those too. She drew a breath to make a snide comment. We'd better get going. He folded up the map and tucked it away in one of his backpack's many zippered compartments, then hefted the pack to his shoulders and put his arms through the straps. She followed his cue, and Reed held the pack aloft as she wrestled and squirmed her way into the straps. The thing wasn't as heavy as it looked, and then again, maybe it was. Reed led the way across the gravel parking lot to the trailhead. Beck followed, looking back once to be sure she hadn't left anything behind, besides her sanity. The SUV sat there all by itself, like a faithful dog sitting in the driveway watching his masters leave. You're gonna roast in that jacket, Reed observed. Beck regarded her fringed buckskin jacket, a gift from her father. He was an outdoors nut too. She never wore it, but for this outing, it seemed appropriate. So I want to be Daniel B. Boone, all right. You'll be carrying it. Just look out for yourself, Mr. Know-it-all. Reed kept walking, a spring in his step despite the load on his back. He was so pleased Beck was sure he had a screw loose. Yeah, this is just what we need. What I need, you mean? Part of her could have, peradventure, at a better time, admitted he was right, but right now she wasn't in the mood to admit anything. The moment came. Feeling like a Neil Armstrong, Beck followed her adventurous husband and took that one small step out of the parking lot and onto the trail. Other steps came after that, and she looked back twice before the deepening forest hid the familiar world from view. Then, looking back no more, she pressed on, leaving one world for another. Road 228 was maintained in the summer, which was Idaho's way of saying it would be filled back in if it washed out, and you could still drive it if you didn't mind the washboard rattle under your wheels, the blinding dust, the constant growl of the gravel, and the rude bumping of the rocks. Dr. Michael Capella, a stocky, dark-haired college professor in his 30s, was driving 228 in a Toyota 4Runner, ever climbing into the mountains, his eyes intent on every curve, every bump, every rut as he maintained a speed just a notch short of dangerous. His wife, Sing, a lovely Coeur d'Alene Native American, sat next to him, her face clouded by a list of concerns, not the least of which was his driving. Incredible mountains, she said, admiring their beauty. Cap nodded, gripping the wheel. Cap, there really is some great scenery out there. And your point is? It's just a little after 4. We'll make it to the resort with time to spare, so relax. Kick back a little. Isn't that what this trip's all about? He eased off the accelerator. Singh said nothing, but a faint smile traced her lips. Cap allowed himself a quick look to the right, where the edge of the road dropped off sharply to the street Marie's river below and a lone osprey circled above a fathomless, forested valley. He drew a breath and loosened his grip on the steering. It's hard to let go of things. She smiled. You may as well. They aren't there anymore. He pondered that a moment, but shook his head, still unable to grasp it. No, I'm the one who's not there anymore. And I keep thinking I should be, because they are. She chuckled. You and that confidentiality agreement. It makes you talk in riddles, ever notice that? Sorry. I know it must seem rude. She touched his hand. You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to prove anything, especially to me. I know the man I married. He nodded a deep nod just to avoid the debate. They'd had this conversation before, and she'd been right, but he'd had trouble buying it. He still did. Well, call it a sabbatical, then. Call it a break. It's a sabbatical. It's a break. And Reed had a good idea. Then she added, Cap shifted his thoughts to the coming week. Well, Reed says Randy Thompson's the best. He's a native, by the way. Well, there are some of us still around. Randy's up there right now, getting the cabin ready, laying in supplies. He does these survival courses all the time, winter or summer, it doesn't matter. Reed says you can drop that guy anywhere in the world and he'd know what to do to stay alive. Singh gave a barely audible sigh and looked out the window a moment. So what do you do while you're living? Staying alive is nice, but you can't do that forever. It's how you live the life you have while you have it. Cap smirked just a little. I should stick that on the refrigerator. I'll write it down for you. She turned her body to face him and put her hand on his shoulder. Cap, you did the right thing. I'm proud of you. At least the house is paid for. He forced a smile. That bothers me. It's where we go from here, she smiled. He felt her acceptance, as he was. Without changing him. We go into the mountains, we learn to survive, and we hear from God. That's enough for now. He drove quietly for a moment, noticing mountain peaks and waterfalls for the first time, and then placed his hand on hers and gave it a squeeze. 30 miles of grinding, growling, gravel road later, they reached Abney, a once booming mining town that had long since withered and now had trouble remembering why it was there. Well, it has ambience, said Cap as they eased down the main road past sagging story fronts, well-used vehicles, and mangy stray dogs. Rustic, Singh observed politely, kind to choose even that word. They drove by a forlorn clapboard tavern with one corner sinking into the ground, an auto garage with dismembered cars and trucks scattered about and a snow-cat up on blocks, a combination hardware store and mining museum, noteworthy because this building actually had a new front porch, and a post office not much bigger than a phone booth. They had yet to see a human being. Can't wait to see the resort. Singh quipped. I hear it's the real thing, right out of the rich, historical heritage of Idaho. They drove to the end of town, not far from the beginning, and found a large log cabin to which someone had added another story, to which someone added another wing and a dormer, to which someone added another bedroom, to which someone added 4 more bedrooms like a motel, and then tied the whole thing together with one continuous wraparound porch that bumped up and down to line up with all the doors to all those additions. A sign strung on a chain over the driveway read, Tall Pine Resort. On the rail fence was a weathered vacancy sign with an empty nail for hanging a no in case that should ever be the case. Judging from the scarcity of vehicles in the parking area, the Tall Pine was not seeing a booming business at the moment. Cap pulled in next to 2 pickups rigged with high sides for hauling firewood and a station wagon with a sad old dog, He must have been the sire of all the others in town, staring at them through the back window. Cap mused. Reed said this place is really hopping this time of year. The lobby was a cabile wedged between the cafe and the souvenir shop, with trophies of moose, deer, elk, and bear crowding the walls, and one huge chandelier made of antlers that hung over the front desk. The white-haired, leathery proprietor broke into a silvery grin from behind the front desk. So you must be the Campanellis. Capella. This is my wife, Singh. Singh shook his hand. He had gnarled fingers that had hewn many a log and tanned many a deer hide. Singh, the old man said quizzically. It's gotta be short for something. Singh's in the morning, she answered. My parents like the old traditions. Not that she didn't, her and Cap's home boasted some of the finest Salish artwork, and she often wore her long black hair in traditional braids as she did today. The silvery teeth showed again. It suits you. He extended his hand to Cap. Cap gripped it firmly. I'm Michael, but my friends call me Cap. Arlen Peake, pleased to meet you. Now we're friends and I can call you Cap. Got that room? Peake slid a room registration card toward Cap to fill out. 104, just right for you and the missus. Cap started scribbling, a hint of a smile on his face, his first since they'd left Spokane. Peake said, watching Cap scribble, Randy says you're planning on a week up there. Yep. Our friends ought to be getting there right about now. We're going to hike up and join them tomorrow morning. We're a day late, but we'll catch up. Had to wait to get off work, I suppose. Singh did. Singh shot him a loving but scolding glance, then she broke the silence with a question. So what's this cabin like? Peake chuckled apologetically. It's not the Hilton, but it's in good shape. We gave it a once-over a little while ago, me and some hunter friends. Put in a new floor, patched the roof, got it all up to snuff again. You understand it's just a shelter for hunters. It's got a few cots, some shelves, and some hooks for hanging things, but that's about it. Randy prefers it that way. Helps people get into the wilderness frame of mind. We're ready for it, said Cap, sliding the completed card back across the desk. Yeah, well, Randy headed up there this morning, so he's ready for you. Peake thought for a moment. But you'll want to be careful. Keep your eyes and ears open, and don't hang around if you think better of it. Cap and Singh looked at him, waiting for more. Peake met their eyes. Kind of late to be telling you, I know. Cap sensed something in Arlen Peake, a warning they should heed. Is there a problem? The old man's face became grim. Well, Mr. Capella Cap, we've never had any trouble around here. Randy knows that, and that's what he tells all his clients, but like I tried to tell him, something's not right. Wish he would have been here a few hours ago and seen that whole herd of elk come through, right in broad daylight, all going someplace in a hurry. That's not like them. It's early in the year for them to be down this low. Mad, are you saying? Cap asked. Both he and Singh were motionless, their eyes on the old man. He seemed hesitant to answer. I've lived here a long time, Cap, right here in this lodge, and when you live in a place a long time, you get to know how things are supposed to happen. He leaned over the counter for a better view out the front windows. He pointed as he spoke. I know when the elk are supposed to migrate to the lower ground, and I know what time each day the deer are going to cross that road to get to the river. I know when the bears are going to run out of forage and start coming down here to raid the apple trees. I know when things are all right. Then he looked at them again and added, and I can tell when they aren't. He gave his hands a little toss-up. But you have to live here a while to understand what I'm saying. Cap drummed one finger on the counter. Is there a specific danger we should be aware of? Peake thought it over, came to some kind of agreement with himself, and answered, "You may have noticed there aren't a lot of folks around. Not that I don't want their business, I surely do, but what I know, I tell 'em, 'cause I know what I know, and nobody's gonna tell me I don't." Then he nodded toward a yellowing poster tacked to the wall. Cap thought he'd seen this picture before, a blurry blow-up of a massive, ape-like creature. It strode on two legs across a log-strewn riverbed. Suddenly his uneasiness melted away. "Bigfoot," Singh said. Cap could tell she was holding back a smile. "Don't laugh." "No, no, I'm not laughing." Peake's eyes were intense as he listened to something only he could hear, an old memory playing in his mind. "I heard one howl once, maybe 8, 9 years ago. It wasn't like anything I ever heard before. Chilled my blood." Singh leaned forward, obviously intrigued by the old man's earnestness. "Vmat did it sound like," she said. He wrinkled the bridge of his nose, listening some more. "Something between the howl of a wolf and the roar of a lion. Real long, and echoing. Scary." Cap wasn't doing much to control his smile. "But that was 9 years ago." Peake locked eyes with Cap, not smiling at all. "That was the first one. But I was meaning to say, I've heard it again the last few nights. Sounds like more than one, and they are upset about something." Cap had read such nonsense before on grocery store tabloids. He leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest, allowing his eyes to wander toward the cluttered shelves behind the old man. 9 years without making a sound, Peake insisted, and now they are making all this noise. "Cap, they don't howl for nothing. Something's wrong." Cap met his gaze again, indulgently. "It could be a wolf. I understand we've been reintroduced up north." The innkeeper raised his hands in a brief sign of surrender. "All right, believe what you want, but just do me one favor, be careful." Cap nodded. "We'll be careful." Singh was looking at a glass display cabinet immediately the poster. Inside were yellowed news clippings, photos of footprints, and in the middle of it all, a plaster cast of a huge footprint. "Ha! Look at this." Cap leaned against the counter, detached and happy to remain that way. "You're quite the Bigfoot enthusiast." "Not by choice," Peake answered. "Ever seen one?" "Guess nope." "Ever seen a wolverine?" Cap thought the question a little strange. "No. Very few people have, but it's out there, isn't it?" Vival Singh perused the contents of the cabinet. Peake pointed at the plaster cast. "Got that from a Sasquatch researcher just a year ago. He found that footprint right around here, right up in these mountains." "And you paid good money for it, I suppose," said Cap. "Well, that's between him and me." Singh leaned for a closer look at the cast. Cap had to grill Peake a touch longer. "But how many people have lived in this county all their lives and never seen a thing? These creatures are smart, and they don't want to be seen. Did you ever think of that?" "That still doesn't mean," Cap didn't like the look on Singh's face or what it told him she might be thinking. "I'd say someone did a real good job carving that out." Singh unfolded her glasses and put them on. She began tracing a line on the cast, eyeing it over her finger. "A very good job." The hike was going well, physically. Beck always ran 2 miles before breakfast, so she was up to the arduous trek, and Reed, being a sheriff's deputy, prided himself on his physical condition. They maintained a brisk pace, Reed bounding along the trail, fully demonstrating the strength and efficiency of his muscles and cardiovascular system, and Beck keeping up just fine, not about to be one-upped. The day was getting warmer, and okay, Reed was right about her buckskin jacket. She'd shed it only a few minutes into the hike, and now it was draped on the frame of her backpack. Uphill, uphill, uphill had been the rule of the day. They'd just climbed along a steep, forested slope, half a mile one way, then around a switchback and another half a mile the other way, then back again, the steep mountain dropped off on their right, then their left, then their right, and so it went. It was when they finished that climb and descended a north-facing slope into old-growth forest that the hike turned from a physical competition to something almost profound. This wasn't common, everyday forest with trees the size of telephone poles all close together and sticker-y bushes between them. No, this was something out of a Tolkien or Lewis fantasy, a wondrous, otherworldly place where the earth was soft and deep with moss and peat, where tiny white wildflowers twinkled in the green carpet, iridescent bugs with fairy wings flickered in the sunbeams, and every footstep was muffled in the pulverized red bark of a million trees that lived there before. Now, this caught Beck's fancy. She'd read about this place, even written her own whimsical stories about it when she was a girl. This was where hobbits and elves, fairies and princesses, knights and ogres had their adventures and intrigues, and where all nature of mischievous creatures lived among the snaking, clawfoot roots. This was where you can eat cattails, did you know that? Reed still had not run out of things he knew and just had to share. You can eat the stalk, you can eat the pollen, you can even eat the roots. Of course, they grow in swamps and wetlands, and we're up a little high for that. He sounded like a forest ranger on a nature hike, and he was past getting on her nerves. She held her peace and concentrated on the coarse, furrowed sides of the huge trees. How old must they be by now? How many centuries had they seen? How many? Hey, a slug. Did you know those are edible? Course, they are supposed to be better if you cook 'em, but you can eat them either way. Enough. I'll read. You see, can barbecue one and serve it with a one sauce and I will never eat it. Change the subject. How about grass? Remember that meadow back there? We could have cooked up a kettle of grass stew, maybe even made some tea. If I recall correctly, we have pea pine needles for tea. Now you're learning. Hey, you know how to find north and south without a compass. Do you ever stop talking? Beck, we're supposed to learn all this stuff. Reed, I am happy with my life, I really am. I have a novel to work on, 2 paintings, and a stack of research. I could be doing all of that right now and enjoying my life, but no, I have to be hoofing out in the middle of nowhere, listening to my back-to-earth husband talk about eating slugs. One of these days, Beck, you're gonna wish you knew this stuff. She fully intended to learn it, but she wasn't about to tell him. She did sneak a look at the slug as she passed by. Okay. That settled that. Reed held back, which gave her precious time to mellow and enjoy things well, more than just enjoy. She already understood what Reed had been trying to tell her. There were sights out here she'd never seen, and there were feelings that could only be felt by being here, the solitude, the wonder. The unique song of the woods could only be heard in nature's kind of quiet. She wanted to capture it, but what camera was capable of conveying the depth of such an image? What words could evoke the emotion? God spoke through his creation, and the message went past the mind, straight to the heart. It was all a-oh. Reed stopped, and in her reverie Beck almost ran into him. What? Is that the cabin? Ahead, the trail meandered downward into a quiet, tree-shaded ravine where an ancient fallen log formed a bridge across a creek. On the other side, the remains of a man-made structure huddled against the slope in what could have been should have been, a quaint setting. Once it had been a crude but effective shelter built from hand-hewn logs and split shakes, perched on footings of river rock. Once it had a sheltered front porch, a front door, and a window on each side. Once it had been just as Randy Thompson's survival brochure had described it, a wilderness retreat well worth the hike. They kept an eye on it as they silently worked their way down the trail, the cabin peeking and hiding through the trees. With each new view came more woeful news. The porch roof had collapsed, its support posts snapped in two, just visible under the sagging porch roof. The front door hung crookedly from only one of the two strap hinges. On the shallow creek bank below, the remains of a cot lay ripped and crumpled, the frame splintered like matchsticks. At the log bridge, the cabin was in plain sight. Reed rechecked the map and Randy Thompson's detailed instructions. This is it. This is the cabin. One window was shattered, the other was torn out, frame and all. Through the window, and on the porch, and on the ground around the cabin lay gutted food containers, shredded wrappers, crumpled cans, spilled flour. "Someone's been here," said Reed. "Maybe a bear." Beck called, Mr. Thompson." "Mr. Thompson?" The only answer was the mournful sound of Lost Creek moving under the bridge. Reed didn't like not knowing. He started toward the cabin. "Guess we'd better check it out." "I'm not going in there," Beck protested, staying right where she was on the log bridge. "Okay, fine." Reed slipped his backpack off. "Stay here and watch the stuff." He grabbed his digital camera from a side pocket of his pack, snapped some wide shots from the bridge, and then went across to the other side. The cop in him was coming out. He stepped carefully, not wanting to contaminate the site with his own disturbances, moving over the rocks, avoiding the softer areas that might reveal footprints. He snapped some more pictures of the litter, the cabin, the torn-out window, the collapsing front porch, the broken cot on the creek bank. He ducked under the sagging roof, pushed the broken door out of the way, and took a look inside. The other cot was still here, but splintered like the one outside. Shelves along the back wall were smashed, and the shredded, depleted remnants of the food supplies spilled all over the floor, along with a rusty shovel, most likely the cabin's toilet. A sack of pancake mix had been ruptured, dusting the floor and shelves with a translucent layer of white. At his feet lay an empty bread wrapper, a can of Spam torn open and licked clean, a crinkled and empty package of jerky, a canteen still full of water. Beck called, "Is in there?" "Yeah." "Me." "Very funny." He ducked back outside. Beck had ventured close enough to pick up and examine an empty can of beans, its torn edges jagged as if it had been bitten or clawed open. "There's more of that inside," he told her. "Had to have been a bear. That's what happens when you leave food around. That's why you never leave food in your camp. You store it up high, out of reach, away from your campsite." For once she was listening, with no comeback or protest, not with that torn can in her hand. "But that makes me think somebody's been here recently," Reed said. "The food around here was all fresh stuff, like somebody just brought it." Maybe he shouldn't have told her that. She sighed, threw up her hands and brought them down with a slap against her legs, twirled in place, scanned the forest all around. "Oh, that's just great. So where is he now?" "Beck. Looks like your big vacation plan just went south, Beck. Come on, now. We're adults. We're professional people. We work the problem. Got K1. That seemed to hit home. Beck breathed a moment, brushed a lock of her reddish-brown hair from her face, and asked him, "So what do we do?" "We get a grip, we got a grip." "What do we do?" Well, this was his moment. He was the stud here, the man with the plan. He drew our breath to buy a little time. We think things through. Now, we've only got an hour of daylight left. We'd better get our camp set up. She cocked her head and looked at him with unbelieving eyes. Why you, yes. We're going to camp here. We don't have time to hike back down. SSSOW, what if the bee bear comes back? We've got our shovels and there's a shovel in the cabin. We can bury all this garbage so he doesn't return, and then we'll camp somewhere else and hang our food up in a tree far away from where we're sleeping. No problem. That's the way campers do it all the time. SSS, Beck sputtered and spit through her fumbling lips in frustration. So where's Mr. Thompson? That's what I want to KNNN, Beck, we're in the wilderness. The rules are different out here. If we don't keep ourselves alive, Mr. Thompson isn't going to matter one way or the other. Beck finally sighed, okay. He led, she followed, and they found a suitable spot farther up the creek, high, dry, and mostly level, encircled by hefty firs and pines. It provided a good view of the cabin below, but was hard to see from below. Beck liked that part. Reed got out a length of rope, and between the two of them, with some shinnying and climbing, they were able to suspend their food containers on a clothesline between two trees a suitable distance from their camp. Other than the food, they didn't unpack much. Reed spread out a ground cloth, and they unrolled their sleeping bags on it. In the ebbing light, Beck changed into jeans and a warmer shirt. Now the cool air moving down the ravine made her glad she'd brought that buckskin jacket. She gladly put it back. Their camp prepared, they sat on their sleeping bags in the deepening dark and munched on cold sandwiches. We'll stow our sandwich boxes and wrappers up in the remote storage apparatus along with the other rations, Reed said. Beck's sandwich was cold and soggy. So much for hot pine needle tea. Maybe tomorrow. He snapped a few pictures of her. She smiled, a shade of smirk on her lips despite the wad of sandwich still in her cheek. So I wonder what happened to Mr. Thompson. The bear wouldn't have raided the cabin if he'd been here. I'm guessing he went back down to Abney to bring up more supplies. Well, Mr. Survival wasn't too smart to leave all that food in the cabin in the first place, am I right? Reed nodded, conceding the point even as it puzzled him. It sure didn't work out, did it? Beck swallowed her bite of sandwich before she spoke again. Maybe he's planning on coming up with Sing and Cap in the morning. That's why we need to sit tight. Stick with the plan. Beck chewed and thought it over. It did make sense. Sometime in the mid-morning, Randy Thompson would come up the trail from Abney. Cap and Sing would be right there with him carrying in more supplies. Everything would fall together, and they would all make the best of it. She allowed herself to breathe a little easier. Reed seemed to have a handle on things. Maybe she'd trust him. Maybe. She lay back on her sleeping bag, finishing up the last bite of her sandwich. The treetops converged around the circle of darkening sky. The first stars were visible. She had to admit, this part of it was pretty nice. It couldn't have been more than a half hour since they crawled into their sleeping bags that Beck sat up, blinked, stared straight ahead, and saw nothing. She turned her head, felt her eyes moving in their sockets, blinked to be sure her eyes were open. Where was she? The darkness was so total, so enveloping, that she had to tell herself she was in the woods, somewhere along Lost Creek, above a torn-up little cabin. She couldn't see the cabin. She couldn't see the creek or the trail. She groped for her flashlight and found it just inside her sleeping bag. Come on, where's that button? It clicked on and almost blinded her. Okay. Squinting in the sudden light, she could see the trees encircling their camping spot. She could see a few bushes, ferns, roots, and rocks, stark in the flashlight beam with nothing but bottomless black behind them. Vivid happened to that wondrous place she'd seen by day, that enchanting forest where the elves and princesses and heroes had their adventures and intrigues and little bugs with fairy wings floated in the sunbeams. Obviously, that was then, and this was night. Suddenly she felt lost. What were the rules now? What are you doing? Reed's voice made her jump. She settled, breathed, her hand over her heart. Why you saying, scared me. Nothing. Just looking around. Go to sleep. She stopped without she clicked off the flashlight. Now the darkness was darker than before and she saw nothing but after images floating on her retinas. Go to sleep, girl, she told herself. This is night. It happens every day. No, every night. Every, 16 hours or so. No, more like 8 hours that start after 16 hours of daytime. Anyway, it only lasts so long. She lay back and closed her eyes. Snap. She froze, her eyes wide but unseeing. Did you hear that? Reed didn't answer. She wanted to nudge him but didn't. There it was again, only more of it, a twig snapping, a bush swishing. Crack. Definitely a stick on the ground breaking. Now she did nudge him. What? There's something out there. Reed propped himself up on an elbow with a sigh of exasperation and listened for at least half a minute. All was silent. He turned as if to chide her, but then snap. Reed's stomach wrenched inside him. Brother, now she's got me worked up. But he couldn't deny it. He heard it too, something was moving in the deep blackness beyond, somewhere down in the ravine. A rustling. Thump. Something heavy and wooden tipped over. It's wildlife, he told himself. It's wildlife, he whispered, you know, deer, elk, something like that. A bear. Well, it could be the bear. Animals do a lot of foraging at night. There's nothing weird about it. She insisted, what if it's the bear? He's after food, remember? If he goes anywhere, it'll be to the cabin to clean up whatever's left. He doesn't even know we're up here. There was a breathless moment of silence. Oh, shoot, Reed whispered. What? I forgot to hang up the sandwich containers. We still have them here. Maybe he won't smell anything. Air moves downhill at night. We're upwind. But then it was quiet, and stayed quiet. Reed spoke first. Guess it's over. He lay back down. Beck sat up for another moment, then eased back and pulled the sleeping bag up to her chin. She lay on her back, then one side, then the other side. Finally, she whispered, why are you asleep? No, he answered out loud. How you doing? I'm okay. Me too. You sound nervous. I'm not. Silence. Well, aren't you? Nope. Not me. You're not asleep. He sighed and rustled around. You woke me up. He was getting to her again. I'm really not afraid. I can handle this just as well as you can. Well, he wasn't afraid, no way. Beck, you know what? The only creatures out here afraid of the dark are us. All the other animals are out there stomping around in the dark like it's nothing, and here we are, scared to death, we're scared to death. I'm talking in group talk here. We're a team, we're a team. Well, just tell me this VS01 ICHT team has the advantage here? I mean, just who is on whose turf? The animals don't mind. They are just doing what animals do, more noise. Something moving. I think it's near the sea cabin, Beck whispered. The cabin's that way. Wait way. That way. I can't see where you're pointing. Well, just sit tight, and the sound was nothing like they had ever heard before, and it wasn't quiet. It was so clear, so loud, that even though Reed knew it was somewhere down in the ravine, it seemed as if it was right there next to them. It was like a woman wailing in grief and anguish, weeping over the corpse of a loved one, her cry rising, wavering, holding, then falling off into a hissing sob, then gone. Silence. Snap. Crunch. Whatever it was coming up the ravine. The woman wept again, her voice quaking, the note rising to a nerve-rending peak and then trailing off. Beck saw nothing with her eyes, but her imagination was providing the most horrible images of dismembered witches, transparent banshees, rotting corpses walking about seeking revenge. Oh, stop it! She scolded herself. Reed fumbled for his flashlight. Don't turn that on. She'll see where we are. Reed's voice was shaking. Nothing's gonna sneak up on me, I mean, I just wanna get a fix on it. Then came a quieter whimper, as if through clenched teeth. Reed found the button. Suddenly, shockingly, the beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness, reached as far as the immediate trees, then stretched itself into oblivion in the tangled forest, bringing back only dim images of leaves, dead branches, dancing shadows. Beck didn't look, she was afraid of what she might see. "Mad if it really is somebody out there," Reed whispered. "What if they are in trouble? Then why don't they say so?" Reed hollered, "Hello? Is anybody out there?" No answer. Beck thought, well, he's going to holler. "Hello? Are you okay?" Nothing. They waited. They listened. Was that thing hiding? "I don't think it was a woman," Beck whispered. Now Reed was whispering. "It sounded like one." No, it didn't. "I think we made it go away." A growl and a short snuff. It was low, quiet, from the other side of the ravine, somewhere high up the slope. Beck envisioned something big, with lots of teeth and a bad attitude as it crouched in the bushes, feeling intruded upon. There it was again, more insistent this time, edged with anger. It was moving. The direction was hard to tell, but it could have been away from them, which was great, and so far, it was out there and not. A chuckle sniffed out Reed's nose. Beck thought that was quite out of place. It's a joke. Somehow she wasn't ready to accept that. What are you laughing at?" "It's a joke," he insisted. "Cap and Randy Thompson are trying to scare us." What makes you so sure?" "Well, it's obvious. Everybody knew we'd be coming up here one day before Cap and Sing, and then Thompson just happens to not show up, and then we start hearing stupid noises out in the woods. It's a big put on." Beck sat there, her frightened face indirectly lit by Reed's flashlight beam. She longed for him to be right. He kept trying. "Don't you remember when we were going to United Christian and we went to that party for the young couples group?" "Sure. We all went for that hayride in the back of George Johnson's truck AA and the truck B broke down, nerves calmed. And it was just what's his name, Mr. Farmer wearing that bear rug. I was young. And so were you." They sat still and listened. "And a bear came out of the woods." Reed snickered. "But you sure were scared." "So you think that's what it is?" Beck asked. Reed hollered, "Okay, you can come out now." "Very funny." "Ha ha. Very funny, Cap." Beck shouted. "Cap." No answer. Then they heard, of all things, a strange, hissing kind of whistle, like a teapot at a boil, but bigger, louder, warbling a little. It sounded like it was far up the opposite bank of the ravine. "It could have been moving." Another whistle answered the first one. This one was much closer, on this side of the ravine, off to their right. Between the pounding of her heart, Beck heard something leaving heavy, munching footfalls on the dead needles and twigs. "Mad if it isn't a joke?" she asked. "Hey, no, what if it is Cap and Mr. Thompson, but they are testing us, trying to demonstrate something, trying to show us what the mind can do in the dark, in the woods, late at night." Reed thought about that. Like a simulation. Why yeah. To show us how easy it is to panic and do the wrong things. Reed nodded. I've done those before in the department's training sessions. Crime scenes and hostage situations, yeah. That could be it. So, how do we handle this? Well, if it's supposed to be a bear, then we should holler and make a bunch of noise and chase it away. She looked at him, he looked at her. They got to their feet, shouting, hollering, shooing. Yeah. Go on. Get out of here. The woman outcreamed them in length, in volume, and definitely in terror effect, her cry searing up the ravine like black fire as she thrashed in the brush. A WCK, Den creak, a splintering snap, cloth tearing that broken cot in front of the cabin. She was that close, a very loud, throaty growl shattered the air and rippled through the trees. Vive Teva had made that first whistle was bursting out in anger or fear or whatever it wasn't good. They heard footfalls moving quickly, pounding and thrashing up the bank. The woman screamed in reply, splashing in the creek, then moving up the bank as if in pursuit. Reed and Beck shied back in the dark. Beck clicked on her flashlight to match Reed's. They swept the perimeter. Trees. Brush. Bony, dead limbs. Blackness beyond. Three of them, Beck said, her voice broken with terror. Think. Reed said, to her and to himself. Don't panic, just think. Beck thought out loud, be big, hungry beasts, too tender, chewable people, you're letting your imagination run away with you. It's my imagination. She exhaled, trying to steady herself. It was quiet out there. I'm thinking something, she said. I'm listening. Cap and Sing wouldn't he do this? They'd never betray our trust. George Johnson, yeah, but not Cap, and not Sing. Reed mulled that over for a precious second. You're right. In a moment, he came back with, but if something out there was hunting us, it wouldn't making all this noise. It would have sneaked up on us. More listening. More silence. Then some rustling and movement up the bank. Vive Teva the creatures they were still there. I say we get out of here, she said. Snap. Thud. Don't panic. If we panic, we're sunk. He tried to steady his voice as he quickly added, if we stick with the plan, Mr. Thompson and Cap and Sing will know where to find us. If they get here tomorrow and we're not here, a howl up in the woods. Something, and it was no small coyote or wolf, was very upset. They might be going away. Don't panic, Reed pleaded. You're scared too, come on. I'm not scared. Come on, your voice is shaking. I'm cold. Well, I'm wearing a jacket, so there. Reed started scrambling around the campsite. Vmat, are you doing now? I'm getting rid of these sandwich containers. You can't hang those up in the trees now. I'm gonna throw 'em, just get 'em away from us. Yeah, and leave me here. Vmat's the matter, you scared? She didn't answer. He turned, his arms full, and left. She stuck there, alone in the dark, her flashlight shining into a black infinity. The quiet out there was not comforting. At least, when those unknowns were making noise, she knew where they were. Oh, there was that growl again, somewhere up the bank across the ravine. Now it sounded alarmed. But no response from the wailing woman. Where was she? A whistle. Long, loud, like escaping steam, warbling, and close. Beck swept the woods that direction with her flashlight. Tree trunks. Dead limbs. A broken snag. Nothing beyond. Vivat on earth. Now she smelled something. She sniffed, first one direction, then another. It was terrible, like the worst body odor, like something rotten. Reed. Do you smell that? Reed. Something rustled her, and then came that whistle again, this time low and hissing. She spun, her hands shaking, and shined her light up the hill, across a row of tree trunks, past a black chasm of nothing, over some more trunks. Something glimmered in that black chasm. She returned to the darkness between the trees. She knew what it was. Anytime Jonah, their dog, looked back at a flashlight beam, anytime a cat would look into their car's headlights, the eyes always reflected the light back like what she was seeing right now. Two huge eyes, like silvery green headlights floating slowly in the dark. They blinked at her, then vanished as if blocked by a hand or arm. Heavy footfalls, snapping, crunching. Beck plunged into the trees, looking for Reed. She may have been screaming, she only knew she was running, dodging tree trunks as they leaped from left and right into her light. His name just wouldn't form. She abandoned consonants and let any sound leap out that would. Here this time a scream came out easily, without forethought or construction, mainly because she ran right into him. Vivo, whoa, Izzy! She screamed and stuttered and spit something about seeing the eyes and the smell and how close it was and how high off the ground those eyes were and the noise it made and how screams. Savage screeches. Howls. The rage and thunder of demons, banshees, black minions of hell, roared, echoed, crackled down the hillside, reverberating off the trees, quaking and bouncing through the ravine, rippling up the creek. The beasts were close, so close, the thump of their footfalls like subwoofers in the ground. Reed and Beck found the same tree in the quaking, sweeping beams of their flashlights, a tangled, half-dead cedar. Both had the same thought, climb. Climb and never come down, never ever. He got one hand under her foot to give her a boost. The first limb she grabbed wore a shirt and gave way the moment she touched it. A bloody, broken arm dropped out of the tree. She didn't scream this time. No sound would come. She only fell away, numbed by the sight, as she dropped for a slow-motion eternity before landing in a tangle of bushes. A wide-eyed, crazed-faced man dropped into the beam of their lights. He was upside down, swinging, flopping, limp and purple with death, his legs snarled in the branches, his long braid dangling like a black viper below his head. The man's head was barely attached. They ran, through tree trunks that flashed and flickered across their light beams, over uneven, leg-grabbing tangles of growth, into endless night and darkness, oblivious, reckless, mad with fear. Their backpacks were nearly an afterthought, but a shred of wisdom still remained, and they grabbed them up as they passed by. They didn't know where the trail was, only that it was below them in the ravine, so down they went, over the bank, grabbing roots, plants, tree trunks, anything to keep from tumbling headlong as they dropped down, gripping, heeling in, slipping, grabbing, dropping again. The beasts, the demons, the spirits of the forest were still screaming as if in the throes of battle. Their voices were everywhere, so loud that Beck had to scream to be heard. She sputtered something about seeing the trail. One more leap and they were on the path, running up the trail out of the ravine, hoping and praying it was the right one, the one that would get them out of this hellish place and down to Abney, a town they'd only heard about. They ran as fast as they could see to run, adrenaline rushing, the trail, the trees, the turns quaking in their light beams. They climbed, cut around switchbacks, clambered over rocks, dodged around windfalls, getting distance, getting away, getting distance. But another enemy was stalking them, overcoming them like a slow, creeping death, fatigue. The steep grade, the altitude, and their heavy packs pulled them down, stole their breath, consumed their muscles. Beck was in the lead, groping up a steep, precarious portion of trail on all fours, gasping for breath, whimpering. She looked over her shoulder. Tears streaked her face. Where? I don't know. Reed stopped, trying to stop panting long enough to hear if they'd outrun it. There was a moment when they couldn't hear anything. But only a moment. The woman was still out there. She wailed again and wouldn't stop screaming while another beast howled, its voice rumbling and fluttering from a deep, slimy throat. Behind us, Reed finally answered. They kept going, inch by agonizing inch. They made it up out of the ravine, and the trail finally began to head downward. They stumbled along, feet like lead, legs screaming in pain, lungs laboring for Beck's legs collapsed. She went down and stayed there. The ground felt good. Not moving felt like life itself. Reed crumpled just behind her, gasping, slick with sweat, wiping salty perspiration from his eyes. They listened, eyes darting. The screaming and wailing had stopped. Maybe it was over. Maybe they'd outrun the danger. Maybe the rest on the ground and a few precious molecules of oxygen were bringing the inkling of hope now rising in their hearts, the vague and dreamlike notion that they just might get out of this alive. Reed pulled the map from his pocket and unfolded it, the crinkling, creased pages rattling loudly in the dark. "Oh, quiet, quiet," Beck pleaded. "Got to see where we are going." He shined his light on the map, turned it right side up, searched up and down the page for something familiar. "The trail's going southeast, I guess." "Sounds right." Thump. Thump. The ground quivered. "Oh, dear Lord, no!" Beck cried in a whisper. Reed clicked off his light, then tapped Beck, who did the same. They stifled their breathing and heard it plainly, heavy footfalls and snapping twigs, something moving above them, moving fast, moving. It stopped. Not a sound. They waited, longing for air but hardly breathing, probing the darkness with inadequate eyes. "If we keep quiet," Reed whispered in Beck's ear, "maybe it'll give up and leave." But Beck touched his nose and sniffed, a signal. Reed sniffed quietly. They'd both been running, panting, sweating like crazy, but nothing coming from them could match this stench. Beck pointed up the hill, and he understood. Night air moved downhill. That thing was above them somewhere. Then came the whistle, long and steady, with a little warble at the end. It was closer than they'd thought. Sitting still wasn't going to work. They eased back onto the trail and started to run again, but their legs were feeble and teetering, their bodies exhausted, and they had no choice but to use their lights. The whistle sounded again, keeping pace. Faster, faster. The footfalls and thrashing in the brush did not fade back but only came closer, louder, closing the distance. They were being hunted. That thing was running them down, keeping up with no problem, and it could see. Beck heard the rush of a waterfall. Abruptly, the trail cut through a stream bed, snaking through and over slick, sharp-edged rocks. Reed stopped, stumbling on the rocks, his legs wobbly. He bent as if searching for rocks to throw, a stick he might use as a club, anything. Beck just wanted to get across, get on smooth trail again. The waterfall was loud, close, just to her right. The rocks broke away under her foot. She tumbled sideways, then fell headlong over the precipice, flipping end over end. Her backpack absorbed some of the impact with the rocks, but she was still tumbling, her flashlight flipping in midair. Her head hit. A blinding flash exploded in her brain. Reed heard her go down, and he searched with his light. Beck. There she was, flailed like a rag doll on the rocks about 10 feet below the trail, her leg dangling in the flowing water, a streak of blood reaching down her face. He found a way down, a slow but sure course through brush, limbs, and saplings. Beck. He grabbed the first limb and swung himself down, then another limb, then a fistful of brush. Lower, lower. Beck. Say something. Talk to me. There was a commotion across the stream. Oh dear Lord, don't let it be. The beam caught the silvery green glimmer of two retinas suspended within a massive black shadow that swallowed up his light. He screamed, half out of his own terror, half to cause terror. Would nothing chase this thing away? The shadow moved so fast he lost it. He searched, waved his light about. It caught one fleeting image of his wife's body swept up like a toy, arms limp, long brown hair flying. The shadow enfolded her like a blanket. There were heavy, bass note footfalls up the bank, and then nothing. 3 Reed dashed across the stream, frantic, shining his light in every direction but seeing only thick, tangled forest. The stream and waterfall made so much noise he couldn't hear anything else. He got out of there, clambering up the other side, only guessing which way that thing went. Beck, he called. No answer. But she wasn't dead. No. He would not allow himself to think that. She was alive and breathing, and any moment she was going to hear his call and answer. If she screamed for help, he would hear her. Think, he told himself. Don't panic. You can't see much at all, but can you hear anything? Can you smell anything? There. He heard limbs snapping farther up the slope. He raced along the trail, probing with his flashlight. A broken tree limb. Then another. He slipped out of his pack and dove into the trees, probing, climbing, looking for signs, listening, then calling. From deep in his mind came a warning, you have no gun. No weapon. You need to find something. Another rustling sound grabbed his attention and spurred him upward. He found a game trail where the ground was disturbed by hoof prints of elk and deer. Among these prints he found a deep, half-round impression, perhaps a heel print. With new strength he climbed, and then traversed the slope, then zigzagged as hellest, then found, then lost the game trail. With the trail gone, he followed sounds, any sound. Beck. The forest swallowed his voice. He hurried, he struggled, he climbed, he doubled back, he climbed again, then descended, then climbed, until fear and desperation gave way to exhaustion and he began to realize that he was like a mite in a carpet. As loud as he might call, this wilderness stretched farther than his voice could reach. The light from his flashlight had dimmed to a dull orange glow, but the mountains had darkness to spare, plenty to swallow up any light. The seconds had stacked up and become minutes, the minutes had stretched into hours. Steps had become yards, and yards had become miles, but the forest had not shrunk. It was still bigger than he could ever be, with more obstacles, tangles, confusion, and dark, dark, dark. Even he broke into a meadow where the stars were visible and a waning moon was finally rising. He collapsed to the ground with a quiet whimper, limp and totally spent, head hanging, conflicting thoughts bantering in his head. She's gone. No, no, she isn't. Just have to find her, that's all. Where? Where could you even start looking? Well, some daylight would sure help. She'll be somebody's dinner by then. No. God won't let that happen. Look at what He's already let happen. Remember where you are. There are different rules out here. Reed's hands went to his head as if he could corral his thoughts. His aimless thrashing around in the woods for hours had accomplished nothing, a mad and frenzied mind would accomplish even less. He forced himself to lie still, breathing for breathing's sake until he could construct a coherent thought. First coherent thought, he hadn't found his wife. Second coherent thought, in all his mad scrambling and searching, he could have wandered farther from her, not closer. Third coherent thought, he'd become part of the problem. He was lost, without provisions, without a weapon. He still had his map and compass. If the sun ever came up again sometime in his life, He could take a look around and hopefully get his bearings. For now, he was too tired and emotionally spent to work it out, and any more wandering would only make things worse. Until he got some rest and some real light, he would be no help to Beck or himself. The dying orange beam of his flashlight found an old fallen snag just a few feeble steps up the hill, with a hollow in the ground beneath it. His heart screamed against the decision, but his mind made it stick. He would shelter himself under the snag to maintain his body heat, and rest until daylight. Beck, Beck, Beck. Beck was dreaming, far from fear in the dark, merely puzzled by her husband's anguished voice as he screamed her name. Beyond her dream was a faraway pain, a dull throbbing, a dizzy world tipping and turning, a body aching, but she didn't wake up from the dream. She didn't want to. Waking would hurt, the dream didn't. In the dream she was floating as if in a stream, gliding past limbs and trees and leaves that went swish, with the ground so far below. She was warm, as if cuddled in a furry blanket, but it was dark, like being in her bedroom at night. Can't wake up, won't wake up, eyes won't open, staying in the dream, moving fast, can feel the breeze monsters, snorting, drooling, stomping, invisible in the dark. All around, closer, closer. Beck. Beck. His legs wouldn't move, Reed. Beck. Reed awoke with a start. Reed. That sounded like Cap. He stirred, unclear as to where he was, but willing his legs and arms to move, to pull, push, and claw his way into the open, through tangled exposed roots and crumbled rocks into ice-stinging daylight. The distant call came again, Reed. Beck. Reed rolled out into the grass, the dew soaking through his clothes. Everything looked so different. Hello, he cried. He heard Singh's voice call, Reed. Where are you? Up here, he called. He leaped to his feet, but his head emptied of blood and he fell, reminded of how weak and shaken he was. They shouted again, he answered again, and that was all he was good for until his friends reached him, snapping and rustling their way through the thick undergrowth until they emerged into the clearing. They looked prepared for a week in the wilderness, with packs on their backs, hats, boots, jackets. Reed figured he must look pretty horrible, judging from their expressions. Reed. We found your pack down by the creek. Vs what happened? Cap asked. Vmears Beck. By that afternoon, the Tall Pine Resort began to see more activity than it had all season. 2 squad cars from the Whitcomb County Sheriff's Department were angled in against the meandering, up-and-down porch. On either side of them were the pickup trucks, SUVs, cars, and motorcycles that had brought the search and rescue volunteers. The volunteers, more than a dozen strong, wasted no time unloading and filling backpacks with needed gear, testing portable radios, and organizing survival equipment and medical supplies. Some of the guys prepared high-powered rifles and stowed cases of ammunition. A van arrived and lurched into a space at the far end of the parking lot, an eager German shepherd barking and whining in the back. Across the parking lot, hooked to an RV power outlet, was the Search and Rescue Command vehicle, a converted school bus now crammed with equipment, supplies, a computer, and radios. Close to the main door was a sharp-looking King Cab pickup with an Idaho Department of Fish and Game insignia on the side. Deputy Sheriff Patrick Saunders, in green field jacket and billed cap, walked briskly out the main door, reporting into a handheld radio, "Yeah, Jimmy Clark's here debriefing the witness. We'll all get rolling when he's done. It's a probable bear attack, so we're lining up some hunters." Sheriff Patrick Mills signaled a halt right in front of Dave's mouth and whispered sharply, "Dave, let's not say it so loud, shall we?" The deputy followed the sheriff's glance to where Reed Shelton sat on a wooden bench farther up the meandering porch, just outside room 105. He was haggard, dazed, and dirty, apparently trying to make sense to Jimmy Clark, the conservation officer who asked him questions. "Oh, man, sorry," the deputy said. Sheriff Mills, a tall man weathered by experience and sporting a greying mustache, went back to a conversation he'd been having with Cap and Singh on the slapped-together porch near the main door. He was dressed for wilderness work, in the standard-issue green jacket with sheriff in large yellow letters on the back, but instead of a policeman's hat, he wore a cowboy hat with a county sheriff insignia on its front. "Sorry," the sheriff said to Cap. "Now, you were saying?" Cap stood nervously, taking deep breaths, shifting his weight, grasping the porch post as if to steady himself. The college professor's words raced and his voice seemed weak. "We found it was on the rocks below the waterfall." Blood Mills refreshed him. "Yeah. We checked all around the creek area, both sides of the trail, up and down the slope." "How wide a radius?" Cap shrugged. "I don't know, maybe 40 feet, maybe 50. Singh, passing her the question. He looked at she was sitting on a hand-hewn bench against the old log wall, her face troubled as she studied the LCD of Reed Shelton's camera. She was reviewing the digital photographs Reed had taken of the splintered cabin and the shots of Beck sitting in their campsite, her cheeks plump with a mouthful of sandwich. Singh and Cap's backpacks rested against the wall next to her, packed bulging but never opened. Leaves and needles clung to her clothing and her braids. "I would say 100-foot radius. But it was difficult. The brush is thick in that area." Mills looked over Singh's shoulder at the small camera screen. "Did he get any shots of Thompson's body?" Singh came to the end of the pictures in the camera's memory. "No. Apparently Reed was in no picture-taking mood when he and Beck were running for their lives." "And you never got back to the cabin to check it out?" Cap was obviously on edge, tiring of the questions. He wagged his head. "Only wanted to find Beck, that was all." "So you didn't see whether or not there was a body up there?" "No." Cap lowered his voice. "Reed said Randy was dead, and that was good enough for us. Beck was the one we were concerned about." Singh stroked her forehead. "We weren't getting anywhere. Reed didn't want to leave, but we had to get back here, we had to get some help." Mills regarded the folks gathering in the parking lot, well-trained, some specialized, all there to find Beck Shelton no matter what. "You made the right decision. Singh, you've been our forensics specialist for 5 years now. You've teamed up with some of these people before. You know they are good at what they do." Singh nodded and gave a wave to the dog handler, who was sharing a piece of breakfast toast with Caesar, the German shepherd. "I never thought I'd be part of the case we're working on." Sheriff Mills looked past Cap and Singh to where Reed was still being questioned by Jimmy Clark. "So how clear do you think Reed's head is right now?" Cap stole a glance. "I don't know. He's in some sort of shock, like he's having waking nightmares. If he tells Jimmy what he told us," Singh shivered, putting the camera in its case. "Reed was right about the cabin. If we find Randy Thompson thrown up in a tree, we might have to believe the rest of his story. Being in the dark, in the woods, can make things seem a lot worse than they are," the sheriff suggested. "Maybe finding Randy's body was the thing that shocked him," Cap offered, "and after that, well, then, Beck gets grabbed. I don't know, I'd probably be seeing some pretty horrible things by then. Reed's a deputy sheriff." Singh's voice was edgy. "Let's not underestimate him." Awkward silence followed. "Duly noted," Mills finally said. "Singh, take Reed's camera over to Marcia in the command vehicle. See if she can download those shots of Beck and print 'em up." Singh got to her feet, as if eager to do something, anything. "And then can we please get up there?" Mills looked at his watch. "Pete said he'd be about 10 minutes. Cap started to say, We don't have 10, when tires growled on the gravel. An older brown pickup with a rumbling muffler pulled in and nosed up against the building 4 vehicles down. The fellow who got out looked as though he'd already been in the woods most of his life and would be out of place anywhere else. He was dressed in tired jeans, a frayed leather coat, and a drooping, wide-brimmed hat with a rattlesnake skin for a hatband. He may have had a haircut 3 or 4 months ago, but obviously hadn't thought much about it since then. "Ah," said Mills, "there he is." Pete Henderson, search manager and tracker, was already sizing up the situation when Mills met him in the center of the parking lot. "Ha! Jimmy's here," Pete said, "so it was a bear. You're here, so somebody's dead. You've got me and my searchers here, so you can't find whoever it is. Come on." As they crossed the parking lot, Mills gave Pete an abridged version of Reed's account. "You're kidding me," Reed said that. "Let's hope his head starts to clear up." They walked quietly, unobtrusively, up to where Jimmy was finishing up with Reed. The conservation officer sat on the edge of the porch, pen and notepad in his hands, questioning, almost grilling Reed in his eagerness to get the information and get going. His conservation officer's uniform spoke well of his manner, meant for the wilderness, not the town or city, no creased trousers with a stripe, but tough, forest green Levi's, no spit-polished shoes, but oiled boots for slogging through rough and often muddy terrain. His grey shirt had a shoulder insignia, but it was rugged enough for the wilderness and had obviously there. His billed cap with the Idaho Department of Fish and Game insignia rested on the porch nearby. Reed was sitting on the bench against the building, seemingly immovable as if he were a fungus that had grown there. His hair was matted from sweat, his face and clothes were those of a desperate man who'd lost his wife and spent the night under a fallen tree. Reed's voice was barely audible as he said, "It had to be Randy. He had a long black braid, I saw that clearly." Jimmy looked up at Sheriff Mills and Pete. They knew that described Randy Thompson. Vivian Reed lifted his face, a tiny hint of hope came to his eyes. "Hey, Pete. We're here for you," partner Pete said. "We're almost finished," said Jimmy. How did he look to you, Reed? Was there anything about his condition that would indicate an attack by a he was thrown up in the tree?" Reed insisted as if he'd said it before. "His head was practically torn off. But he could have been climbing the tree, trying to get away from a bear, right?" Reed thought a moment, then nodded. "Yeah. That makes sense, if that's what you want to think." Jimmy looked around, apparently for the right words. "Reed, I'm hating this. You know that." Reed's head sank. Tears filled his eyes. "If we hadn't camped there that night, if we'd only buried that garbage, if I hadn't forgotten to hang up those stupid sandwich containers." "Was Beck having her period?" "No." "Did she bring any makeup along?" Reed looked at him blankly. Jimmy explained, "To a bear, the smell means food." "I didn't see a bear," Reed emphasized as if for the 100th time. Jimmy just looked at his notes. "There could have been any number of factors, Reed. You don't need to blame yourself." "Are we through?" Jimmy nodded. "Yeah, Reed. We're through. We're gonna get on this, right now." Reed bolted to his feet. We got to get my gear ready." He ducked into room 105 and slammed the door, not looking back. Jimmy rose from the porch and drew in close to Sheriff Mills and Pete High. Jimmy reviewed his notes and spoke in secretive tones. "Guess we heard the story by now. Has it changed any?" Mills asked. Jimmy stole a furtive glance at Reed's door. "Don't think so I can't tell you what happened up there besides the obvious. Reed's so shook up right now he's hallucinating, talking about a woman screaming and big monsters fighting in the dark. He insists something really big and foul-smelling chased him and Beck along the trail and then grabbed her." Jimmy's expression said, "Need I say more?" Mills asked, did he say anything about Beck falling over a waterfall? Yeah, right before the attack. If it really happened, I'd guess that's where the Abney Trail cuts across Scatter Creek. Cap and Sing can show us the spot. They just came from there. Jimmy consulted his notes again. Reed drew a map to show where he and Beck found Randy's body. It's up the creek a little, on a knoll above the cabin. Mills spoke to Pete, looks like we'll need 2 teams, one to work the cabin site and one to work the creek. We'll most likely picking up the pieces, Pete muttered, bitterness in his tone as he peered over his shoulder toward the volunteers. Jimmy leaned close to Mills. Sheriff Mills, I can't let Reed go on this hunt. Good luck holding him back. He's gonna be a liability. If he's crazy, said Pete. Guys, I can't allow it, even if he is my friend. Jimmy insisted. I'll talk to him, said Mills, and we'll take it from there. Jimmy's glare was unmistakable. Sheriff. This is a bear attack. It's my jurisdiction. Mills didn't get ruffled. He'd been sheriff, and known Jimmy Clark, too long for that. Jimmy. We don't know what it is, not yet. Let's see if we can be a team until we get it sorted out. There's nothing to sort out. Okay, try this. Anything having to do with the bear, that's your jurisdiction. Anything having to do with bodies, living or dead, that's mine. Can you work with that? Jimmy sighed through his nose, his face still defiant. I'll work with it. For now. That's right. You will. Mills let that settle the matter and moved on. So tell me where you want to start hunting your bear. The cabin's the most likely center of the bear's foraging range right now. I'll start there. Okay, Dave, and I'll go with you. Pete, I'd like 2 or 3 searches. Pete was counting noses. I've got M. And we're gonna need weapons on both teams, said Jimmy. My regular guys are here, and... He scanned the crowd some more. Looks like we've got a few more I haven't met yet. Mills instructed Pete, your team will be looking for Beck, starting at the Scatter Creek waterfall. Take the search dog. Jimmy, I want Sing to have a good look around that cabin area before anybody contaminates it. Jimmy smirked in Sing's direction and did not succeed in keeping his voice down. So now you're trying to make this a crime scene. I get the bodies, remember. Jimmy waved it off. Vmatever. To Pete, just hurry up with the dog. Don't worry, said Pete, are we about ready? Pete, one more thing, said the sheriff, detaining the search manager a moment. Forget any tales or theories you've heard thus far. You find whatever you find and let it speak for itself, you got it? Pete gave a nod and adjusted his hat. I'll get the volunteers assigned. The sheriff and Jimmy Clark watched Pete head into the parking lot, his volunteers gathering to him like Israelites to Moses. He's right about one thing, said Jimmy. There won't be much left to find. We'll know when we know, said Mills. They went to join him. Pete craned his neck, hands on hips, and looked over the small and willing crowd. They were his neighbors, a carpenter, a housewife, 2 firemen, a school teacher, a machinist, a dental assistant, a heavy equipment operator, and several others, all away from their jobs, geared up and ready to trek into the wilderness, even sleep there if necessary, for no pay. They'd been together many times before, in every season, in every kind of weather, because someone was lost or in trouble. If anyone were to ask them why, they'd just say it was the thing to do. Pete spoke out, okay, everybody, listen up. You all know the situation. We've got a 3-way problem, a possible bear attack with 2 possible victims who need to be found. Enib, DY working the bear issue, you're gonna be following Jimmy Clark's lead. Anybody searching for the victims, you get your orders from me. If you can't stand me or Jimmy, you can grouse to Sheriff Mills here. We all take our orders from him. Now, Sing, where are you, Sing? Sing and Cap were just stepping out of the command vehicle, fresh computer-generated fact sheets in hand. Sing waved the papers in the air for all to see. Okay, Sing's gonna hand out photographs and detailed descriptions of the missing persons. Give these papers a good looking over. The listeners stood quiet and grim, receiving the quickly compiled information sheets from Sing's hand. Most of them already knew Randy or Beck or both. Jimmy took his turn, his voice trumpeting over the crowd. We are going to be working 2 teams from 2 locations in the Lost Creek drainage. We need people who are capable in tracking, hunting, and, don't miss this, now recovering human remains. This is a bear attack. It's serious business. That caused a stir. Pete knows what your skills are, so he'll select the teams. Pete, go ahead. Pete Henderson addressed the crowd again. You medical folks stick around, and let's see, how many marksmen do we have? Okay, the 2 of you go with Jimmy, you 2 come with me. Don, you'll work with me at flank. Tyler, you here? Okay, Tyler, you be the other flanker. Cap stood on the edge of the crowd, hanging on every word. Hi there. Cap winced at the greeting. This was not the time for idle chat. He turned only half his attention to a buzz-cut man somewhere in his 30s, dressed in camouflage like a hunter, or a marine. He was carrying a rifle, obviously one of the marksmen. Hi, Cap said. Steve Thorne. I understand you found one of the victims. Cap shook his hand. Michael Capella. Yeah. We're friends of Reed and Beck Shelton. This is my wife, Sing. The man whispered a greeting to her. She returned it with a quick smile, trying to listen to Pete's organizing. I'm really sorry, said Thorne. Cap said, thanks. His eyes on Pete Thorne didn't go away but pressed with another question. So what was it your friend saw? What kind of a question was that? Cap gave the man a long look, then, deciding he was trying to be helpful, said, I don't know what he saw. We're trying to find that out. I suppose it had to be a bear. Is that what he said it was? I don't know. The whole thing happened in the pitch black, and I don't know. It was a horrible experience, and he's still very shook up about it. Now Pete was calling, the rest of you folks, talk to Marcia. She'll get you working support and communications here at the command post. So he didn't see anything, the guy pressed. Cap was trying not to be abrupt. Not that he's been able to say for sure. Thorne gave him a gentle pat on the back. Thanks. Just wondering. Cap turned his full attention back to Pete Henderson, who caught his look. Is that what they call you? Cap'll do. Nice to meet you. Which team you want to go with? Cap, I want the waterfall, he answered. Vmo was that guy? Sing asked. Cap shrugged, impatient. One of the hunters. Some thrill seeker, if you ask me. Reed had yanked off his dirty clothes and pulled a fresh shirt and jeans from his backpack, and then put on the dirty jeans with the clean shirt. He took off the shirt. No, it was the clean one. He put it back on and tried to take off the pants. He forgot he'd put on his boots. He unlaced them and pulled them off. Now, where were the clean pants? He'd thrown them into the pile of dirty clothes. He fished them out and put them on. Now if he could find his belt, there was a knock at the door. Reed. It was Sheriff Mills. Yeah, come in. Mills stepped inside and closed the door quietly behind him. How you doing? Reed didn't answer because he didn't want to lie. He only hurried to pull on a boot as he sat in one of the room's 2 chairs. Mills grabbed the other chair and set it down directly opposite Reed, almost in his way as he tried to pull on the other boot. I said, "How you doing?" It felt like an interrogation. Mills pressed into Reed's space big time, and Reed didn't like it. He met Mills's gaze deliberately, angrily. "With all due respect, sir, that's a stupid question. I need a firm answer, Reed. Are we heading out? Underscore or you don't go. Arrest me," Reed said. Mills whacked Reed on the side of the head. Reed froze in disbelief, staring into the eyes of his superior officer, who still held that hand close to his face, forbidding Reed's eyes to stray. "You can thank me later," said Mills. "In the meantime, you'd better listen. There are more than a dozen trained volunteers out there who just might be risking their lives on your behalf, so before I let you out that door, you'd better decide what role you're playing. We need men on this job, not victims. Not basket cases. If you need time to work this through and pull yourself together, I'll grant you that, no questions, no shame, but I need to know." Reed gave some thought to his attitude and tried to ease down. Sure didn't turn out right. Mills was listening. It was supposed to be good for her, supposed to get her out of the house, get her out where she could just live a little without having to talk to anybody. Out in those woods, there aren't any social rules, you know. No expectations. He looked Mills squarely in the eye. She would have aced it. She would have done great. I knew she had it in her. I don't think people give her credit. Mills nodded. She would have aced it. You're right. Reed's eyes teared up again. He looked away to clear them, to clear his mind. Just didn't want her to be afraid anymore. "Reed, look at me." Reed met his eyes. The gaze coming from under that hat brim was kind but would not be trifled with. "You and Beck signed up for a challenge. Well, now you've got one, only there's no teacher and there's no pretend, no trial run. There's just a truckload of real trouble, and Beck doesn't need you fumbling around and getting in the way because you're wallowing in what should have been. She needs you to get your mind cleared up and on the problem. She needs you to do your job. We all do." He rose and went for the door. "We're pulling out of here in about 5 minutes. Let me know what you decide." Mills stepped out onto the porch, caught a breath, then signaled for Singh's attention. She joined him near the main door. "Don't imagine you have any of your gear with you," he asked. "I was on vacation. Got your camera, though, yes. And my notepad. I was supposed to be taking survival training this week. I want you to come along with Deputy Saunders and me to the cabin area. We'll treat it like a crime scene, document everything so we can figure out what happened up there, and what didn't." He saw the question in her eyes. Reed's got a wild story, one that people won't want to believe, and that means they'll start believing other things. Let's get that door closed right away, first thing. Reed emerged from room 105 correctly dressed, his backpack slung over one shoulder, but walking like a drunk man, his face reddened with emotion, his hand against the wall to steady himself. Jimmy was finishing the briefing in the parking lot. His voice carried well enough for Reed to hear the gist of it. The bear could still be around guarding its kill, so, hunters, be sure to take point position and secure the area. Prepare for the worst, and by the way. He lowered his voice, but Reed still heard him admonish, "Let's be careful what we say. Reed's a little crazy right now, and I would be too." Several folks noticed Reed and nodded a greeting or even gave a little wave. Some were jerking their heads, pointing, shifting their gaze, trying to let Jimmy know of Reed's presence, but Jimmy, with his back toward the resort, just kept going. Bears usually go for the soft organs, but any fresh meat will do, they eat arms and legs too. Let's be sure to bring several body bags, because she may not be in one piece. Reed's feet wouldn't move. All he could do was stare at Jimmy's back and wonder why he couldn't find the strength to deck the guy. Jimmy finally got a clue from his listeners and over his shoulder. Jimmy's face flamed with embarrassment. Too late. Reed felt worse. Reed ducked inside the lobby, clumsily closing the door behind him. The floor reeled as if he were on a ship in a storm. He staggered to the counter, stomach churning, as the pack fell forgotten and unnoticed to the floor. With elbows on the countertop and his face in his hands, he tried one more time to pull himself together, to be the man Beck needed, to do his job. Now even the countertop seemed to be moving, but at least the room was empty, and he was so thankful for that. He drank in the silence, waiting one moment, one breath at a time for his mind to settle on some workable scheme of reality, just one simple pathway to sorting this whole thing out. Maybe I am crazy. A simple conclusion of insanity was pretty tempting right now. It would be so much easier. It would explain away everything, and he could dismiss his nightmarish memories like any other outlandish dream. But he found no comfort in such thoughts. Even if his mind was creating nightmarish memories of hellish things that never happened, it was probably to replace worse memories of even more hellish things. Either way, here he was with only the counter to keep him from collapsing to the floor, an official basket case. Wasn't that what Sheriff Mills said they didn't need? He breathed a moment. He prayed, and his mind cleared just enough for him to realize he was too messed up to be safe out there. He could never survive or be any help to the search teams or to Beck when he couldn't trust his own senses. So, looks like I won't be going, he thought. He rubbed his face, partly because it expressed his pain and confusion, mostly because his face was a tangible reality he could be sure of. It was still there. He could feel it. He guessed he still had elbows too, they were holding him up. What else was real around here? He let his eyes drift around the lobby, taking in the trophies, the moose head, the elk head, the deer head, the big bearskin, the many sets of antlers. So it seemed somebody knew his way around out there and had come back the winner, somebody way out of Reed's league. His eyes drifted down the wall and almost passed over a yellowing poster. His gaze returned and parked there. The dark, two-legged creature striding along a log-strewn riverbed was blurry and grainy, but it was looking his way. A shiver coursed through Reed's limbs. He saw no silvery green retinas glowing in the dark, but something about that image brought back the same nerve-jangling, hand-trembling terror. His eyes went to a glass case below the poster and focused on a plaster cast of a huge footprint. As he leaned close to the glass, the sound a foot like that could make in the soft earth of the forest came back to him. Suddenly the speed and mobility of the shadow he'd seen did not seem impossible. His heartbeat quickened. His hands trembled. He looked around the lobby, through the windows at the people gearing up for the search after Jimmy's lecture on how to handle dismembered bodies and fear-crazed, delusional family members. Hadn't any of these people seen this stuff in the glass case or that picture on the wall? Had it never occurred to them that it might not be a bear, that it might? Caution took hold, and Reed didn't run anywhere to yell anything. Of course they'd seen it. They'd heard his story too. He tried to understand whether minds would only go one direction, locked on only one explanation, and he could settle on only one answer: they weren't there last night. He looked at the poster again, trying to imagine that thing in the dark. I don't know if you ought to be looking at that. Arlen Peake, the owner of the place, had come into the lobby from the souvenir shop. Worry in his eyes, he stood beneath the huge, clawed bearskin, watching Reed. Reed looked toward the glass case. I never saw one before. It's hard to find anybody who has, and anybody who has usually won't talk about it. Have you ever seen one? The old man shook his head, almost sadly. No, Reed knew it would be safe to tell this man. I think I have. Peake approached and spoke gently. Son, you need to be sure about that. I don't want anybody thinking we put ideas in your head. Reed gazed at the big footprint. Do they make a crying sound like a woman? Not screaming, but, wailing and crying? The innkeeper half smiled and shook his head. How do you know? Let's just say nobody's ever heard one do that. Do they smell bad, like the worst armpit in the world? Peake hesitated just a moment, then answered, only when they are frightened or upset. It's what a lot of apes do. It's a defense mechanism. Do they howl and scream like apes? The old man's silver fillings twinkled in the window's light. Now, that I've heard. Do they whistle? Reed tried to mimic what he'd heard, the long, soaring whistle with the little warbles in it. Now Peake actually straightened, staring at him outside. The teams were ready to trek into the woods. Jimmy Clark and Sheriff Mills, rifles slung on their backs, exchanged a look with Pete Henderson, then glanced toward the front door. You saw him, didn't you? Jimmy asked. He was so wiped out he looked like he was on something. Sheriff Mills waited only a moment, looked at the folks gathered for the search, then sighed through his mustache. Let's do it! He shouted, okay, everybody, let's go. The front door opened. Everyone froze on the same cue. Reed stepped out, a little pale, just a little wobbly, but standing tall, his pack on his back, his deputy sheriff's cap on his head. He was ready with an answer and spoke in strained tones to Sheriff Mills, ready when you are, sir. Beck heard a long, soaring whistle with little warbles in it. Then a deep-throated, disgusting grunt, like a gigantic old sow in the mud. Another low grunt. Another soaring whistle. And then Beck was aware of gook in her mouth, clumpy like gooey raisins and tart like wild berries, and someone wearing big leathery gloves shoving more gook into her mouth. She gagged, then coughed, then spit it all out and the whole world shck. Beck opened her eyes. They were still slimy from a long sleep, and her vision was blurred. Nothing was real, not yet. Someone was holding her, cradling her in a smelly brown blanket. Rescue. I've been rescued. There came that whistle again, like a boiling tea kettle. Shmoosh. More gooky berries in her mouth, and she could feel some of them smeared on her face. She jerked her head away, spit them out, blinked to clear her vision. The world came into focus, and she gathered she wasn't home. All she could see were tangled branches and green leaves. The cool breeze told her she was still outside, somewhere in the mountains, somewhere in the shelter of thick bushes. Bushes with berries. Huckleberries. She looked up, her lungs pulled in a long, quaking gasp and held it there as her mouth hung open and her jaw began to quiver. Though her hands began to shake on their own, she dared not move or utter a sound. She could only lie there, stiff with terror, and gape at the deep, monstrous eyes looking back at her. The eyes were dark amber, with muddy brown around the iris instead of the usual white. They were intense and probing, studying her as if she were a specimen under a microscope, deep set under a prominent brow. The face was reddish-brown, leathery like an old saddle, bordered by thick, straggly hair. Beck felt hot breath passing by her face in sour little puffs. The bulging lips tightened against a row of white teeth and the thing whistled at her. The same whistle Beck heard in the dark when glowing eyes bored into her and a dead man dangled from a tree. For unthinking, her mind paralyzed by fear, Beck responded as she was taught to respond to hornets, bees, rattlesnakes, and assorted monsters of childhood. She froze, except for the trembling in her hands, which she couldn't help. The thing shoved more berries into her mouth with fingers the size of sausages. Beck forgot her mouth was already open, and now suddenly it was full again. She closed her mouth, an unconscious reflex, and the berries remained inside, an unchewed mass. The beastly eyes locked on her, waiting, the face stern under a heavy, furrowed brow. The thing grunted again, then tapped on Beck's mouth with thick, berry-stained fingers. Somehow, it occurred to Beck to chew. The berries burst in her mouth, filling it with juice, half sweet, half tart. The wizened face waited and watched, huge volumes of air rushing in and out through the broad, flat nose. Still chewing, and just now remembering to breathe herself, Beck let her eyes drop enough to see another huge hand with dirty black fingernails curled around her, pressing her against a mountain of dark, reddish-brown hair. The hair was coarse and oily, the body beneath it warm and moist, with a familiar, and unpleasant, sweaty smell. She could feel the rib cage expanding, pressing against her, then easing away as the mountain breathed. She'd never been this close to anything with lungs this big. Oh, please, don't kill me. Could she run? Where? As near as she could tell, she was in the woods somewhere. Beyond the tangly of the huckleberry bushes, she could see the thick forest, and through its canopy, a blue sky. A powerful, hairy arm reached up and grabbed another cluster of berries from a branch. Even the hand that was bigger than her whole head descended to deliver the berries. Beck didn't dare argue. She opened up, let the berries tumble in, and started chewing. With the taste of the berries and her ability to chew them came a conscious realization that she was still alive, quite notable, given the circumstances. How long she would remain that way she had no idea, and no encouraging thoughts. She turned her head just enough to study her situation. She was being held by what appeared to be a huge ape, similar to a gorilla, but not quite a gorilla. The crown of its head extended to a narrow crest like a gorilla's, and it had a prominent brow ridge over the eyes, but the jaws didn't protrude as much and the lips were more flexible and expressive. As near as Beck could tell, the creature's legs were folded beneath it, but one large, hairy foot jutted out, with a wrinkled, hairless sole and all 5 toes aligned in a row. By its ample, fur-covered bosom, Beck concluded it was a female. They were now sitting in a cavity created when a tree upended, pulling the root ball out of the ground. Thick bushes, most of them huckleberries, had since moved in and now provided a blind that hid them from the outside world. The female held Beck inescapably in her lap with her left arm while feeding Beck with her right. Another load of berries was on the way. Beck couldn't take much more of this, but unless she wanted more berries smeared all over her face, she opened up and let the beast dump them in. She chewed but did not move, did not stir, did not make a sound. Her hands were still trembling. Suddenly the big arm loosened and the creature let her go. She slid down that big hairy body to the ground. Run! Her instincts screamed at her. It didn't matter which direction. Run for the trees. All it took was the slightest weight on her right ankle. 0WW. With a shriek of agony, she fell in the tangled limbs and stalks, grabbing her ankle, grimacing. She checked for a break, The pain flashed up her entire leg, red-hot and lingering. She settled backward on a bush, bending and crumpling branches, gasping. She thought of crawling, pulling herself out of the woods with 2 hands and 1 good leg. Not good enough. The beast lunged forward faster than Beck could pull to get away. It overshadowed Beck like a rust-red thundercloud, nudging her, poking her with a big finger, nearly flipping her body over. Terror in combination with her stutter took away Beck's ability to speak, even to scream. The creature backed off, resting on all 4s, and gave her some space. Daring to move, Beck felt her ankle again under the creature's sentry-like stare. The ankle wasn't broken as near as she could tell, but she did have a cruel souvenir from her tumble over the falls, a bad sprain. She wouldn't walking, much less running, anytime soon. Beck lifted her eyes to the creature. Was it possible to make peace with this beast? A cluster of berries was within reach. This beast seemed to want Beck to eat them. If it would make it happy. Daringly, her hands still quaking, Beck reached halfway to the berries, hoping such personal initiative would not seem threatening. There was no violent reaction. The thing didn't growl or bite her. Slowly, inch by trembling inch, she reached the rest of the way and grabbed them. The ape thing let her, making strange, guttural rumblings and a clicking sound like wood hitting bamboo. Tock. 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 Beck placed the in her mouth and reached for more, eating them slowly. The beast's expression softened. She eased back onto her haunches and watched. From this slight distance Beck got a first fall at her. She was very much like a gorilla, but with a body like a barrel and a neck so broad it blended with her shoulders. Her legs, thick as tree trunks and covered with hair, were longer than one would expect in an ape, but the arms were definitely ape arms, long enough to reach Beck's neck and wring the life out of her. As Beck lay still, chewing berries, the pain in her ankle subsided enough for her to notice a dull ache in her head. She touched the side of her forehead, felt a bump, ouch. Another spot that hurt, then found dark, flaking blood on her fingers. Oh dear Lord, what happened? She remembered falling, but after that, nothing. If she was this beat up, what had happened to Reed? Was he lying somewhere in worse shape than she was? Her backpack was missing. Maybe this monster tried to raid their backpacks for food and Reed had tried to resist, tried to save Beck, gotten the brunt of this monster's rage. She dared not think it. But then came more bad news. A further inventory revealed a large smear of blood on her leather jacket where she'd been pressed against the creature's side. She looked and found a corresponding dark stain on the big ape's shoulder and left flank. If her fear had ebbed even slightly, now it returned. She met the creature's eyes and thought, "What have you done?" The monster stiffened, suddenly alert and alarmed. The lips pulled back slightly, revealing the edges of the teeth, sharp, white incisors between an imposing set of canines. Beck cowered. Oh no, Ive made it angry. But the big female wasn't angry. It wasn't even looking at her. It was listening. The look on its face, the piercing stare of its eyes, its motionless body reminded Beck of their dog, Jonah, and how he reacted whenever he heard a distant coyote or the UPS truck approaching a half-mile away. And there was that foul smell again, a new, sickening wave of it. It happened so fast Beck didn't have time to object or resist. Before she could even scream, the big hands enfolded her and snatched her from the ground, shaking her insides and nearly giving her whiplash. Limbs, leaves, and berries blurred past her eyes and whipped her head and shoulders. She covered her face. There was a burst of acceleration so fast that the wind swept her hair from her face. She lifted her eyes. She was flying, lunging through the forest at an altitude of 6 feet, her body held fast against that abundant by 2 muscular arms. Tree limbs blurred by like fence posts on a freeway. She curled her legs up as her hands grabbed fistfuls of red hair in a death grip. Beneath her, the creature's big feet pounded the ground as she leaped over logs and dodged thickets and brush with incredible agility, slowed by nothing. With a little whine, Caesar the German shepherd balked only a few yards into the trees, turned back, looked down the hill at Agnes, his handler, tried again, whined again, and finally, at a timid trot, ran to his master and cowered behind her legs. Agnes, whose dogs had served the county sheriff's department, the state patrol, and local police departments for the past 12 years, looked puzzled to say the least as she stroked the shy dog's neck. "Caesar, what is it? What's the matter, boy?" Reed did not find the dog's behavior one bit surprising. He felt that way himself, he just wasn't going to whine about it. Pete Henderson and his team of searchers looked as mystified as Agnes, gawking up into the woods from a small clearing on the mountainside. Scatter Creek ran through this clearing, cutting across the trail just below them and cascading over a 10-foot waterfall. Agnes had taken Caesar to the base of the waterfall, the spot search teams called LKP, the last known place Beck had been, and let him go. He'd hesitated, whined, followed a scent up to the trail, spun in circles, followed it across the trail and up the clearing, turned back at the trees, and then, with some goading from Agnes, continued into the trees. A few yards in, he'd had enough. Pete's radio squawked. Team 1 in position at the campsite. Pete spoke into the handheld, Team 2 above the waterfall at the LKP dot. He gazed curiously at the dog. We're, working the K9 right now. Good hunting. He clipped the handheld to his belt and looked down toward the trail where Reed and the others waited for further orders. Reed tried to keep his impatience in check. He knew all these people were as eager and on edge as he was, the two search and rescue volunteers, one the dental assistant and the other the heavy equipment operator, both tracking apprentices, the two marksmen, one of them a newcomer named Thorne who looked like a Marine, two medical technicians with emergency kits and a stretcher, Don Nelson and Tyler Jones, experienced trackers, who would form the three-man tracking team with Pete, Agnes Hastings, the K9 handler, and Cap Capella, there. Because he was a friend. All were dressed for the job and grim with the business at hand, but any hasty move at this point could destroy important signs and evidence. Pete had to make the calls. Pete was obviously troubled over the dog. He asked the handler, has he ever done this before? She was still petting Caesar, who refused to budge from her side. No. Never. But he has tracked bears before? 9 times in the past 2 years. Pete gestured toward the trees from which Caesar had fled. Well, he found something. It turned him back, but it's something. He reached for a set of short aluminum poles that hung on his tracker's vest and began to screw them together into one 5-foot length. This was his tracking stick, a rod marked in 1-inch increments, with movable rubber O-rings for marking on the stick the size of prints and the stride length between them. Don and Tyler, I'll take point, you flank. We'll start where Caesar's afraid to go. Reed and Cap, you follow the flank men. You step where they step and don't disturb anything. Agnes, I know Jimmy's real eager to have Caesar help out at the other location. Want to head up there? The dog handler gave a resigned shrug, put Caesar's leash on him, and led him up the trail toward the cabin. Caesar was more than happy to go. Pete took a moment to focus on Reed. Reed, buddy, you ready? Reed knew he didn't know what he was saying, but he answered, I'm ready. Pete told Cap, you stay close to him. He directed his attention downhill. Joni and Chris, stand by. When we find the trail, we'll need you to cross-track. And you guys with the guns, guard our flanks. Everybody keep quiet. That bear could still be around. Medics, stand by on the radios. Pete led the way up the hill. The flank men took positions just behind him, one on his left and one on his right, forming a triangle with Pete at the point. Reed fell in behind the man on the left, Cap behind the man on the right. The marksman, guns ready, eyes and ears alert, followed wide to the sides. When Pete moved, they all moved as one bow. Pete led the train slowly, eyes scanning back and forth as they all moved into the trees, his tracking stick ready in his hand. Only a few steps in, he used the stick to point out bent grass and crushed twigs where an animal, or a human, had passed through. Had a lot of traffic through here this morning, he said in a quiet, stealthy voice, so the trick is gonna telling the difference between everybody else's sign and the sign we're looking for. Reed and Cap exchanged a look. Yes, they and Singh had spent quite a while thrashing through these trees and thickets, leaving their own disturbances everywhere and possibly obliterating everything Pete needed to find now. Reed didn't know whether to feel sheepish at the blunder or just plain aggravated at life's unfairness. Boot print on the right, said the right flank man, pointing with his own stick. Pete saw it. It's coming your way, Tyler. The flanker to the left inched forward, carefully checking for more prints. Okay. Got it. He pointed out a depression in the pine needles at Pete's 11 o'clock. Pete held his tracking stick between the two tracks, measuring the distance between them, then straightened and asked, "Reed, Cap, either one of you come through here?" Reed and Cap exchanged a look. Cap wagged his head. Reed answered, "One did." "Let me see the bottom of your left boot." Reed grabbed Cap's shoulder to steady himself and stuck up his foot. I think Pete stuttered and measured the boot sole while Tyler pulled out a pencil and a pre-printed diagram of a footprint. Pete dictated, "OK, 3-point waffle tread, section 4, thumbnail pattern on right side, center to lower right corner, section 10, sliver in lower right corner." "It's him," said Don, looking at the track on the right. Tyler drew the wear patterns on the diagram and labeled it Reed Shelton. "I suppose you were in a big hurry last night?" Pete asked. "I was," Reed admitted. "Well, it's you, all right. Thanks." They moved farther into the trees, as far as the dog had gone. They could see his sign as Pete pointed it out: paw prints, a bent pine needle, a toe and claw mark on a rotting log, a trail left by a very hesitant canine who didn't know which way to turn next. This was the spot. Whatever was troubling Caesar had to have left something here. Pete sank carefully to one knee and remained still, as if listening. His eyes began to sweep across the cluttered forest floor as he studied the twigs, the pine cones, the fallen needles, the scattered pebbles, the blades of grass and tiny, broad-leaved weeds. Reed saw his jaw tense. Then Pete pointed with his stick. Tyler replied, "Yeah, you've got it." Reed peered over Tyler's shoulder but couldn't see a thing except the cluttered, busy, infinitely detailed forest floor. Pete removed his hat and went down on his belly, the side of his head to the ground, his open eye next to the ground, the other winked shut. "Yeah." He raised up on his side and carefully pressed his thumb into the soil, leaving a small oval indentation. Then he went in close, his nose only inches from the tiny leaves and grass. "Yeah, maybe half a day old. Could have come through last night, easy." Tyler whispered to Reed, pointing carefully with his tracking stick. "Shine on that leaf right there. And the dip in the needles underneath." Reed looked a long time, but finally he saw it, he thought. "Rear foot?" Don asked. "See, I wanna see another one," Pete answered as he measured the impression with a tape measure. "Got about 5½ inches across. Whew. That makes him one for the record books. Heavy son of a gun too." While Don flagged the impression with a pink ribbon on a popsicle stick, Pete pivoted the tracking stick forward, holding the handle over the impression and swinging the tip in a slow, careful arc. "Come on now, let me see a heel print." Pete, and so the whole group, inched forward. Don pointed with his stick. "Got some snapped branches at 1 o'clock." They all looked and saw the spindly, mostly dead branches on the lower trunk of a pine either bent or snapped in an uphill direction. Bingo," said Pete, selecting some tweezers from his pocket and plucking a long reddish hair from the jagged stump of a limb. The hair gave him pause. He handed it back to Don. "That look like bear to you?" Don held the specimen up to the light. "Well, maybe. Kind of long." Pete asked Reed, "What color is Beck's hair these days?" Reed examined the hair Don held in the tweezers. "Reddish brown." Pete exhaled a half whistle. "Who, Lordy?" Don carefully placed the hair in a Ziploc bag. Pete stood still, probing ahead with narrowed eyes. Finally, he let out a held breath. "Okay," he said, pointing. "We've got another one." The body of trackers inched forward again. This one was more visible, a roundish impression in some humus. To Reed it looked as though someone had knelt there and left a knee print. Pete went on his belly again, eyeing the print carefully, then measuring it. He straightened up, still on one knee. He was troubled, eyeing the area between the two prints. "Where are the front feet?" "We've missed something," Don agreed as he flagged the print. "Well, we'll find 'em," said Pete. He stretched out his tracking stick to measure the distance between the two tracks, but it wouldn't reach. He chuckled. "Either that, or this bear has one heck of a stride." They moved ahead, this time according to the length they'd found between the first two tracks. The third one, nothing more than a scuff on a rotting log, was where it should have been, the same distance from the second as the second was from the first. They had a pattern. Singh crouched in the doorway of the sorrowful old cabin and took one last shot of the destruction inside. She was amazed. In her line of work, she'd photographed and reconstructed crime scenes involving hoodlums and vandals, domestic spats, drug-related murders, and meth lab explosions, but they were nothing like this. For one thing, the beast that made this mess was far, far outside the human category. Certainly, human scum could show this kind of disregard for property, but to snap support posts like and tear whole walls open required an inestimable strength she had never encountered. For another thing, and this still felt a little odd to her, according to the rules out here, this wasn't even a crime scene but made perfect sense. Bear gets hungry, bear finds food, bear does what is necessary to get it. Tearing the windows out of a building, smashing cots and shelves, and splintering a door were shocking, destructive acts to civilized perceptions, but to a bear's way of thinking, no different from clawing the termites out of an old stump. It was frightening and fascinating, and not hard to understand. If it was a bear. "How's it going?" Jimmy, the conservation officer, called from the bridge. He was obviously impatient, and she couldn't blame him. Agnes the dog handler had arrived with Caesar, and Jimmy and the hunters were ready to move, so the only thing holding them up was Singh's directive from Sheriff Mills. She'd photographed Reed and Beck's campsite, their stash, the log bridge, and the lidded area around the cabin. She'd paced off distances and made notes. Everything that was directly knowable she'd recorded on several pages. She'd worked expeditiously, but the process took precious time. Jimmy had somehow managed to defer to the sheriff on this one, but she could feel him breathing down her neck with each passing minute. With great relief she called back, "I'm through," and stowed her camera and notebook in her backpack. Jimmy immediately turned his attention to Agnes. "All right. Let's get a scent and track that baby." The hunting party, with Sniffing Caesar in the lead, nearly stampeded off the bridge and down the trail. They jostled past Singh as if she were an obstacle. She hurried up the trail, relieved with every step that put distance between them. The other team members were now covering the surrounding area in widening quadrants. She could hear them calling to each other, maintaining voice contact as they worked their way among the trees like fleas in a hairbrush. At certain moments she spotted some of them, but she hadn't caught sight of Sheriff Mills to fill him in on Singh. "Up here." "Ah." He was waving to her from the hillside above the trail. She selected a route up the embankment with sufficient footholds and branches to grab, and worked her way to him. At the top, Mills and Deputy Saunders were waiting for her. They were examining the campsite, two sleeping bags on a ground cloth, cloistered in a tight pocket among some trees. It wasn't an instant find, as Reed had warned, it was hard to see from the trail. "Find anything unusual down there?" Mills asked her. "Besides everything?" She looked down into the drawer where Jimmy and his hunting party lurked near the cabin, waiting for Caesar to show them the way. That bear was very hungry, or very angry at being so hungry, or well, let's just say he was highly motivated. But no sign of Randy. She hated to tell him, "No sir." Mills's expression was troubled as he scanned the forest in wide arcs, his eyes landing on the searchers below. "We need to find a body, Singh." The deputy suggested, "Why don't we get Reed over here so he can show us where he saw it?" He won't leave the search for Beck, Singh cautioned. Mills gazed at the rough map Reed had drawn. We've located the campsite and the stash of food containers between the two trees, but this tree right here, the big cedar tree where the body is supposed to be, well, maybe it's the right tree, maybe it isn't, but there's no body. Then Jimmy cursed so loudly it startled them. Agnes started hollering, "Caesar! Caesar, come, boy! Come, Caesar!" Of course they had to watch. From up here the view was quite. Caesar was trying to run up the trail away from the cabin, and Agnes was hot on his heels, leash in hand. The dog stopped at her command, shied away again, answered her command again, then fidgeted, obviously wanting nothing but to get out of there. When Agnes finally snapped the leash onto his collar, he tugged at it, jerking in little circles, trembling and dribbling urine. "What's his problem?" Jimmy demanded, rifle in hand but with nothing to shoot. "I said, what's his problem?" "I don't know," the handler shouted back. "I'm about to retire him. He's just never acted this way." Her legs were getting snarled in the leash. "Well, does he track bears or doesn't he?" Jimmy asked. "He tracks bears. Black bears, grizzly bears, any kind of bears." "Well, he's not doing us much good now, is he?" Jimmy turned toward the marksman behind him. "Matt, did you say?" The marksman was not the kind to be intimidated. "I said, maybe this ain't a bear." Now Jimmy was simmering at a temperature even Singh could feel from the hill. He pointed his finger at the man. "Excuse me, Jansen. If you're going to be on this team, you're going to handle yourself and your mouth with professionalism, you got that?" Now Jimmy addressed all three people in a voice suitable for 100, "This is a rogue bear we're after. It's serious business. We're going to keep our minds clear and straight ahead so we get the job done without anyone getting hurt, is that understood?" Jansen nodded, the other hunter said yes, and Agnes just petted Caesar. Jimmy leaned in on her. "Agnes, we need a dog that'll track this bear, and if your dog can't do that, we need another dog. Are we clear on that?" "Clear enough." Agnes steamed a moment, then led Caesar back up the trail toward Abney. "Come on, boy. We don't need any more of this." Caesar led her, only too eager to go. Jimmy watched her go, then stomped around a bit, then conferred with his hunters, saying something about bait and bear stands. The show was over. Sheriff Mills turned back to Singh and Deputy Saunders. "We'll give the searchers a few more minutes, and then we'll have to get Reed and Pete over here." Singh thought it wise to remind him, "Sheriff, every other aspect of Reed's account holds up." Sheriff Mills regarded the cabin below. "So you don't think one man could do that kind of damage to the cabin?" She almost laughed. "Not even remotely. And if you'll remember, Reed's camera recorded pictures of the demolished cabin before it recorded pictures of Beck, alive and well." Mills nodded but asked, "I don't suppose you've spotted any bear prints anywhere?" She felt the strange sensation of thin ice under her feet, and maybe Reed's. "Well, it is loose ground around here, lots of rock, lots of humus and pine needles that don't register a print, at least to someone who isn't a tracker." "We'll see what Pete says." "Sure. We'll see what Pete says. But, sir..." She felt nervous. Reed never said anything about a bear. He provided no bear scenario. If there was foul play, if he had planned this, Mills held up his hand. "You don't have to sell me." "I'm glad to hear it, sir." Mills only responded, "But we'd better pray they find Beck." Pete's team was picking up some speed now that they knew what to look for. They'd worked their way up the hill another 100 feet while two trackers, accompanied by the marksman named Thorne, started crisscrossing their path a shouting distance ahead of them, hoping to encounter signs farther up. For Reed, it was all too tedious. Beck could die in the dirt somewhere long before they would ever find her. Cap must have sensed his mood, because he kept whispering, "Easy, now, we are moving okay, we'll find her. Got to do it right. Vmat d this thing do, have its claws cut." Pete muttered. Then came a shout from one of the trackers far up the hill. "We've got something." Pete told Reed and Cap, "Better stay here." He and his men went on ahead. Time stretched into an eternity, but Reed had no hurry left in him. He could only stand there and take frightened, furtive glances as Pete and his men disappeared into the forest. For a long time, such a long time, Reed heard them pushing through the limbs and brush as they spoke in hushed, clipped phrases and moved in a wide arc. When they finally came into sight again, they were far away, their outlines broken by a jittery web of branches and limbs. He could just barely see them approaching the other team and whatever the object was. Pete circled the object, then called out, "Come on up, Reed." Reed drew a deep breath and wiped his eyes clear. "Come on," said Cap, touching his arm. They pressed through the pines and firs, approximating the path the others had taken. When they finally emerged from the insistent, aggravating, view-blocking fingers of the forest, Reed could see the others gathered in a wide circle in front of a huge fallen log, the two marksmen warily standing guard. In the center of the circle was a blue backpack, not set there but dropped. It was dirty and the frame was bent, as if it had fallen over a waterfall. Every eye focused on Reed, waiting for the verdict. 5 Reed's voice quavered though he tried to control it. "It's hers." She picked out the color. "Don't touch it," said Pete, looking around the area and at his two flankers, visibly bothered about something. He asked Reed, "Do you know if there's any food in there?" "We packed some granola bars, and she may have had some of her lunch left over." Pete went down on all fours for a closer look, studying the pack on all sides. "If I were a camp raiding kind of bear, I'd be interested in that. This one wasn't. This pack doesn't have a mark on it." Then he pulled out his tweezers again and probed at one of the flaps. "Got some more of that hair here, tangled up in the Velcro. Tyler? Let's get those medics up here with one of those. You know, those bags. We need to bag the whole thing up." Body bags, Reed thought. Pete wasn't very clever at talking in code. Tyler got on his radio. "May I see the hairs?" Cap asked, leaning over the pack. Pete pointed them out and Cap looked at them closely. He even sniffed them, then sniffed the pack. "Any thoughts?" Reed asked. Cap backed away as if caught in an illegal act. "Oh no thoughts. Just cuteness. Got a pretty good toe print here," Don reported from near the log. "We're on him now," said Pete, showing a hint of excitement despite himself. Cap went to have a look, hands clasped behind his back, unobtrusive. "Check that log," Pete told his guys. "See if he went over it." Then he sniffed the pack himself and made a face. "Reed? Come smell this." Reed approached carefully, dropping to his knees, then all fours, crouching down to get his nose close enough to the blue fabric. It was a defining moment he hadn't expected, a reassuring horror, a dreadful relief, an encouraging fear. He knew this odor. For him, it was the stench of Beck's abduction, the reek of the creature that had chased them and taken her. It had filled the air the previous night and become a suppressed and forgotten ingredient in what he'd taken for madness, a crazed illusion he'd come to doubt. But that was then. Now, among friends and objective observers in broad daylight, it was real, horribly, reassuringly real. "This is what we smelled last night." The smell was everywhere. No wonder Caesar had a problem, Pete mused. The flank men had reached the other side of the log and were checking the ground. "Got a heel print over here, deep compression," Don reported. Tyler checked the top of the log, his head low, eyeing the aged, crumbling grain. "Vmat, do you see, Tyler?" Pete urged. Tyler looked at the heel print again, then at the top of the log again. Looks like he jumped over. That brought Pete to his feet. Over that? Doggone, Tyler, I don't need any more surprises. Tyler explained, we've got a deep push-off in that toe print and a deep compression on the heel over here, and nothing on top of the log. Pete examined the toe print, then checked the top of the log with his light. Don, I want you to tell me you've got some claw marks. Don knelt and studied the print from several directions. Can't say I do. No claw marks, Pete muttered, obviously fed up. That thing jumped, Tyler repeated. Pete looked back. And that's when Beck lost her backpack. We're missing something, Don objected. A bear would have torn some pretty good claw marks in this log going over, especially if it was carrying somebody. What are you talking about, carried? Tyler said. A bear doesn't carry a body, it drags it in its teeth. Reed gave up trying to contain himself. It didn't drag her. It carried her. I saw it lift her off the ground. They all stared at him, so he threw back a challenge. Have you found any sign that says different? The trackers looked at each other, waiting for one of them to answer. We're missing something, Don said again. No, we aren't, said Pete, and Tyler agreed with a wag of his head. Nobody got dragged. The sign says what it says. And what is that? Reed demanded. No answer. Tell me, he shouted. Pete was thinking when his radio squawked, Pete, this is Mills. This is Pete. Go ahead. We can't find a body up here. Pete made a curious face. Say again. Mills came back, speaking with forced clarity. We cannot find a body. Do you copy? Pete looked at Reed, but Reed was dumbstruck. We copy that you cannot find a body. We need you and Reed to come and help us out for a few minutes. First one blow, then another. Reed shook his head. Pete spoke into his radio, we've found Beck's backpack. We could be close. There was a pause, apparently while Mills thought it over, and then Mills replied, Pete, hand off to your flank men, let Reed stay there, but give him a radio so we can talk to him, and you come up. Pete checked visually with Don and Tyler. They were ready to take over. He reassured Reed, you can trust these guys. I'd rather you were here, Reed protested. Pete sighed and spoke into his radio again. Can it wait? Mills came back immediately, no, it can't. Beck's head throbbed, her ankle shrieked, everything in between hurt, and it was getting hard to breathe with those huge arms squeezing her. She'd been hanging on to fistfuls of fur, ducking her head as branches swept close, and praying for an end to this for what seemed hours. The big female had climbed, galloped, strode, reversed course, run, reversed again, and run some more, penetrating miles of forestland and covering vast stretches of mountain slope to the point where Beck hadn't the foggiest clue where on the planet they were. Everything, trees, gullies, ridges, boulders, looked the same. She couldn't even be sure she was still in Idaho. But the creature was hurting too. She hobbled and wheezed, swaying unsteadily as she walked. Beck had the uneasy feeling she was sitting high in a tree that was about to fall over. She was right. With her last feeble steps, the big female pushed into a scrubby clump of trees, spun a few dizzying turns, then collapsed like a condemned building imploding, her legs giving way beneath her, her nostrils huffing clouds of steam. She bumped on her behind, teetered there a moment, and then, with a long, breathy groan, slumped onto her side. Her arms wilted like dying plants and Beck rolled onto the moss and uneven rock. Her clothes were dampened with the creature's sweat, and she ached in every muscle, wincing from the pain in her ankle, and amazed she was still alive. Her hair-covered captor sounded like a locomotive leaving a station, chugging and laboring for every breath, holding her side. Her eyes were watery, filled with pain and unmistakable fear. Beck stared, unable to make sense of it. The beast is afraid? What could a beast of such power and size be afraid of? The female looked back at her, never breaking her gaze, until her expansive rib cage began to settle into a quieter, more restful rhythm and her eyes softened from fear to a kind of resignation. With a deep sigh and a swallow, she pushed herself into a sitting position and began peering through the trees like a soldier in a bunker, scanning the expansive landscape below, the deep amber eyes searching, searching, searching. Beck sat up as well and followed the creature's gaze. The view was spectacular from here. Below them stretched a vast valley under a thin veil of blue haze, and beyond that, so clear it seemed one could touch them, a range of granite peaks took a jagged bite out of the sky. It even sounded vast up here, dead quiet except for the all-surrounding whisper of air moving through the trees and the trickle of a stream nearby. If Beck wasn't so miserable, fearful for her life, and occupied with trying to think of the right thing to do, she could be enjoying this. The right thing to do? She wanted to cry. The right thing would have been to stay home where she had a warm bed, a latte machine, fuzzy slippers, and a nice shower with brass handles. This was unthinkable. The shadows were long now, the mossy rubble outside their hiding place almost entirely in shade. Not comforting. She'd learned the hard way what to expect in this weird, wild world at night, and she did not relish facing that alone and lost. She looked at her smelly, unknowable, unpredictable host, who was still looking out over the valley as if expecting an enemy. What were her plans? Had she captured Beck for a meal? Beck remembered something she learned at a zoo once, something about gorillas being vegetarians. This creature seemed to like berries. But so did bears. Keep thinking, Beck, keep thinking. Okay. Vs. What was it going to take to survive? Shelter. Water. Food. In that order. She considered shelter. If she could move, if she had some tools, if there was anything with which to build a shelter. Well, what about the next one? She hadn't had any water since last night, and that stream was calling to her. She craned her neck but couldn't see where. Vivuo. Hands wrapped around her like a big sling, and she was in the air again. No freight train speed this time, though. As the creature ambled with smooth, bent-kneed strides through the trees, over rocks, and down a shallow draw, Beck felt a sensation much like floating over the ground on a ski lift. They found the stream, sparkling and splashing over broken rocks and forming pools from which to dip water. The big female set her down on a large, flat stone and then squatted next to her, dipping up bucket-sized helpings in her hands, slurping them down. Beck watched, wondering if it was safe to move, to take a drink herself. She leaned over the water, then checked with a sideways glance. The creature didn't seem to mind, it may have been expecting it. Beck prayed silently, "Oh Lord, don't let me get beaver fever, whatever that is," and then started dipping and drinking. After only a few gulps, she heard a familiar whistle and froze to listen. Her furry captor heard it too and became alert, cocking her head one way, then another. Even the whistle came again. She pressed her lips against her teeth and returned a whistle of her own. Its piercing sound made Beck flinch. The whistle answered, closer this time, and now Beck heard rustling and saw movement in the brush on the other side of the draw. She backed away from the stream on one knee and two hands, looking about for a hiding place. The beast reached with her inescapably long arm and pulled Beck in, half dragging her, pressing her close against her furry, sweaty side. Beck felt like a trophy, a prize, a fresh kill about to be shared. Playing dead occurred to her, but the beast's big arm wouldn't let her fall down. Across the stream, from somewhere in the trees and thick brush, a low whistle sounded, and then a pig grunt. The beast whistled back and gave a soft pig grunt of her own. There was an interval, a strange moment when nothing happened, no sound, no stirrings, no whistles or calls. Beck searched the bushes, but all she could see across the creek was a sea of leaves, motionless except for an occasional flickering in the breeze. She had the distinct feeling she wasn't just being watched, she was being studied. Then, so slowly, so silently that it almost escaped notice, a grey, hairy dome rose like a dark moon out of the brush. Beck looked directly at it and it vanished as if it was never there. The big female whistled again and then made that strange guttural noise with the loud tongue clicking. Tock! Tock! The grey dome rose again, and this time, two steely, amber eyes glared at Beck, narrow with suspicion. Beck could only hang there motionless, expressionless, without the first thought of what she could do. With its eyes darting from Beck to the big female and back, the second creature moved forward, only the head and shoulders visible above the brush, until it emerged, stooped over, stealing, sneaking, edging closer. Beck looked it in the eye again. It leaped back several paces, almost vanishing in the brush, hissing through clenched teeth. Don't look it in the eye, Beck thought to herself. It doesn't like that. She looked down at the water instead and watched the beast's rippling reflection as it relaxed enough to approach again. It came closer, one furtive step at a time, until it reached the other edge of the stream, and then stood there, still making a nervous, hissing noise with every breath. Beck ventured a look at the feet. All 5 toes were up front, in a row, but the bone structure was somehow different from human. The feet had a funny way of flexing in the middle, conforming to the stream bed, curving over the rocks. Beck let her eyes move up a little more. The creature was standing nearly upright now, almost 7 feet tall by Beck's estimate. It was another female, a mass of muscle covered in dark grey fur and a little thinner than the first one, although at the moment its fur stood out and bristled, making it appear larger and anything but friendly. It uttered some pig grunts that could have been an inquiry. Beck's female gave some pig grunts that could have been an answer, then extended an open hand. The other female ignored it, eyeing Beck with vicious suspicion. There was another stirring in the brush, and a third creature appeared. It was steely grey in colour and, judging from its size, a youngster. It sidled up to the big grey, gripped her leg, and joined her in staring at Beck. This one appeared to be a male. Beck stole one quick little glance at its eyes. He was unflinching. He stood at least 5 feet tall. The face was pale, like a baby chimp's, and the hair on its head stuck out in wild directions. If she'd seen this thing in a zoo from a safe distance with bars between them, she probably would have thought it was cute. She ventured one more look in its eyes. Roar! The little beast exploded like a bomb going off, leaping into the stream, sending up a spray of water that doused her. Terrified, Beck squirmed, kicked, and tried to get free while the juvenile roared from the middle of the stream, arms flexing, fists clenched, fur on end, teeth bared in a vicious display. Then his mother got into it, roaring and putting on a horrific show of anger. The big red female pulled Beck in close and turned her back to the onslaught. Beck was glad for the shield, but the female was cowering, and Beck could feel her tremble. With just one eye peering through red fur, Beck saw the other female standing her ground on the opposite bank, teeth bared and growling, while the youngster, by his mother, splashed across the stream, grabbed up pine cones, and threw them. The hurled cones bounced off the big female. Beck leaned out a little too far and one glanced off her shoulder. It smarted. Another pine cone whizzed by her ear and she ducked. The big grey stepped into the stream. In only a few long strides, she loomed over them, eyes burning with anger particularly at Beck. Shaking with terror, Beck buried herself against the red female's chest. The female toppled forward. No! Beck cried. Suddenly Beck was buried under an avalanche of muscle, fat, and fur, nearly smothering in the coarse hair, her back pinned against the rocks, in total darkness. On top of her, the mountain trembled and quaked, the heart pounding like a huge drum. Beck couldn't breathe. She couldn't move either. She cried out to God. Things got quiet. The mountain lifted slightly and daylight trickled in through the hair, along with breathable air. A pine cone bounced on the ground just outside, but it landed lightly, so it had to have been tossed, not hurled. Beck heard feet sloshing back across the stream as the mountain sat up. She dared to peek. The youngster and his mother were returning across the stream. He clung to a fistful of fur on her side, and she stroked his head. He looked back over his shoulder as they left, bared his teeth, and huffed at Beck and her keeper. With one parting, spiteful grunt, mother and son hurried into the brush, then barked one more loud insult before they vanished from sight. So there were 3 of them. Reed sat on the bed in room 105, Beck's bent and soiled backpack in front of him. Carefully, solemnly, he removed the contents, handing each article to Cap. As Cap arranged everything on the floor, Sing listed each in her notebook: dry changes of clothes, an extra pair of long underwear, rain gear, matches, dehydrated snacks, a first aid kit, a tool kit, a compact tube tent, a compass, a Swiss Army knife. Reed wept when he found 2 rolls of toilet paper and a small pouch containing makeup, but he kept going. He couldn't allow his emotions to keep him from this task. Next came a thermal blanket, some containers of food, and, Reed paused to look at it, a crumpled, bent book, Wilderness Survival, by Randy Thompson. Several pages were marked and paragraphs highlighted. She read it, he marveled. She actually read all this stuff. With so much precious time lost and Beck not found, Reed felt as if he were in a torturous limbo between faith that they would find her and cold reason that insisted she couldn't be alive. He dared not voice such things, for he wasn't ready to face them, not yet. "I'm proud of her," he said, withered by emotion. "I'm really proud that she tried. You know, she never finished a painting. She did finish one novel, but she was afraid to send it to any publishers. She was afraid of what they'd think. It was a great book." Sing affirmed. "And listen, Reed, for the record, the survival vacation was a great idea. Sure, Beck needed it, but I think we all could have gotten something out of it." "You did the right thing," Cap agreed. Reed gazed down at the pack. It was empty now. Cap took it off his hands and he sat quietly, trying to fathom the day's disappointments. The 2 teams had returned for the night, some to stay at the tall pine, some to catch a few winks at home. What little hope there was fading. Reed wondered if they would all return the next morning. "They don't believe me, do they?" "It's tough to get a read on some of them," said Cap. "I think Pete and the trackers are with you, but as for the others, there's some talk starting up." Sing tried to reassure him. "You have to expect that, Reed. You know this business. It's all you can do to keep faith in people. I saw Randy's body. Beck saw it. We both saw it." Sing put out a hand to halt any more of that. "Reed, let's move on. Something happened to it." "What? That's the question now." "Pete did find the tree, right?" Sing answered, "As near as we could tell from your map and directions. He thinks he found your and Beck's footprints around it, and that bush you say she fell into. That all lined up. But no body. No body. Anywhere. But no bear tracks either, right?" "There may have been tracks, but not bear tracks. Pete wouldn't say one way or another." "That's because this isn't a bear and he knows it." Cap objected. "He doesn't know it. He found more of the same prints he found above the waterfall, am I right?" Sing tossed up a hand. "He found some prints. Some of them could have been Randy's, and some of them were just, I'll tell you what I think Pete does have some doubts about the bear theory, but he's waiting before he says anything. Nobody knows what the real story is here, said Cap. So what were you sniffing the pack for? Reed said. What? You were sniffing the backpack. You were looking at the hairs. What were you thinking? Reed, I wasn't thinking anything. Reed and Singh locked eyes with him. Well, nothing serious. Singh leaned toward her husband, emphatic. We need to identify those hairs, Cap. Cap looked cornered. Why, look at me. You have friends at the university who can do it. They are not my friends, of them are. They might be. They locked eyes with him again. Well, okay, Singh reached into her backpack and pulled out a plastic Ziploc bag, sealed with red evidence tape. The hairs were in it. She tossed it to her husband. He tossed it back. I am not going back there. I can't. He felt their gaze again. All right, give me more reason and I'll think about it. It took a long moment of stillness before the big red female relaxed her grip and Beck could move a little. Beck allowed herself a small bit of relief, a calming breath or two, but her heart was racing and the trembling wouldn't go away. A hand with the texture of a baseball glove wrapped around her face and forced her to look directly into the creature's face, mere inches away. Beck couldn't even scream, her silent throat betraying her yet again with long, slimy strokes. A big pink tongue began mopping the berry stains and blood from Beck's face. She raised her hand to push the big mouth away but then realized, lick, that this disgusting, smelly, slimy act could be, an act of kindness, lick, and she'd better not mess with it. The creature licked her some more, then inspected her face like a mother inspecting her child. Satisfied, she set Beck down and went to the stream for another drink. Nauseous, Beck wasted no time crawling and hobbling to the stream, where she flopped on her belly and splashed water on her face. She could feel the slime on her skin, in her hair, on her neck, even in her ears. She kept splashing, frantically washing, longing for some soap and cleansing moisturizer, that wonderful, good-smelling stuff that came out of the quaint, decorative pump bottle by her sink in her nice, warm, clean house. A string of slime hung from her fingers as she brought them up out of the water. Even she stopped to stare at it, she heard an explosive spitting noise upstream. The big female was drinking, then spitting huge, stringy mouthfuls of water. Apparently she wasn't too pleased with how Beck's face tasted. Beck stopped, too insulted to continue washing. How could that disgusting monster find Beck disgusting? The lady finished drinking, rolled back onto her haunches, and gave Beck a relentless, studious look, a gaze so unbroken it put Beck's nerves on edge. A cold wind whipped across the mountainside, swaying the trees and leaching heat from Beck's body. The sun had dipped behind the mountain and a worrisome chill was moving in. So what to do? Was there anywhere she could curl out of the wind? What if the other two creatures came back? She eyed the big red female and tried to weigh disgust against wisdom. It seemed the big gal was intent on protecting her, something Beck couldn't figure out but had to consider. With night coming on, she might do well to reconsider that big, warm body. She immediately looked elsewhere. There had to another way. The beast grabbed her again. No! Beck screeched. She pulled Beck close. The smell was enough to make Beck gag, the fur was oily and sweaty, and there was still that frightful streak of blood. But the body was warm. The beast's big hands held her close, cuddling her. The coarse fur poked her in the eye and tickled her nose. The blood was turning sour, it gave off a smell like a dead mouse. But Beck was warm. The cold wind would not reach her tonight. She pushed the creature's hair out of her eyes, then tried to relax and, of all things, accept the situation, if she could only breathe. Reed was right about one thing: the rules were different out here. How different? How would she learn them other than one mistake at a time, and what if a mistake turned out to fatal? She wished Reed were here to help her. A cold breeze interrupted her thoughts and reminded her that there were more immediate things to worry about, like staying alive right now. Cringing, she pressed in close to the odorous, furry body and drew in the warmth. The beast cradled her with a big arm. More warmth. Not far south of Abney, in a small meadow L1T 10 miles back on a logging road, Ted and Melanie Brooks, a couple in their 20s, were roughing it cooking up a meal over the open fire in front of their two-person tent. Several beer bottles lay empty in the grass, and they were working on two more. A boombox kept them company, preventing any unwanted quiet with the steady pulsing of bass and drums and the angry wailings of a lead guitar. Ted was frying up the hamburgers. In the light of a camp lantern, Melanie was chopping up some bananas, apples, and melons for a fruit salad. Nearby was their camp cooler, the lid open, full of drinks, fresh eggs, and raw bacon for the morning's breakfast. They'd eaten lunch in the early afternoon and burned their paper plates, but the leftover McDonald's French fries and half of a Caesar salad still remained, resting on a stump, waiting to be part of tonight's meal. "Hey, babe," Ted said, turning his face away from the heat of the fire. "You want to take a hike later? Nothing like a walk in the dark in the woods." "I'm up to it if you are," Melanie teased back, her perfect smile lighting her face. It felt good to get away from the big city grind. Ted sang along with the CD now playing, a Hendrix tune he'd sung along with from his youth. As he flipped the patties in an iron frying pan. "Almost done," he announced, excessively happy. He reached for another beer. "Salad's about ready," Melanie answered, cutting crookedly as the beer metabolized. A reflection appeared in the trees at the edge of the meadow. It glimmered, moved, then winked out. Ted thought he saw it. What was that? Melanie looked up. What was what? Ted took the iron pan off the fire and set it on a nearby stump where the grease and burgers continued to steam and sizzle. Then he stood away from the fire, watching the darkness. "I thought I saw something." Melanie stood very still, though a little unsteady. "I think I heard something." Ted hurried over and shut off the boom box. The sudden quiet was jarring, eerie. Except for the crackle of the fire and the steady breath of the camp lantern, there wasn't a sound. Then there was. Snap. Crunch. Melanie grabbed Ted's arm, hard. They both peered into the darkness beyond the reach of the lantern, frightened by the shadows, even their owner rustling and another twig breaking. "Something's out there," Ted whispered. "Did we bring a gun?" Melanie whispered in fear. "No, no gun," Ted answered, eyes fixed on the darkness, the dimly lit trees. Something was still moving out there. He heard the thumping of feet on a log. "Hello? Hey," he shouted. "Don't yell." It might. The scream sent a shock through their nerves, jolting their muscles, turning their stomachs, quaking their hands. It's there's a woman out there," Ted blurted, his voice high and trembling. The mournful wail was still going, rising, falling, rising again. "Mo, is it?" Melanie asked no one in particular. "Hello? Are you all right?" Ted yelled into the dark, then rebuked himself. "That's a dumb question." He stepped forward. "Vmir, are you going?" Melanie said. "I'm going to see who it is." "Don't go out there." Ted walked cautiously, shakily, toward the sound, just now falling away. "Hello? You hurt?" He ventured beyond the reach of the light. His form was dim, broken into segments by the shadows. He stumbled on some fallen branches. "He didn't, Ted. Come back here. I'm scared." He turned to look back, his face illumined like a lone planet in the dark of space. "Can you see anything?" he said. She could see only his face and his right shoulder. Just beyond his right shoulder, two silvery green retinas turned into the light. Melanie screamed the scream of her life, backing away, hands to her face. Ted spun around just in time to take a blow to his head that nearly snapped his neck. He tumbled like a rag doll out of sight. Branches snapped and Melanie heard hissing through the leaves. Ted! Something big was moving out there. It screamed like a woman being stabbed. Melanie found a rock and threw it into the blackness. It glanced off a tree. "Melanie!" Ted's voice was muffled as if he was yelling into the ground. The shadow moved that direction. "Ted, run! Run!" She heard him screaming, thrashing in the brush, moving right, falling again, screamed again. The woman screamed just above him. Melanie grabbed the hot frying pan with a pot holder and bolted crazily into the dark, her own shadow a black demon dancing on the trees before her. She caught a glimpse of Ted. High-stepping, grappling, pushing through the woods on her right, trying to make it to some light. "Melanie, it's behind you." She spun, swinging the frying pan like a baseball bat. The pan tilted vertically and contacted a black, furry mass with a dull bong and the hiss of hot grease. The thing screamed and spun away. Melanie dropped the pan and ran toward the light. Ted was ahead of her now, his body a silhouette against the camp lantern, his shadow a man-shaped tunnel through the campfire smoke. She ran down the tunnel, stumbling on the uneven ground. The thing was behind her, screaming in pain and rage. Ted had reached the car. "Come on, Melanie, come on." She got there as he started up the engine. She dove inside, slammed the door, then groped, slapped for the lock button until she found it and pounded it down. Ted hit the gas and the car lurched forward. The thing leaped through the headlights, its coarse, black flank absorbing the light, then glanced off the right fender. For an instant, Melanie saw a face in her window, crazed, glowing eyes, a gaping mouth, glistening fangs. They roared down the logging road so fast that debris from the potholes and ruts hit them like flak. Melanie twisted and looked through the rear window. The light of the camp lantern was quickly receding, and against that circle of light, in a backlit haze of campfire smoke, a monstrous, hulking shadow was ravaging their camp. Arlen Peake stabbed two remaining slabs of beef brisket, lifted them off the open pit grill, and dropped them onto a platter. "Okay, when they cool down, stick 'em in the freezer." His wife, his daughter, and his two granddaughters were cleaning up dishes and tables after the barbecue buffet, the Tall Pines' contribution to the search effort. Most of the search crew had stuck around for the free meal, but it wasn't a festive occasion. The meal passed quickly, and now the courtyard and tables were empty under the FLCK lights, the haze from the barbecue thinning with the evening breeze. Reed poked his head out of room 105 and surveyed the courtyard and parking lot. Not too many folks still up and around. Most of the search crew had either gone home or were settling in for the night in the RVs neatly parked at the hookups across the parking lot. Satisfied, he stepped out, an empty plate and silverware in his hand. He'd eaten because he knew he had to, but he'd eaten in solitude. With a little luck, he could return his plate and utensils and maybe get some air without seeing anyone. "I'm acting just like Beck," he thought, wagging his head at the irony. This had to be how she felt most of the time, awkward, stared at, discredited for no good reason. No wonder she avoided people, as he was doing right now. He'd often been asked, "How in the world did you ever get to know each other?" It wasn't easy. They first crossed paths in St. Marys, Idaho, when he was a well-established high school senior and she was the new girl in school. He'd seen her at school but actually met her in church, which, he'd often reflected, was a good place to meet a girl. She was a shy, awkward, introverted newcomer to the youth group, devastated the first time the youth pastor called on her to read a scripture aloud, terrified of conversation, and slow to make friends. Nevertheless, he'd already eliminated most of the other girls from his field of interest, and though he could never explain it, he found her fascinating. Their first date was a movie. They just watched the movie and didn't have to talk. Then, after he promised that talking wouldn't be required, she took a pleasant afternoon walk with him along the St. Joe River. After that, he took her bicycling, which they enjoyed in silence. When he took her out to dinner, she pointed at what she wanted on the menu and he ordered for them both. The silence between them took getting used to, and he often caught himself babbling to fill the dead space. Nevertheless, it was in those quiet times that she could be amazingly articulate with her eyes and playful, even teasing, with the corners of her mouth. Without a word, she had him hck, ked. It was the evening they played Scrabble with her folks that he first heard her put an articulate sentence together, word after word, and he was astounded. When she was at home, in a safe and familiar world, her speech impediment nearly vanished. She won the game that night, and after that she started talking, in halting phrases at first, and later in fluid sentences, but only to him. It was like striking oil, a real gusher of information, her soul in words. But she could only speak if she was comfortable, and that became the ongoing problem. At their wedding, her maid of honor repeated her vows for her and she nodded in agreement. His friends at the Sheriff's Academy never saw his wife, not even at graduation. She met Singh Capella only because Singh went out of her way to meet her, prepared with things to do and share without a word being spoken. The two were chattering with each other within a week, but talking with Cap took longer. So Cap and Singh became their closest friends, but Beck still had few friends, and that was troubling. Cap, Singh, and Reed had often had their little talks in Beck's absence about what they could or should do to help her. If only Beck could get a little confidence, they'd said. If we could just help her come out of her shell and face life head-on, just a little. Reed stacked his plate with the others in the kitchen, passed through and dropped his silverware into the big can of soapy water. Arlen's granddaughter looked at him, smiled a bit, and kept on stacking the dishes in the dishwasher. He passed 2 search volunteers on his way to the parking lot, but they didn't bother him, they didn't even look him in the eye. Cap and Singh had already said their goodnights. Sheriff Mills had left to catch up on loose ends at the department. Pete Henderson had gone home to crash, planning to start fresh at first light. And Jimmy Clark was. Well, Reed didn't much care where Jimmy was so long as he was elsewhere, at least for the night. All Reed wanted right now was a little space, a little air, a little time to think, or not think, which would be even better. A walk around the town might feel he heard voices from the other side of the RVs, over in the picnic area. But did you see that cabin? One guy couldn't have done that. One guy with a good-sized hammer. Oh, get real. Reed turned and drew closer, not sneaking, but not making his presence known either. From the shadows among the trees, he recognized 2 search and rescue volunteers sitting at a table, conversing with another man who leaned against a tree. The 2 at the table had worked with Team 1 at the cabin that day. The guy standing, with hair in a ponytail and so blonde it was nearly white, was a newcomer Reed hadn't seen before. We done search and rescue after a bear attack before, up in Glacier, said the newcomer, and let me tell you 2 things. Number 1, the victim isn't drugged very far, so it doesn't take that long to find him, and number 2, the victim's dead. He isn't wandering off. That's how it's gonna turn out, said the bald guy. That's how it should have turned out, but it didn't. We're still here. Well, Jimmy's setting out bait tomorrow. We'll bag the bear, and that'll be the end of it. Hey, wait a minute, said the younger man in the mariner's cap. What if Thompson and Shelton's wife staged the whole thing so they could run off together? You've seen way much TV, said the bald one. They were laughing. The newcomer wasn't laughing when he said, "What if Shelton turns up with another woman?" Reed's hands balled into fists. The other two quit laughing. "You serious?" the bald guy asked. "VF me not." The newcomer took a drag on a cigarette, the orange tip glowing in the dark. "Like that cop in Spokane who shot his wife and blamed some black guy that didn't exist. These things happen. But what about the cabin? You think Shelton tore it all up? Mad if a bear wrecked the cabin and Shelton saw an opportunity? Took out his wife and Randy Thompson because Thompson could have been a witness." The two were silent as they thought about it. "I guess Shelton's wife was a little strange, kind of a retard," said the bald one. "Yeah," the young one agreed. "If he's got another babe somewhere." "So what did he do with the bodies?" "Put 'em where we'll never find 'em," said the newcomer. He took another drag and the smoke puffed out with his words. "That way nobody will find out how they really died." "You're sick, you know that," the bald one replied. "Think what you want. My money's on Shelton." Reed wanted to meet this guy, introduce himself, share a few words of understanding, and put him on the ground. Maybe he could even acquaint the man with the natural taste and crispy texture of pine cones stuffed in that big mouth. He took a step forward. "Reed." It was Cap, hollering from the inn. "Reed. Gok K1 old Cap." Reed hurried back across the parking lot with eyes and thoughts forward. Cap was on the porch in t-shirt and jeans. His boots were still untied. "Reed, there's been another attack." Shock. Relief. Horror. "I told you so." "Where?" Reed breathed. Singh burst out the front door in blouse and jeans, barefoot, her hair unbraided and billowing down her back, a handheld radio close to her ear. "Two campers were attacked an hour and a half ago, 6 miles up Service Road 19, north of Kamaya." "Kamaya? That's, what, about 10 miles southeast of here?" Reed said. 10 miles southeast, Singh confirmed, then 6 miles north up that service road. It'd be within 4 to 6 miles of the first attack. Cap finished tying his boots. "That thing's moving. Does Sheriff Mills know?" "He and Jimmy are on their way now," Singh answered. "Mad about Pete?" Singh traded her radio for her cell phone. "I'm going to rouse him out of bed." Reed spun around, counting vehicles and RVs, trying to guess the number of available bodies still around. "We can't give up the search here." "We won't." Cap was insistent, excited. "We've got to see this. It could explain everything." Reed looked directly, boldly, at the three men having their little whodunit discussion around the picnic table. "It sure could." Flash. Singh, in worn coat and cap, photographed the empty frying pan lying face down where the woods bordered the meadow. Cap was her light man. He held a strong floodlight so Singh could see what she was doing. It was close to midnight. Ground fog and campfire smoke hung along the ground and shrouded the trees in a ghostly haze. Jimmy was shining his flashlight around the devastated campsite and counting the empty beer bottles scattered in the grass. From the breath and demeanor of the two campers huddled by the revived fire, there was no question in his mind where all the suds had gone. "Guess you've had a few beers, huh?" Jimmy said. Apparently, Ted became obstinate and easily offended when drunk. "So what? We weren't driving. You drove out of here, didn't you?" Melanie, when drunk, became gushy and emotional. "Wouldn't you want to get away if some big monster was coming after you?" "Well, wouldn't you?" Flash. Singh captured the beer bottles, a shattered camp lantern, and a broken camp cooler. Jimmy swept the edge of the woods with his light. "That the frying pan you hit him with?" "That's it," said Melanie. "He got the message." "I think he ate the hamburgers," said Ted. "Looks like he ate a lot of things," Jimmy observed. You had fruit salad lying out, hamburgers frying, eggs and bacon. He walked to where the remains of a paper plate lay in the grass alongside scattered remnants of lettuce and tomato. "Vmat was this, a salad?" "My dinner salad," Melanie replied. "With French fries." Flash. Singh took a shot to show the location of the ravaged salad in relation to the campsite. Jimmy drew a breath, as if gathering patience. "Folks, you should know better than to have food like this lying around your camp. Fried foods, greasy foods, garbage like this putting out all that smell, it's a wonder you didn't attract every bear within 50 miles. This wasn't a bear," Ted countered, his voice slurred and unsteady. "Big, hairy thing. It was like King Kong or something." Singh went blind in the dark. Cap. The light. Oh. Sorry. It was a flash. She captured a field of debris, a jacket, a paperback novel, a punctured thermos, shredded food packaging. "Vmat else have you had tonight?" Jimmy asked the two campers. "Any mushrooms, by chance?" "Hey, what are you trying to, just be careful what you say. You don't want to get in trouble with the law." Sheriff Mills picked up an edge of the flattened tent and looked underneath, probing with his light. 2 sleeping bags were spread out, a hot rod magazine and a gardening magazine were undisturbed. There were no mushrooms. Flash. As the sheriff held the fallen tent up, Singh captured the tent's interior. Reed tried to keep his voice calm as he questioned Ted and Melanie Brooks. "Did it make a sound like a woman screaming?" Their eyes got wide with the recollection. "Yeah," said Ted. "Scared us to death." "We thought it was somebody in trouble," said Melanie. "Did it walk upright?" "Sure looked like it." Jimmy asked, "Was it about 20 feet tall?" Ted and Melanie looked at each other, and then Ted answered, "Could have been. Big hairy hands. I saw it using its hands, yeah." "They were real hairy," said Melanie. Jimmy nodded to himself, then called toward some flashlights sweeping and winking only a foot from the ground near the edge of the meadow, "Pete, you got anything?" "Not yet," came Pete's voice through the murk. "Singh, did you get a shot of this cooler here?" "Got it," she replied, working her way toward the woods. Mills met her with the punctured thermos in his hand. "Better bag this." The thermos had been nearly bitten in half, the tooth marks forming a jagged, saw-toothed rift. Singh pulled a Ziploc bag from her pocket and dropped the thermos inside. "Mr. Teeth again, just like the can of beans I found at the cabin." She placed the bagged thermos in her shoulder bag. Mills called, "Jimmy." "Pete." "Yeah." "We're raising the caution level. Searchers go out in tours from now on, with at least one rifle or a sidearm between them." "Understood," said Pete, his voice muffled by his nearness to the ground. "You got it," said Jimmy, having a further look around. "Good idea." Reed took hold of Jimmy's arm to get his attention. "Jimmy, you heard em, right?" "They saw the same thing we did." "Reed," Jimmy said, "didn't you hear the questions you were asking? You were leading the witnesses." "Give me a break." "Jimmy." "What's it gonna take to?" Jimmy put his hand on Reed just to hold him steady and quiet. "Reed, listen," he whispered, "you don't want to get lumped in with those people. They are drunk, they might be on drugs but they read. They are bad for you. They are 2 fruitcakes who did everything a stupid camper can do to attract a bear. But it wasn't a bear." "Sure. Don't." Jimmy looked around, clearly afraid that someone may have heard that. "Reed. Look at me. I'm talking as your friend. This could be a real break. This has to be the same bear, which means we have a fresh trail. We might even be able to backtrack from here and get some kind of lead on Beck. Now." He put his finger in Reed's face to hold him in check. Reed, I'm telling you, don't ruin it. We've got plenty of volunteers ready to work with us as long as they are good and clear on what it is they are doing. If there is a bear to be tracked down and killed, they are with us. But if you start going on about some big, hairy... He looked around again. They are talking already. Some of them are having some real doubts about what we're doing and about you, and you don't want that. You want them on your side. Headlights illumined the camp as a truck pulled up. Jimmy searched Reed's face a moment. Reed, am I getting through? Reed whispered hurriedly, you don't believe me, do you? What difference does it make as long as we find Beck? The blinding headlights obliterated anything and everything behind them until the engine quit, the lights winked out, and 4 men walked into the dull orange glow of the campfire. All 4 were armed with rifles. The first 2 were Steve Thorne, the buzz-cut Marine and a close partner Reed recognized right away, the man with the near-white hair, whose money was on Shelton. Of white hair had one of his picnic table buddies with him, the kid in the mariner's cap, Sam Marlowe. The 4th was the hunter named Jansen. Hey, guys, said Jimmy. Probably won't need you till we get some light. Couldn't wait, said White hair. We brought the overnight gear. We can camp out here till morning. Reed eyed him steadily but did not offer his hand. I'm Reed Shelton. The man just eyed him back with a wry smile on his face. Wiley Kane, from Missoula. Glad to be along. Reed shot a glance at Jimmy, then engaged Wiley Kane one more time. Looks like it's happened again. Kane nodded emphatically. Oh, yeah. It's a rogue bear all right. I've seen this kind of thing before. Yeah. Right. A bear. Reed stole one more look at Jimmy, who returned his look approvingly. Reed. It was Singh's voice, coming from behind Cap's light near the edge of the Wakai. Can we see you a second? Excuse me. He was more than glad to be somewhere else. He made his way through the grass to where Singh and Cap awaited him, dark shapes against the white, wiggling background of flashlight beams in the fog. Come on, said Singh, and step where we step. He followed them, his flashlight on their feet, as they moved through the grass in a single file toward Pete Henderson and the man helping him. Immediately to their left, peeking through the creeping fog and smoke, a trail of bent-over grass skirted the edge of the woods and then broke into clear ground. Pete was on his knees and bent over, measuring a print while his assistant held a light at a low angle along the ground, bringing out the shadows. Without looking up, he said, Reed, I think it's your critter. They encircled a patch of bare ground next to a dry stream bed, flooding it with their flashlight beams. Even the stream ran during the rainy months. This patch of ground was a shallow eddy of standing water, the bottom lined with a thick layer of silt. The water had receded for the summer, leaving the silt in a smooth, moist state, perfect for registering a footprint which it had done. This is big medicine, said the assistant, holding his light steady as Pete measured and sketched in his pocket notebook. Pete looked up. Reed Shelton, this is Marty Elkhorn. He runs the store down in Kamaya. The campers used his phone to call us. Reed offered his hand. Have you met Cap and Singh? Elkhorn nodded, his face grim, his wrinkles deep in the bounding light of the flashlights. He looked up at Singh. Pete tells me you're Coyer Da Jean. She nodded. Shoshone, he replied. He gazed at the print that was starkly lit like a feature on the moon. So you must know the warnings, the things our fathers taught us. Singh gazed over Pete's shoulder at the print, her face eerily cold and statuesque in the weak light. Siatko. Elkhorn nodded, the fear in his eyes chilling. The wild men. Pete looked up from his work. Marty, I do appreciate your traditions, but this is an animal. No. Don't think that. The Indians didn't make up the Siatko. They were here before we were. We knew about them before the white man came, and they have always been with us. Every tribe has its own name for them. Omar, the hairy giants. Skookum, the evil wood spirits. Sing offered, and I believe the Salish word is Seskech. Elkhorn nodded. Even the white man came, he pronounced it his own way, Sasquatch. The mist crawled on their skin and the darkness closed in on them as every eye focused on the print, deeply impressed in the black silt. The heel was distinct, with clear dermal ridges, but the forward half of the foot had shifted in the track, leaving a smeared impression. Reed was just as mesmerized as the others but had to be sure, at long last, that he could accept his own memories. Pete, what in the world is it? Pete finished jotting down his measurements. 15 inches long, 6 wide. It's not a perfect match with the other prints we found, but those prints were nowhere as clear as this one, so we might allow for that. He pointed. 4 clear toe impressions, and this tip here must be the 5th. No claws. I'm gonna figure he was at the cabin last night, and at the waterfall. He glanced toward the wrecked camp where Jimmy and the hunters were combing through the mess. This 01 boy's temper is sure a match. Elkhorn was getting more agitated the more they talked about it. He finally rose to his feet. We can't stay here. This is big medicine. Siatko has taken this ground. It has my wife. Reed objected. Of course it does. That's what Siatko does when it finds men on his ground. He looked at the others, then pointed at the print. And you think this is the only one? There are more. They've come to these woods, and you won't see them either, not before they come in the night and take you. Singh tried to explain to the others, many of our parents raised us to believe that, if we weren't good, the giants would come and take us away. She added, as politely as possible, for some of us, these traditions are ingrained in our thinking. Elkhorn, all the more resolute and fearful, stood eye to eye, nose to nose with Reed. It has your wife. What more do I need to say? Suddenly, in what seemed an act of madness, Elkhorn dropped the flashlight, threw up both his hands, and shouted to the forest in a shrill voice, Elkhorn is leaving. Do you hear me? Elkhorn will never set foot on this land again. His wife and his children will never set foot here. Do you hear me? Now the campers, hunters, Jimmy, and Sheriff Mills were looking. Elkhorn bolted and ran across the meadow, through the tattered campsite, and to his old car. He opened the driver's door but stood to shout one more time, his arm upraised, Elkhorn is gone, do you hear? He will never come here again. Then, with his engine roaring and his wheels spewing gravel, he got out of there. Jimmy hollered to Pete, Vmir, do you get him? Crazy Injun, said Kane. Pete. Vivat are you looking at over there? Prince Pete answered. Okay, Jimmy said. This a regular camp raider. Tomorrow we put up some bear stands and put out some bait. Good idea, said the white-haired Kane. I'll take the first shift. I'll back you up, said Thorn. Jimmy rubbed his hands together briskly. Okay, you two guys set up at the cabin. Jansen and Sam, you take this site. We'll have both locations covered. It'll be a SHCK, Ting Gallery. Pete waited, but Jimmy's attention was elsewhere. Won't even look at him, Pete muttered. Reed, maybe you can hold the light. Reed picked up the flashlight and stooped down, once again illuminating the print in the silt. Pete, what is it? Pete had to consider a moment before answering. Could I please not have to answer that, at least till an answer comes to me? I've been tracking in and around this county for 15 years, and I've never seen a track like this one. No question, though, whatever it is, it's one mean critter and we gotta find it. Singh snapped some photos and then said in an aside to her husband, Cap. Matt. Then he wagged his head. No, no, I'm not jumping to any conclusions, and neither should you. Conclusions about what? Reed asked, impatient. We've seen how it works, Cap said. People believe what they want to believe, and if they want to believe something badly enough, they can see things that aren't there or not see things that are. So what are you saying? I'm saying. Reed could tell that Cap was trying to be careful. I'm saying we really, really want Beck to be alive. It's the driving force in our minds right now, it's dominating our emotions. So, what if we just don't want it to be a bear? Now Reed stood to face him. Now you think I'm seeing things, is that it? Reed, maybe we all are we want to. I admit, I really want to believe that something just picked Beck up and carried her off, because that opens up limitless possibilities, even fantasies that are a whole lot easier to handle than his sentence hit a wall. See? I can't even say it, Pete broke in, his hand outstretched. Reed, I need that light. Still looking testily at Cap, Reed slapped the flashlight into Pete's hand. Singh intervened. Cap, unless I'm wrong, you have it backward. He looked as though he would have come back with something if he had something. You believe it, Cap, and not because you want to, you don't want to. You've been arguing with yourself ever since this whole thing started. Now I know it wasn't a bear, said Pete. He shone his flashlight farther up the dry stream bed, illuminating a strange, lumpy pile. He approached the new discovery and they semicircled around him like a nature class, flashlights centered on a pile of fresh droppings, lobbed lumps loosely connected in a chain by strands of leaves, grass, rodent hair, and paper food packaging. It's only a few hours old, said Pete, but no bear leaves scat like this. Singh looked at Cap and said softly, does it look familiar at all? She gave him time to ponder while she aimed her camera and took some more pictures. Cap studied the droppings. From the look on his face, the news was bad, and the longer he looked, the worse it seemed to get. The others fell silent, waiting for his answer. Finally, after a fleeting glimpse at Singh, he asked Pete, can I get a sample? Take the whole thing, said Pete. Singh was already pulling out a Ziploc bag. The droppings were soft, loose, and messy, it was difficult to preserve their original shape as she them up. I'll get you those hairs as well. And I've got a thermos here you should take along. Saliva. Let me get some sleep and I'll leave for Spokane tomorrow, or is it TCKE? It's today, said Singh. Reed was speechless for a moment, but finally he met Cap's eyes and said, you're the one, Cap. Any help you can give us? Cap made sure the bag was properly sealed as he replied, well, it's a chance to sleep in my own bed again. But this is a long shot. They may not even let me in the door. Try the back, said Singh. Cap weighed that a moment. If they catch me, I'll tell them you said it was okay. You do that. She winked at him. So what do we tell Jimmy? Reed asked. All, said Pete, rubbing his tired eyes, just let him and his boys hunt their doggone bear. Cap's right, people believe what they want, but it's gonna be the weirdest bear they've ever seen. He shoved his notebook back in his pocket. I gotta crawl into my truck and get some sleep. Don't let anybody mess up these tracks. And, Reed. Yeah. You're not crazy, so get to work. What do you want me to do, cop stuff? Find a pattern or something, one of those whatchamacallits. And Mo. Any information's useful. Pete trudged on by. It's time somebody else did some of the work around here. Reed watched Pete disappear into the darkness and fog, and then met the eyes of Cap and Singh. Cap looked away a moment, taking in the trashed campsite, the mysterious footprint, and the plastic bag in his hand, then met Reed's eyes again. There is a chance you're not crazy. Far from it, said Singh. Suddenly Reed had only a vague memory of feeling helpless and despondent in another time, another place. He could recall feeling like a liar even though he'd never lied, but now he had friends who believed. His mind began to turn over like an old car out of mothballs. So we really do have two occurrences, in two different places, no. 3 attacks, Randy on Monday. We need to verify from Arlen P. Cust when Randy went up there. Did somebody ask him that already? Then Beck on Monday night, and I can place that at about 11:30. Now we have this one, Ted and Melanie. Brooks said Singh. Brooks. Okay, you've got their contact information. Got it. Cap, you'll stay in touch, right? I'll have my cell phone, he answered, or you can just leave a message at the house. If we all stay in regular contact, we can swap any new information. Singh, what about your mobile lab? Think we can use it? We'll head home and I can bring it in the morning, she replied. Reed was actually thinking, and it felt good. Load it up. We need your computer, all your forensic stuff, and let's get a batch of GPS transceivers with peer-to-peer positioning, one for each of us. Singh raised an eyebrow. With satellite feed to a master console on a PC. Reed liked that. That'll work. Singh wrote it down. Reed began to fidget and pace. There might be a pattern here, something we can extrapolate both directions, past and future. We've seen 3 attacks, but there could have been more. He stopped abruptly, afraid he was getting ahead of himself. Does that make sense? Cap smiled. Just keep going, Reed. You're doing fine. He needed that. Okay. I'll get on it. He took off for the cars. Can you drop me by the Cave Lake trailhead to get my car? Singh and Cap exchanged an arched look and followed close on his heels. You got it, said Cap. Sheriff Mills. Reed said. Mills was finishing up, tossing garbage bags into the trunk of his car. Yeah. Is the office open? I need the computer. Mills didn't ask why. Something in Reed's manner and tone must have answered that question. He just smiled, the faintest hint of a smile, dug in his pocket, and tossed Reed the key. 7 Beck couldn't sleep. Lying against the beast's immense body provided plenty of heat, but Beck's slender rib cage, shoulders, and hips, not to mention her constantly complaining ankle, could only endure the bumpy, rocky ground for a minute or two before she had to wriggle, reposition, roll, curl, and search for some other way to get comfortable. The beast must have uncomfortable too. She was squirming and rolling as much as Beck was, which gave Beck one more concern to keep her awake, making sure the big female didn't roll on top of her. Finally, one brief moment of sleep came when the female lay on her back, her forearm over her eyes, and Beck found a way to lie against that big stomach with her head on the female's breast. Now, that worked until the beast rolled and sat up, dumping Beck onto the ground again. 0WW. A rock Beck in her rump, her elbow took a gouge from another hard spot, and, of course, her ankle gave her a sharp reminder. Sitting there on the rocks, in the cold light of a half-moon, Beck whimpered. Anywhere else it may have seemed childish, but out here, who would fault her? Certainly not the ape, who seemed to be ignoring her anyway, lumbering over to a grove of young firs and inspecting them, first one, then another, then another. She tugged at their branches, sniffed them, yanked them hard enough to make their branches quake and their tops whip about. She found a 10-footer she liked. With one hand and one lazy, apish move, she tore it out of the ground, looked around for a good spot, and flopped it down. She then probed and poked around in the grove like a woman at a yard sale until she found another one she liked. With no apparent strain, she plucked it up and laid it next to the first. Starting at one end, she moved along, removing the branches with deft little twists of her hands, and laid the branches side by side across the two tree trunks. Beck watched in amazement. This big ape was actually building a nest to sleep on. Beck wondered why it had taken her half a night of sleeping on rocks to think of it. Now the beast was gathering leafy limbs from surrounding undergrowth and laying them on top of the framework she'd made, mashing them down with her hands. She was quite absorbed in her work, which presented Beck an opportunity she knew would not last long. Of course, judging from the urgent signals she was getting from her bladder and bowels, she would not need long. The squashed roll of toilet paper Beck found in her coat pocket was nothing short of manna from heaven. The two smooth logs, with a comfortable gap between them, lying in an enclosure of maple and syringa bushes, were like a tabernacle in the wilderness. It went well. It was worth staying up half the night for. Never, ever in her life did she imagine herself doing such a thing, but now, as she began to unroll a length of toilet paper, she breathed a prayer of thanks. The leaves rustled and she looked up. The big female was watching her, head cocked in fascination. Different rules, Beck reminded herself. Different rules. The female came right in, pushing through the limbs and leaves and settling in front of Beck to see how the whole process worked. The toilet paper held special fascination for her. She reached out tentatively to touch it. Beck tore off one little piece and gave it to her. She sniffed it, then put a corner on her tongue. Unimpressed, she tried to spit it out. It stuck to her tongue, so she tried again, then finally rolled it off against her upper lip and blew it away. Having completed her task, Beck quickly pocketed the roll, reassembled herself, and rose gingerly. She hobbled out of the enclosure, hand over handing along the logs, expecting the female would follow her. But the female didn't follow her. Beck turned, curious, just as the bushes opposite the enclosure quaked, then parted, and the big grey female and her son burst headlong into the clearing like children after tossed candy. How? She'd had no idea they were there, no indication, and apparently Beck's female had not been the only one watching. Beck was mortified, and even more so to see how fascinated these creatures were with her most recent accomplishment. They poked high and sniffed. They were almost fighting over it. Since Beck was on their turf, and even the young ape outweighed her at least 3-1, she backed off and gave them all the space they needed. Hopefully they would like whatever it was they were learning. Then the juvenile's eyes darted elsewhere, his attention cut short by an eerie, faraway whistle. The two females became alert and silent, heads erect, eyes shifting. Beck was more than alert. So far, whistles had not brought good news. From somewhere in the dark, far beyond the enclosure, an animal was calling, first in a low whistle and then in a low, guttural rumble like boulders tumbling. The grey female answered in a whistle and then a low-pitched, subdued moan, chin jutting, lips pursed in a tight little O. When a rumbling reply came back, the three apes huddled, grudges apparently put on hold, eyes searching beyond the enclosure, anticipating something as they grunted and snuffed at each other. For Beck, dread had become normal, changing only in degree. She peered through the trees, side-glancing at the others for any clues about which way to look. Part of her, like a hopeful child, wondered if it might be a team of rescuers come to take her back, but the rest of her knew better. The forest on the mountainside was broken into smaller, struggling clumps of stunted firs and pines, black, saw-toothed cones against a moon-washed sky. A soft, distant rustling directed Beck's attention to a black mass of trees that swelled sideways until one tree separated from the others, walking, spreading in size as it approached. Beck perceived the shape of this new shadow from the stars and sky vanishing behind it, broad, lumbering shoulders, thick neck, high, crested head, huge arms, with hair like Spanish moss. Like little kids caught in mischief, the females and the juveniles scurried out of Beck's makeshift outhouse, looking over their shoulders and panting little exclamations to each other. Beck's female, with typical surprising speed, swept Beck up in her arms, and Beck, in typical fashion, rode along, like it or not. They dove into the stand of young firs and sat on the female's nest as if they'd all built it, the other female overtly fascinated with her own fingernails, the juvenile cuddling up against his mother, and Beck's female doting on Beck, first dropping her onto the nest as if she could handle being dropped, then nudging her this way and that way as if to make Beck comfortable. Beck did not appreciate the poking and prodding. There was so much of it, it was sure to draw the big male's attention. The big newcomer sensed, most likely smelled, something outside of normal before he even got there. He had been moving swiftly, silently, like a spirit through the broken forest and over the rocks, but now, just outside the grove of firs, he moved one careful, exploratory step at a time, sniffing and huffing suspiciously, looking about for whatever was wrong. This had to be the daddy, all 8 feet of him. He was covered in coarse black hair, his face was one big scowl in a leathery mask, and Beck had never seen such piercing eyes, each cornea reflecting the moon in a diamond of light. He carried a slain deer in his left arm, its head dangling on a broken neck. Preoccupied, he dropped it. Beck knew what was wrong, she was wrong, but she hadn't a clue what to do about it. All she could do was cower behind the red female's big frame and, that option vanished. Abruptly, the other female dropped face down to the ground, bowing on all fours with her head low, rumbling and clicking her tongue in homage. Beck's female, as if reminded of her manners, dove to the ground and did the same. The young one, because he was a male, or because he was still a juvenile and not expected to know any better, did not participate in the ritual but sat where he was, glancing in Beck's direction as if to guide the alpha male to the proper target. Beck, now on open display, had never felt so caught and in trouble in her life. Her hand went unconsciously to her neck, as the images of both Randy Thompson and the dead deer flashed through her mind. And she was in trouble. The male leaped backward in shock, eyes wide, a raspy huff gushing from his throat and his hair bristling on end. With steamy breath rushing through his nostrils, he glared at Beck and then at the 2 females, muscles tense, teeth bared. He thinks I'm a threat. Learning, fast, from the other 2 females, Beck flopped to the ground and bowed. The thing didn't move. After 3 or 4 seconds, Beck was still alive. The other female moved aside and enfolded her son, leaving the big red female to explain. Beck's female rose to her knees and reached for Beck. The male shot forward, took the female by the scruff of the neck, and threw her into a row of young firs, bending them over like field grass. She screamed, arms covering her face, white teeth glinting in the moonlight, as she slid down the bent trunks. He grabbed her before she reached the ground and threw her again, this time into a larger tree that shuddered as she bounced off its furrowed trunk and thudded to the ground. She cried in pain. Beck didn't have to think long or hard. There was absolutely no safety here, no hope of living. She pushed herself from the ground and hobbled and hopped out of the grove, dragging one foot while she jumped with the other, fleeing from one branch to another, stumbling from trunk to trunk, groping for anything that would bear her up and keep her moving. She could still hear the female screaming and the alpha male roaring, she heard the blows and felt the ground shake. It didn't matter that she had no idea where she was, the only thing that mattered was being elsewhere, anywhere but here. She pulled herself, pushed herself, counting the inches, desperate for distance. The screaming stopped. Beck could easily imagine the big female's head nearly twisted off, her tongue hanging, her eyes rolling. So much for Beck's protector. Their strange, unnatural interlude was over, leaving Beck lost and unwelcome in a scratching, entangling, tripping darkness with nowhere to go that was anywhere. She fell against a tree, she didn't find it, it found her, and it hurt. She remained still, just breathing, waiting for the pain in her ankle to subside enough for her to take one more step. Now that she was quiet, she realized that the woods were not Somewhere behind her came a crashing, a crackling, and the thudding of heavy footfalls. No. She forced herself onward, tripped over a log, and rolled among fallen branches, clenching her teeth to stifle a scream. She reached, groped, tried to sit up and get her legs under her. Her good leg moved. The sprained one was stuck and punished her severely for pulling. She pulled anyway and couldn't help a whimper of pain. She was free. The thing was coming closer, moving through the tangle with unbelievable speed. Randy Thompson. This was how it was for him. She tried to climb the tree but found no handholds. She lunged forward, leaping on her one good leg, groping for any branch, any tree trunk. Huge hairy arms grabbed her around her middle and jerked her backward, knocking the wind out of her. She screamed, she kicked, she tried to wriggle free. The arms were like iron. Willard, Idaho, was a loosely arranged, quiet little town of red brick story fronts, older farmhouses on hillsides, and scattered modular homes on weedy lots. It was like many in Idaho, built in a day when timber and mining were sure to make money and folks thought there would be some point in living there. Today it survived as the Whitcomb County's eight with a proud, pillared courthouse. Down this old building's tight corridors and behind its many doors with the frosted windows were all the entities that held the county together, the district court and judge, the prosecuting attorney, the county commissioners, planning and zoning, disaster services, county assessor, social services, and on, enough to fill the building directory on the wall just inside the front door. If someone wished to find the county sheriff, the directory would send that person next door to the newer building meant to serve as an expansion of the old one. This building was white concrete block, one story, plain and practical, intended for a specific purpose, which was to house the county sheriff's office and the county jail. Inside the front door was a reception counter, behind that were 4 desks, a fairly neat one for the secretary and 3 generally cluttered ones for the deputies. To the right was Sheriff Patrick Mills's private office, a separate room with a door he usually kept open. To the left and through an archway was the examining station for driver's licenses, complete with 2 testing booths, an eye chart, a camera, and 2 green footprints painted on the floor to show the applicant where to stand for his or her photo. In a corner behind the counter and past the 4 desks was the computer station. There were other computers in the building, but this was the department computer, the one strictly devoted to law enforcement, available to any member of the staff for the performance of his or her duty. Some months ago, a flight simulator and a commando game had cropped up in a coded folder on the computer's desktop, but these were not openly discussed and only discreetly used. Right now, with everyone gone but the night jailer and all calls forwarded to the central dispatcher, Reed sat at the computer in the light of a single desk lamp, the blue glow from the monitor on his face, an overlapped clutter of windows and boxes on the screen. He was tapping and clicking his way through the multiple levels and links of the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime, a networking tool used by law enforcement agencies all around the country in tracking criminals and sharing investigative information. The program had subgroups for different categories of crime, regions of the country, and types of criminals, with subgroups under those, and side links from those. Sifting downward through all the levels could have been tough for someone who hadn't slept in more than 24 hours, but Reed knew what he was after and pushed away sleep as he pushed through the program. Maybe Jimmy and the others, including Big Mouth Kane from Missoula, did know the woods and had good reason for their opinions. They were outdoorsmen and Reed was a cop, so maybe Reed was a little out of his realm of competence. He tapped the keys, hammered the backspace and tried again, clicking the mouse. But then again, maybe they didn't know everything, and maybe he did know something. Just standing around and letting them tell him what to think wasn't going to resolve the question, nor was it going to expedite the process. Enough of that. Reed had a brain and skills of his own. He was going to do cop stuff, whatever it took to find Beck. Was there a pattern? Vive whatever this beast was, Had it attacked anyone else, anywhere else? If so, when? Where had it come from, and which way was it going? Was there anything more they could find out about it? Reed finally clicked his way into a subgroup that linked and compared known homicides with unexplained deaths, a program intended to help law enforcement detect homicides that may not have been recognized as such. In a few more mouse clicks, he narrowed the time frame down to the last 2 weeks, and the region to his own and the 3 neighboring counties. The pickings were slim: a hit-and run outside a tavern, and a logging accident. The tavern was far to the west, in another county, and took place a week ago. The logging accident. Reed the entry again, carefully noted the location, and then checked a map. Okay. He clicked, nearly banged, the print command and then fidgeted while the paper slowly rolled out of the printer. By the time it had finished, he had his coat on. With the printout in his hand, he turned off the lamp and got out of there. With a slightly gentler drop than the last time, Beck landed back on the nest in the grove, limp and despondent. She'd given up trying to understand. The big red female, moving stiffly from her own bruises, had brought her back and now hunched over her, nudging, stroking, fussing. Beck grunted and pushed her hand away. "I'm going to die anyway, thanks to you. What's left to fuss about?" Her eye was on the alpha male as he shared the dead deer with the other 2 just outside the grove. He slurped blood, ripped flesh from hide, tore the meat with his teeth and hands, and chewed, his mouth and chin blooded. He looked her way only once as he chewed, just long and intensely enough to send a message of loathing, making sure she knew she didn't belong. After that, for as long as Beck watched him, he paid her no mind, he just kept eating. Beck looked away. Maybe that was the end of it. Maybe for now, her captor mother had gotten her way and the male had relented, grudgingly, of course. But he'd sent his message loud and clear. All things considered, this should be bearable. It beat being thrown against a tree or having her head ripped off. Beck glanced at her aching feet and the recent scratches on her hands from all those dry, prickly branches in the dark. This was the worst that had happened to her. She was alive for one more moment, maybe one more night. She should be glad. She broke down and cried. The big female sank onto the nest beside her with a quiet groan and pulled her in close, an act of affection that only worsened Beck's despair. Beck was too upset to say it, she could only think it. "Why can't you just let me go?" The beast got a message, the wrong message. She immediately extended her hand toward the others and Pig grunted. They ignored her, so she grunted more insistently, rocking back and forth. The male finally looked her way as if doing her one more additional, very troublesome favor, then regarded what was left of the deer. With indifference, he took hold of the head in one hand and the shoulder in the other, and wrenched the head and neck from the body. Vivian the female grunted imploringly one more time, he tossed it to her. It flopped at her feet, throwing blood. She picked it up, obviously glad to get it. With slow, lazy-fingered deliberation, she turned it over and over, sniffing and studying as if she'd never seen one before, and then, breaking the jaw open, she yanked out the tongue and bit the end off. Beck looked the other way, feeling sick. How could God create such creatures? And even worse, how could he throw her in with them? She never asked for this. She wouldn't have been able to conceive such a horror to ask for. The female grunted and nudged her. She winced and would not turn her head. The female nudged her again, grunting, and Beck ventured a timid look with one eye. The ape was offering her a string of meat. Beck couldn't recognize where it had come from, which was a good thing. She shook her head, her mouth clamped shut. The lady dangled the meat in front of her face and wiggled it so it thumped against her lips. It reminded Beck of when she tried to feed worms to a baby robin. The robin wouldn't eat and soon died. Thump. The meat hit her face again. Beck reached up and took it as the female intensely, relentlessly watched. It's a strip of bacon, Beck told herself. It's like sushi. It's rack of lamb without the rack, really rare. It's steak on the platter right before the barbecue. Building up to the moment, Beck put the slightest tip of the meat between her teeth and nipped it off. As she pressed it against her tongue, the flavor came through, and really, it wasn't half bad. It was raw and tasted a little wild, but it was meat. A little salt would have helped, she supposed, but... She bit off another piece and chewed it slowly on one side of her mouth and then the other. She swallowed it, and then, of all things, she wondered if there might be more. She was hungry. Her female captor was still working on the tongue but found a nice strip from the back of the neck and bit it off to give to her. I'm eating, Beck thought. That was nothing unusual in itself, but it taxed her sanity to think she was taking part in this meal, in this setting, with these creatures. They were bloody, fearsome carnivores who were sharing a deer's head with her, but she was eating it. They had blood and grease on their fingers, but so did she. They were disgusting to watch, but she was gaining an appreciation for how hunger could supplant politeness. She could relate, sort of. The female handed her another strip of flesh, and Beck received it gladly, chewing it down. That seemed to please the beast. She reached down and fingered the fringes on Beck's brown buckskin coat. Then with her index finger, she hooked and twirled a strand of Beck's reddish-brown. Beck dared to take hold of the hand and give it a furtive stroke, an action she knew worked on dogs, cats, and horses. It communicated. The lady gave a grunt, then another. The tone wasn't angry, but seemed comforting. Beck couldn't speak it, but the big red lady, and her hot-tempered grey rival reminded Beck of Rachel and Leah, Jacob's two wives in the Bible. Leah could bear children, but Rachel could not. Beck didn't know if that was the case here, but she felt sorry for the red lady anyway. She gave the hand a little pat and looked up into that quizzical, leathery face. "Aru Rachel." "HMMPH," Rachel replied, rotating the deer's head in search of another bite. Beck watched the others who were still eating, wolfing down the heart and liver and gnawing on the ribs. She'd made their acquaintance, she realized. They'd sniffed and studied her excreta and she'd eaten from their deer's head. Naming them would be appropriate. The other female's name would have to be Leah, the biblical Rachel's rival for the favor and attention of Jacob. And the brat? Well, the biblical Jacob's firstborn son was named Reuben. It was difficult to give a name she liked to a creature she didn't like, but it would have to do. As for what these creatures were, the time had come to settle on that as well. Like most anyone else, Beck had heard some snippets of the Bigfoot legend. She'd heard some of the stories, seen a poster for a Sasquatch monster movie, even recalled seeing Bigfoot as a cartoon character. In close-up reality, these creatures were so different from their legend that it was difficult to relate the two, but legend and myth weren't difficult to discard when sharing a meal with the real thing. These were Sasquatchs, real ones. Beck accepted another string of venison from Rachel's hand and chewed on it thoughtfully, feeling just a little more oriented now that she'd named and identified everybody. The group almost felt like a big, hairy family, not entirely dysfunctional, but having some issues, to be sure, and Beck was one of them. Had she been observing all this from her own little world at home, it would have been entirely too bizarre. Wednesday morning, Jimmy Clark stood beside the sorry, splintered cabin and took a 360-degree look around the ravine, nodding to himself. "Yeah. He's out there, and we're gonna bring him in." He unknotted the top of the black plastic garbage bag he'd brought all the way up the trail from Abney and let the contents, 4 dozen day-old donuts, rumble and tumble into the bottom of a sawed-off steel drum. "Okay, let's mix in the scraps." That was Steve Thorne's job. He, Jimmy, and Wiley Kane had tossed coins that morning, and Steve was the odd man. That gave him the privilege of packing in the bacon grease, kitchen scraps, and dish scrapings from Arlen Peake's cafe, sealed inside a 5-gallon plastic pickle bucket. Steve poured the mixture in with the donuts. Jimmy spoke to the forest, "Okay, big guy, come and get it." "So what now?" Kane asked while Steve trotted in search of breathable air. Jimmy pointed up the hill to a spot not far from where Reed and Beck had camped that first horrible night. "As long as the air's moving up the draw, you take that ledge. It'll make a good blind, and the angle ought to give you a clear shot through the heart and lungs. Mimmin night comes and things cool down." He pointed to another high spot down the ravine from the cabin. "I'd set up in there and break out the night scope." Thorne asked, "Aren't we gonna get relieved?" Jimmy wasn't happy about his answer. "Some of the guys have gone home. I've got 4 hunters left to man the bear stands, and the sheriff has whoever's left going with the trackers." Kane ventured, "It wouldn't have anything to do with all that Bigfoot talk, would it? Matt, do you think? No man with better things to do wants to be out here day and night on a snipe hunt, and some of them think that's what this is." "Should have brought a book to read," Thorne muttered. "Well, the other 2 are no better off, no, they are worse off. That campsite's on level ground, so they have to sit up in a tree all day and all night, just the 2 of them." "Well, all the more bear for us 4," said Kane. "If the search crews don't scare the thing off." Jimmy shook his head. "Well, that's none of your concern. Take turns relieving each other and sleep when you can. You've got your radios. Check in every even-numbered hour." Pete and his whittled-down crew worked their way slowly up the drainage from the site of last night's camp raid, somewhat refreshed from a short night's sleep but not encouraged by today's progress. They did have a plan. Joni and Chris, with 2 armed searchers, were working the area above where they found the backpack, hoping to pick up a trail again. Pete and his crew were tracking backwards from the campsite, hoping to meet up with them coming the other way. If it worked, the 2 teams would have covered the creature's trail from the first elevation to the second. It was along that trail that they hoped to find whatever remained of Beck Shelton. But the plan wasn't coming together. Some of the hunters had bowed out, for no good reason, as far as Pete was concerned, and because of the apparent danger and Sheriff Mills's order to carry firearms, the searchers who weren't comfortable with weapons had to stand down. Don, one of his key flankers, had called early that morning to express his disinterest in tracking Indian legends and to tell Pete that he was staying home. Medical personnel were on standby. That left Tyler to help with the tracking, 1 searcher, Benny to keep an eye out for any signs of Beck, and only 1 designated hunter, the bald guy named Max Johnson. Both Pete and Tyler had to carry rifles on their backs, which were becoming a real nuisance during the bending, crawling, and crouching tracking required. On top of all that, the trail of this creature, whatever it was unpredictable and rambling, cutting through thick serviceberry, syringa, and bracken fern that cluttered and confused everything. Sometimes the trail joined with established game trails, where it became obliterated by elk and deer prints. Unlike hoofed animals, this creature moved about on soft, padded feet that left little disturbance and no claw marks. An occasional impression in soft soil helped, but trying to find the next track, and then the next, and then the next, in constantly changing environments, was exhausting. The searchers were feeling it too. Pete could tell by their conversation in the trees just a few yards downhill. "Can't they make this hill any steeper?" Benny asked, puffing a little. "I hope we don't have to go clear to the top," said Maximum. "I mean, just between you and me, we are never going to find her. She's table scraps by now." "So what about the bear? How are Fish and Game going to bag that thing if we're up here chasing it off?" Pete was wearing out from the tracking and wearing thin from the whining. "Gentlemen, let's keep the noise to a minimum, shall we?" Beck didn't realize she was asleep until Rachel stirred, rolled, and woke her up. At first Beck groped for that same comfortable spot on Rachel's belly so she could rest her head there, but daylight hit her eyes and she realized it was mid-morning. She and Rachel had slept quite a while, considering they were on the ground again and having to cope with rocks, bumps, and a limited menu of not quite comfortable positions. A few feet away, the rest of the family lay fast asleep on Rachel's nest, awkwardly entangled but clearly comfortable, enjoying the fruits of her labor. Rachel rolled again, then sat up, alert, silent, sniffing the air and listening. From the hairy, leggy mass on the nest, Jacob raised his head, eyes stern, nostrils flaring as he sampled the air. Whatever was bothering Rachel was bothering him. Max said something funny, and Benny started laughing. Pete straightened up, not wanting to be a babysitter. "Tyler, perhaps you can clue these guys in?" Tyler faded back to have a word with them. Jacob rolled off the nest with liquid grace, his hands and feet contacting tree trunks, branches, and the ground with a silent, cushioned sureness, bearing him through space as if he weighed nothing. Remaining crouched in the shadows of the grove, he peered down the slope, nostrils still sampling. Rachel had found her own little window through the firs to the outside. She crouched in that spot, riveted to whatever was happening below. Beck copied her, finding another gap in the branches. Was that a voice she heard in the valley? It could have been a coyote, or maybe a bird. Or maybe a human. Benny slipped on a smooth log and fell over, hollering as he went down. Whoosh! Up the slope, a dozen finches fluttered out of a tree. Beck saw birds flying just above the trees in the valley below. So that's what it was. Unless something else had scared them. Jacob didn't make a sound, nor did he move from where he was crouching. He only turned and, with long and powerful arms, reached and yanked Leah and Reuben off the nest and slapped the sleep out of them. Leah muttered and Reuben whined, but their first focused look at Jacob's face stung them silent. Leah squatted, and Reuben leaped upon her back. She rose to her feet and followed Jacob stealthily, hurriedly, out of the grove. Beck wasn't ready to leave, not at all. She pushed forward through the trees for a better view of the valley. Rachel, seeing she was left behind, was so alarmed she couldn't remember how to pick Beck up. With a sudden lurch that knocked Beck's wind out, she grabbed Beck from behind and snatched her out of the trees. Beck wanted to scream but struggled to breathe first. Rachel had her around the hips instead of her torso, and Beck, despite a frantic effort to remain upright, flipped over, head down, her legs kicking in Rachel's face. Rachel let go of Beck's hips to grab one kicking leg, fumbled that leg in her effort to grab the other, and finally dropped Beck altogether. Beck landed in Rachel's nest and rolled right side up, her stomach reeling as if someone had punched it. Shadows of a blackout clouded her vision. "Rachel, you klutz!" Rachel began to whine, rotating and stamping in one place. Flustered Beck finally found a precious breath, then another. Not wanting to die of manhandling, she waited until Rachel turned her back toward her, then she grabbed onto fistfuls of hair and pulled herself up, pushing with her good leg, until she could get her arms around Rachel's neck as she'd seen Reuben do. Rachel finally quit stamping and turning and bolted out of the grove, racing to catch up with the others. Had Beck heard a human voice in the valley? Wondering about it would drive her crazy. By now, Pete's crew had made enough noise to alert every creature on the mountainside. Pete paused to breathe, to rest and calm himself. Tyler offered, "Well, it's not like we're actually hunting." Pete responded, "Not today, we aren't." Vivan Singh returned with her mobile lab, a 30-foot motorhome outfitted for remote forensic and crime scene work. She didn't drive to Abney. Reed caught her on her cell phone while she was still en route from Spokane and gave her a new place to rendezvous, behind the Chapel of Peace Funeral Home in Three Rivers, a lumber town about 30 miles of winding highway to the northwest of Abney, just outside the National Forest. The side trip took her an extra hour and a half. She arrived in Three Rivers just as the whistle at the sawmill signaled the end of lunch break. She drove past the big yard where sprinklers sprayed acres of stacked logs, and the sweet smell of sawdust came through the RV's air vents. The funeral home was right where Reed said it would be, on the main drag, 1 block down from the grade SCHCK, L and Kitty corner from the Three Rivers grocery and laundromat. It was an attractive, cedar-sided structure with a shake roof, stained glass windows, tall firs all around, and a decorative totem pole out front, obviously carved by a white man. "Turn in where you see the brown hearse," Reed had told her. She swung a wide, easy turn into the parking lot, coasted past the hearse, and came to a stop at the end of a long row marked on the blacktop with white paint, "Family." Had there been a funeral, she would have been first in the procession. Even she swung the RV door open. Reed was standing right there waiting for her, far more awake than he should have been. She couldn't imagine that he'd slept much, but he had obviously showered, shaved, and gotten into his uniform. He carried a Forest Service map in his hand and some big, exciting notion in his eyes. "Sing. You've got to take a look at this guy." She looked around. "What guy?" Reed was already walking. Sing assumed she was supposed to follow, and she did. They were heading for the rear entrance. Alan Arnold. He was a logging foreman working a clear-cut up Road 27 off Highway 9. Reed unfolded the map and stopped so abruptly Sing almost ran into him. "Look at this." She looked as he pointed. "Okay. Here's Three Rivers. Now here's Abney, right in the middle of the National Forest, about 35 miles southeast of here. Here's the Abney Trail up to the cabin, here's Lost Creek, and here's about where the cabin is. Now, here's Camaya, and here's the location of the young couple's campsite." Sing easily followed the marks Reed had made on the map. "Right. The campsite is about 6 miles southeast of Abney. So check this out." Reed traced a line with his finger, moving northwest from the campsite attack, through the cabin attack, and to an X he'd marked near a squiggly, dashed line labeled 27. "Start at the campsite Camaya, go northwest 10 miles, and we got the cabin at Lost Creek. From there, go another 8 miles northwest and you've got the logging operation where Alan Arnold was found dead, Monday morning." Sing studied the map, tracing the line the other direction. "Monday morning," Sing said, "Alan Arnold the logger is found dead about 16 miles southeast of here. Monday afternoon, by our best guess, Randy Thompson is killed at the cabin on Lost Creek, about 24 miles southeast of here. Monday night in the same place, Beck is attacked." Reed jumped in. "Tuesday night, the campers get raided another 10 miles southeast. Vivid, do you think?" Sing cocked an eyebrow and nodded, impressed. "Funeral home? He is. Then I think we'd better see him." "Is Mr. Arnold inside?" The Cap watched, smiling but impatient, as the brown capuchin, commonly recognized as an organ grinder's monkey, ran after the rubber baton and brought it back to Nick Claybuckle, the trainer, or rather, the researcher. "Good boy," Nick exclaimed in a pet lover's tone of voice, handing him a grate through the bars of the cage. "That's my Sparky." The little monkey gobbled the grate down, shooting little side glances at his cage mate, a male of similar size, age, and appearance. "Now watch this," Nick said over his shoulder to Cap. He said to the second capuchin, "Okay, Cyrus, go get it." "Go get it," the baton to the far end of the cage. He tossed. Cyrus sat on his haunches, his eyes shifting unhappily from Nick to Sparky and back again. Nick held out a slice of cucumber as an incentive. "Bring me the baton and you get a cucumber." Cyrus turned, walked away, and sat against the wall, pouting. Nick looked at Cap, sharing the landmark moment. "Do you see that, Dr. Capella? Inequity aversion, pure and simple." He straightened, beaming at the results, and grabbed his clipboard to jot some notes. You know how it is with capuchins. Cucumbers are, okay, but grapes, wow, they are to die for. Cyrus trade the baton for a cucumber if Sparky gets a cucumber, but if Sparky gets a grape, hey, no fair. I'm not playing. Nick, rotund and bespectacled, would have made a great nerd in high school. Come to think of it, he made a great nerd as a graduate student. Cap smiled and hinted, should I have brought a grape? Ha! He caught on. Oh, sorry. I was just, the experiment, I was really into it. Yeah, I turned in your samples. And Nick casually scanned the room, his fingers drumming his clipboard. Halfway down the row of cages, within earshot, a young female undergraduate was observing how a capuchin reacted to its reflection in. Nick whispered, that's Carol. She's doing a perception analysis, cognitive processing of non-typical sensory inputs. Cap whispered, so. Does she know you? Cap stole another look. I don't believe so. Let's walk around anyway. They turned and walked casually out of Primate Lab 1, went one door down the hall, and peeked into Primate Lab 2. This room was like the other, long, clean, and well lit, with a bank of cages along each side. These cages housed rhesus monkeys, some playing, some sleeping, some just staring through the bars. There were no humans in the room at the time, so Nick stepped inside and Cap followed. Even the door clicked shut, Nick took a CD from his pocket and handed it over. The bottom line is, the results came back inconclusive. Cap winced. That was quick. No, I think the lab really did the sequencing, but the sample was contaminated. Oh, come on. I brought a whole truckload of hair samples. There would have been more than enough DNA present, not to mention the PCR amplification. Hey, I'm a behaviorist. All I know is what they told me. Well, can I get the samples back? They tossed M. Cap was incredulous. Hey, Dr. Capella, come on, that's what they do. I told you I wanted the surplus returned. Don't you ever listen? No. You don't. That's why I almost flunked you. Hey, I was having problems with Maribeth back then. You remember that? So is that your problem now, your love life? Nick brightened at the very thought of it. Or, no, it's just great. It's Susie Barton, remember her? Did you tell them the samples came from me? Nick had to return to this world. Well, yeah, Nick. They asked me. What was I supposed to do, lie? That cooled Cap's jets. No, don't start doing that. There's enough of that around here. Nick's face held that same imploring look Cap used to see in biology class, right around midterms. Listen, Dr. Capella, it was primate poop. No question. I ought to know. I got my bachelor's cleaning out the monkey cages. I know my poop. That's quite a distinction, Nick. Proud of it. Cap softened, smiled, and patted him on the arm. I owe you one. You did a lot for me, Doc. I wouldn't have gotten into the graduate program without you. Hey. The droppings were diuretic. Did you notice that? Yes. Your 8 was ticked off about something. He has a bit of a temper. Vmat are you working on, anyway? Cap patted him on the shoulder. I need you to help me find out. He turned to leave. Are you spying on Book.part? That made Cap stop and turn. Should I be? Well, somebody ought to do something. I don't like having to cut back when he shrugged it off, poorly. Or, never mind. Never mind what? Nick backed away with a head shake of regret. Nothing. Really? I mean, with all due respect, sir, if you're going to make a bunch of waves again, I don't want to get sucked into it. I've got a nice job here. Cap cracked the door and looked to be sure no former associates would see him. Well, I can't tell a lie either, and you deserve to know. There are going to be some waves. Mr. Arnold was well respected in the community, and certainly he had no enemies. I had no reason to suspect any foul play, but of course I had to be curious. Milton Tidewater was an amiable, older gentleman, soft-spoken, highly cordial, well suited to his profession. A man of proper procedure, he'd already put on his green apron and surgical gloves before opening the cold, walk-in storage locker. The first thing Reed and Singh saw were the soles of Mr. Arnold's feet, jutting from under a white sheet on a wheeled work table. "Oh, dear," said Tidewater, readjusting the sheet. "I am sorry," Mr. Arnold said to Reed. "Could you take that side?" Reed gave Tidewater a hand, rolling the table out into the workroom. "Mrs. Capella, you may help yourself to Mrs. Tidewater's apron and gloves, right over there." Singh took a second green apron from a wall hook and put it on. She found a box of surgical gloves, size small, exactly 1 inch from, and parallel to, a box of gloves, size large, on the shelf above the work counter. Tidewater carefully, respectfully removed the sheet from Mr. Arnold, fold by neat fold, revealing the remains. "Now, you understand that I've already begun some restoration, so you'll have to allow for that. Just imagine what he used to look like, right after the accident." Reed didn't have to do a lot of imagining. It was a good thing this guy was going to be wearing a suit and tie. How'd this happen? A stack of logs rolled on top of him, just piled on top of him like jack straws. It took his crew several hours to uncover him. Of course, he was long dead. Singh spoke quietly, commenting as she observed. Punctures and lacerations all along the front of the body. Bits of bark and pine needles embedded in the skin. She took hold of the left arm and lifted it gently. The upper arm bent as if it were made of rubber. Fracture of the humerus. "You'll find plenty of fractures," said Tidewater. Singh rotated the arm for a closer view of some puncture wounds. "What do you think caused these?" "Sharp rocks on the ground. Perhaps the jagged stumps of branches on the logs." "Aha. Any evidence of bleeding?" "Oh yes. Certainly. Mad about these other injuries, these lacerations from the logs. Any evidence of bleeding before you cleaned them up?" Tidewater was struck by his own answer. Now that you ask, no, I don't think so. The blood was congealed for the most part." Singh looked closely at a gouge on the left chest. "I don't see any bruising either." "No, it's a little surprising. Mad about the lividity on his front side." Well, the injuries tell me he was face up when the logs fell on him." "Was that the case?" Tidewater fumbled. I believe he was face up, yes." Singh grabbed her camera. "Is it okay if we?" "Oh, certainly," said Tidewater. She handed the camera to Reed, who started snapping pictures, following Singh as she worked her way around the body. His first shots were of the puncture wounds on the left arm. Singh pressed down on the rib cage with both hands. It sank easily beneath the pressure. "Rib cage is flailed." She pressed on the hips and made a painful face. "Iliac wings are entirely mobile. The pelvis is crushed." Tidewater wagged his head. "Oh, you don't know the half of it. It took hours to reshape him, and the rigor mortis certainly didn't help. The suit will cover a lot of it, of course. But the neck, that has me a little puzzled, especially the bruising. Vs. What do you make of it?" Singh stood at the head of the table and gently cradled Mr. Arnold's head in her hands. She tilted the head this way and that, observing the neck. She pulled a little, and the neck stretched. She rotated the head to one side and the neck didn't resist, it just went squish. I see what you mean. We've seen some broken necks, but nothing like this. Singh felt along the neck, pinching, pressing, twisting. No. It's a severe subluxation, a separation at the first and second cervical vertebrae. I would guess this hemorrhaging all around the neck is due to the vertebral arteries being severed. Her professional demeanor weakened as fear crept into her eyes. Reed wondered what it meant. She blinked the expression away and continued, of course, the spinal cord would have to be severed as well. Diffuse, circumferential ecchymosis around the neck. She held the head in an awkward, twisted position while Reed got some shots of the bruising on the neck, then she backed away, so troubled she couldn't hide it. She said to Reed, like Randy Thompson. Reed swallowed. That's about how he looked. She carefully returned Mr. Arnold's head to as near a natural position as the damage would allow. Mr. Tidewater, she said, this is what killed him, not the logs. The hemorrhaging and bruising around the neck are well spread. That means Mr. Arnold was alive when it happened. He still had a beating heart and blood pressure. The lacerations, the tears, and the punctures from the falling logs show no bleeding or bruising, which means there was no blood pressure when they occurred. Mr. Arnold was already dead. To make matters worse, she pointed out large darkened regions on the man's chest and belly. This discoloration you see is fixed lividity. When a person is dead, the blood settles by gravity to whichever side or part of the body is lowest. In this case, the lividity tells us that Mr. Arnold was lying on his stomach after he died, not on his back, the way he was found. The fact that the lividity is fixed, see here? Even I press on it, it doesn't displace, the blood has congealed, that means he was dead at least 8 to 12 hours before he was moved. So he died Sunday night, said Reed. Singh nodded. And the logs fell on him Monday morning. Tidewater stood there, mouth half open, nonplussed. I understand, but then again, I don't. Reed and Singh did not discuss Mr. Arnold until they were alone at a picnic table near a playground on the edge of town. Even though they were well out of earshot of anyone, Singh still spoke in lowered tones. Those punctures on the left arm have the same arrangement and spacing as the punctures in that thermos from the campsite. This thing has teeth, and it isn't afraid to use them. It doesn't mind wringing necks either. No. In fact, I think it prefers it. The bruises on the head and neck weren't from teeth or claws, but fingers, Singh reviewed. Somebody or something wrung that man's neck, just wrenched it, and then left the body face down. And then someone else moved the body. And left it on its back, not on its stomach. And dumped the logs on him to make it look like an accident. Singh shivered at the thought. Which doesn't bode well for Cap. Excuse me. She waved it off. Oh, just thinking out loud. But we have some patterns now, don't we? A line of attacks running southeast, 2 dead guys killed the same way, 1 hidden under logs, 1. Reed's voice trailed off. Hidden. We just haven't found him yet. Reed nodded. So I'd better get up to that logging site and see for myself. You took pictures of that cabin, right? Took plenty. So did I. I want to see them. All of them, right next to each other. Singh checked her watch. Meet you back in Abney. Reed rose from the table. Let's roll. As Rachel plunged into the woods, barreled through pine and fir boughs, leaped over logs, and snapped off dry, obstinate branches, Beck found that riding on her back was a definite improvement over hanging, clinging, and dangling every which way in her arms. Rachel seemed perfectly suited to taking the brunt of the branches and limbs that whipped past. Riding her was much like riding a lean, well-bred horse. So Sasquatchs did have a practical and efficient way to transport their young. Rachel just needed someone to remind her. Rachel and Beck were dropping down the mountainside into a shady draw where the trunks of ancient cedars and cottonwoods supported the forest canopy like pillars in a dark cathedral. Beck had no idea where they were geographically but guessed from the occasional flashes of sunlight that they were still heading south as they entered a boggy bottomland among the cottonwoods. Rachel slowed to a cautious, furtive walk, padding quietly over the black, rotting leaves, turning in quick little circles, looking this way and that, sniffing and listening. The fear was there again. Beck could sense it in Rachel's demeanor, in her eyes, in her movements, and in the fear odor that intensified when Rachel was alarmed. It made Beck wary, and she began rubbernecking in all directions, not knowing what to look for but wanting to be sure it wasn't there. Rachel let out a soft whistle. Another whistle came back immediately, and Rachel bolted forward, through the grove, through a stand of young cedars, and into a small meadow where sunlight showcased wildflowers and cattails grew in tall clumps at the edge of a pond. Rachel sank to her haunches, disappearing up to her waist in the meadow grass. Beck alighted on the ground beside her. Taking one deep, calming breath, Rachel fingered the leaves of a dandelion, then plucked them up and put them in her mouth, her eyes scanning casually as she chewed. She grunted, "HMPH. HMPH," came a reply among the cattails as a grey shadow came alive, moving but still hiding. Beck saw one coffee and amber eye gazing at her, then the other eye, then the first again as the breeze opened and closed the gaps in the leaves. Leah's gaze was eye-shy and suspicious. Rachel rose lazily, strode to the cattails, and with Leah's grudging indulgence, began fingering through them like a woman shopping for a blouse. When she found one she liked, she yanked it out, roots and all, and set it in the grass. She plucked up another, nibbled on it, plucked still another, nibbled on it, decided she preferred the first one, and put the second one back. Rachel returned with her arms full and sat down, setting the plants between her and Beck, enough to get sick on. From past experience, Beck knew her future. She was going to have to bite off, taste, chew, and force down every raw, chewy, stringy bit while Rachel watched. And watched. And watched. Rachel had already grabbed a cattail and was making quick work of it, chomping down the brown, cylindrical head as if it were a soft carrot and making it look delicious. She eyed Beck, waiting for her to do the same. Beck followed her example and reached for one, wondering where she should start biting into it. A whistle. Leah was the first to reply, emerging from behind the cattails and whistling back. Then Reuben popped up out of the pond, streaked with slime and excited, mud flying from his feet. Even Rachel paused with a cattail hanging from her mouth and gazed toward the old cottonwoods. Jacob emerged, looking tired from a long trek but still awesome in the light of day, his black hair gleaming, his sagittal crest a priestly mitre atop his head. His hands and arms cradled something against his belly. Beck actually felt glad to see him. He was carrying fruit. Apples and pears. Real food. People food. Nothing ever looked so wonderful. Leah and Reuben were there in an instant, bowed low with hands outstretched, grovelling like beggars before a noble, catching the luscious fruit as it fell from Jacob's hands. Rachel stared and fidgeted, whining, clearly wanting to be invited to the party but too timid to ask. "Hey, come on. Don't just sit there." Rachel. Beck pointed at the fruit with one hand, poked at Rachel with the other, and gave a plaintive cry, as near as she could get to an ape-like ooh. Ooh-hoo. The sound made her throat hurt. Leah and Reuben bothered to send her a scowl and went back to consuming the fruit, an apple, a pear, another apple, not slowing, slamming them into their mouths, making them disappear with alarming speed. Beck bounced up and down for emphasis, reaching toward the fruit and making whatever ape-like sounds she thought would register. She felt ridiculous, but she was hungry. Rachel lifted a lazy finger toward Jacob and grunted. Jacob glanced her way and took several precious seconds to think it over. He looked down at an apple he held in one hand and a pear he held in the other. Leah and Reuben had their eyes on the pear and apple too, their greedy hands outstretched. Jacob reached a decision somewhat grudgingly and all too slowly took 3 steps toward Rachel. He tossed the pear and apple the rest of the distance. Rachel caught the pear with the skill of an outfielder. The apple bounced on the ground and Beck grabbed it up. Rachel chomped and mashed the pear like a fruit grinder until it was gone. Beck took a bite from her apple, and then stared at it. Wait a minute. An apple? A domestic fruit from a tree someone had planted? She lifted her eyes to Jacob, who was settling down in the grass for a much-needed rest. Then Beck scanned all around as if she might catch a glimpse, a clue, a hint of where Jacob had been. Wherever he'd been, people had to have been nearby. It had to have been a farm, a homestead, an orchard, something owned and operated by people with roads, houses, and telephones. She examined the apple again. What kind was it? Was this kind of apple ripe in July, or did someone buy this at a grocery store? Where did? She didn't hear or see Reuben coming until his big, filthy fist appeared over her shoulder and grabbed the apple. No. Instinctively, in desperation, Beck clamped her hands around the apple, clutched it close to her body, and held on for sheer survival. Reuben's grip was like an iron vice, and Beck's body was a feather as he flipped her on her back and tried to pry the apple from her hands. Screaming, hoping for help, wondering where in the world Rachel was, she slipped from his muddy grip, then wriggled and squirmed until she was on her belly, the apple under her. Through the blades of grass, she saw Rachel come running, screaming and displaying, until Leah, growling and showing her teeth, tackled her to the ground and pummeled her. Reuben clearly felt no qualms. He took Beck by the hair and yanked her off the ground. She was twisting, dangling by her scalp, which brought a roar of pain from where she'd hit her head, but she didn't let go. Reuben groped for the apple, and Beck turned, holding it from him. She saw an opportunity and kicked him in the stomach with her good foot. The stomach didn't even give. Reuben dropped her, then grabbed at the apple with both hands. Beck tried to run. One step and her ankle punished her. She screamed in pain, nearly fell, then recovered her balance, so suddenly she scarcely saw it happening, the apple was gone. She yelped at the sight of her empty hands, and her eyes went immediately to the ground, searching, darting everywhere. But Reuben had left her, and she could easily see why. He walked away with a triumphant, head-high gait, his hand to his mouth. She heard the apple's flesh snapping and crunching deliciously between his teeth. Leah punished Rachel with one more slap across her shoulders, and then she retreated, gathering up her thieving son. "Oh God, where are you?" Beck cried. "How could you leave me like this?" She collapsed to the ground, whimpering. It just wasn't fair. She heard a familiar pig grunt above her, and for a moment a huge silhouette blocked the sun. Rachel sat beside her, sniffing, panting, and moaning little sounds of comfort. Leaning so close Beck could smell her breath, a scent of pear still lingered. She gently groomed the hair that fell across Beck's face and then, leaning back, offered Beck the only consolation she had, a cattail. One chainsaw was noisy. 4 chainsaws were very noisy. 4 chainsaws, a bulldozer, and an occasionally falling tree were more than enough to make conversation difficult. The clear-cut on Road 27 was going to be a noisy place, at least until the 6-man crew quit for the day. Reed, wearing the required hard hat, felt a little silly yelling at the man who stood only a few feet away, but the new foreman, a beer-bellied man in his 40s, yelled as if he was used to yelling, so yelling had to be okay. "So where was the truck?" Reed asked. A huge fir came down right on top of his question, and the foreman shouted, "What?" "The truck." "Where was the truck parked?" The foreman turned his head to look toward the clearing, and that's where most of his answer went. "Oh, I theen he was right off the place." He was pointing to the center of the clearing, now a field of stumps, dozer ruts, and sawdust. Reed pointed to where the bulldozer was piling up a fresh batch of logs. "Was that where you found him?" The foreman pointed at the pile and hollered something. Reed caught the words "found," "under there," "morning," "flat like a bug." "Aha! Does make a bit of sense." The foreman finally turned and shouted in his face. "Those logs don't dump over that way, not without some real help. But you ought to think about this, that dozer had an extra tenth of an hour on it when we got here. Another tree came down like an avalanche, sending a cloud of dust, pollen, and needles into the air." Reed waited for things to settle before asking, "Another tenth? Could you explain that?" The foreman turned his head to look and point at the bulldozer as it came by, the stack rumbling, the treads rattling and shrieking. "Every day we redown the hours," Reed hurried around to yell into his face. "You keep track of the hours on the bulldozer?" The foreman looked at him as if he were dense. "Yeah, that's what I said. Clocked it out when we left Friday night, and when we came back Monday morning, a one was squished and the dozer had an extra tenth of an hour on the clock. So how do you explain that?" The foreman shook his head. "Can't, 'cept, if I wanted to dump over a pile of logs, I'd need a bulldozer to do it." "You mean somebody could have purposely dumped the logs on him?" "I dunno. None of us do." "Well, if they did, how'd they get him to hold still?" The foreman arched an eyebrow under his hard hat. "So now the police are interested, is that it?" He signaled Reed to follow and walked toward the road where the crew's vehicles were parked. Reed came alongside him, relieved to get farther from the noise. When the foreman reached his old pickup, he reached through the window and brought out a jagged metal object. It was a thermos, crushed and bearing a familiar pattern of teeth marks. "Found that behind a stump near the truck, not too far from Alan's hard hat. Alan always liked to come up on Sunday night and stand by his truck, have a little coffee, plan out the week. And he always wore his hard hat. Whatever got him over there. He wasn't anywhere near the logs." Singh was only half her calm self. "We were looking for a pattern in the animal's behavior, but we weren't expecting this." Cap was listening over his cell phone while seated at a computer station in the University Research Library. From this spot in the library's Internet Center, he could see most of the main floor. If he slouched enough, the computer screen hid most of his face. Why would the perp dump all those logs but leave the thermos for somebody to find? He didn't see it. It was thrown behind a stump. Mad about fingerprints on the dozer. Obliterated. The dozer was handled and operated for 2 days after the incident. Sounds to me like you'd better be careful. You'd better be careful. Singh said. He smiled wryly. Hey, I'm at an institute of higher learning, surrounded by knowledge's elite. What's to be afraid of? That's not funny. It's incisive and satirical. She chuckled. We'll both be careful, won't we? We will, he said GCK, by and folded his cell phone, feeling careful. Discreetly, he rotated his head and got a visual on who might be working, or lurking at the other computer stations, and then eyed the flow of patrons on the main floor. Absolutely nothing appeared out of the ordinary, and he'd worked on this campus long enough to recognize ordinary when he saw it. The University Research Library was a modern, inexhaustible depository of knowledge, 6 floors, miles of stacks, and millions of bound volumes. It was the haunt, the second home, of graduate students and doctoral candidates who created their own offices in the study booths along the walls and maintained a steady flow of traffic in the elevators. It was a quiet, somber place where great minds could meet and challenge new frontiers, as long as they did it quietly and brought in no food or drinks. There hadn't been any murders here lately, maybe a flasher or two up in the stacks, but certainly no spies or killers. Cap relaxed and smiled to himself. Okay, he thought, I've been careful. He directed his attention back to the computer screen, trying to sort out, make sense of, and interpret the inconclusive findings Nick had brought back from the Judy lab, the campus nickname for the Judith Fairfax DNA sequencing core facility. The files on the CD Nick had given him were burgeoned with row upon row of the same four letters, A, C, T, and G, in a myriad of combinations, all representing specific strands of DNA from the hair, stool, and saliva samples. These were the clues, the indicators that would tell him what creature the samples came from, if the specific strands could be matched with those of a known creature. Fortunately, DNA sequencing had reached such a level of sophistication that, using internet resources such as GenBank and the calculating power of a high-speed computer, Cap could access vast archives of known strands, request comparisons, and find a match. At least, that was the way it was supposed to work. So far he'd found plenty of matches but plenty of confusion as well. To most anyone, including the folks at the Judy lab, the data would have to be ruled inconclusive. Cap's samples had to have been contaminated. Contamination was the classic wrench in the works as far as DNA sequencing was concerned. Even though much of the sequencing was now automated, eliminating most of the usual errors, contamination was one determined little gremlin, constantly waiting for a chance to mess things up. The field was full of stories of misidentification due to foreign DNA somehow getting into the mix. DNA from a Triceratops was once found to be 100% identical to DNA from a turkey, but the researchers could never be sure whether the dinosaur was really identical to turkeys or whether someone eating a turkey sandwich during the sequencing contaminated the sample. To most anyone, Cap's samples indicated that kind of contamination, foreign DNA somehow mixed in with known DNA. To most anyone, that was the end of the matter. For Cap, it didn't end there. Of course, he wished that it did. It would have so much better than having to deal with another possible explanation and what that could mean. Cap leaned back in his chair, hands interlocked in his lap, as he stared at their screen. What now? Well, a paunchy man in a sagging wool sweater walked into the library's comfortable, chair and sofa study lounge. Dr. Mort Eisenbaum, just the man Cap needed to see. Eisenbaum was an unmarried, socially inept genius who preferred huddling and communing with organic molecules, amino acids, and proteins to living in the complicated world of people. He and Cap weren't close, but they'd often consulted on projects and compared notes on particular students. This man was a pioneer in DNA sequencing and usually liked being consulted about it. Cap had all the data laid out systematically on the computer. It wouldn't take much of Eisenbaum's time. Cap ventured out of hiding and into the study lounge. Eisenbaum had settled into a favorite spot at a large oak table and was leafing through a stack of research volumes, obviously on the trail of something. Excuse me. Mort. Eisenbaum looked up over his reading glasses. A cloud fell over his face. Dr. Capella. How are you? Pretty good, pretty good. I was working on something when I saw you come in. It's got me a little baffled. Eisenbaum closed the volume he was reading, stacked it on top of the others, and rose from his chair. I'm afraid I can't help you. Cap groped for some words as Eisenbaum brushed past him. Well, it's just over here on the computer. It would only take a moment, I'm sure. Eisenbaum kept walking, not looking back. Well, what about we don't have to meet here? What if we went someplace private, had some coffee or something? Cap followed him, trying not to look desperate. The agreement doesn't say we can't talk to each other, just outsiders. He stopped. I am an outsider. Eisenbaum went out the door as if he and Cap had never met. Cap was disappointed. Eisenbaum had always struck him as a lone eccentric, not affected that much by department politics back to square one. Cap returned to his computer station and slouched in his chair, staring at the computer screen in case God might send a revelation. Did these results really make sense in their own bizarre way? Many of the sequences from the stool, hair, and saliva samples matched chimpanzee DNA, but there were just as many sequences that matched up with human DNA. At first glance, one would think that either the chimp DNA was contaminated with human DNA, or the other way around, except for an entirely distinct third group that seemed to be an odd hybrid of both. It closely matched chimp, and where it didn't match chimp, it closely matched human. Contamination couldn't have caused that. To make matters worse, mixed in through it all were weird sequences that didn't match up with anything. They were junk DNA, unidentified contaminants with no explanation for how they got there. Unless Cap saved all his findings to a fresh CD and tucked the disk away in his pocket with the CD he'd gotten from Nick. He had a hunch, but he needed someone to test it and hopefully tell him he was wrong. He needed someone who loved to tell him how wrong he was about virtually everything, someone who would pull no punches. He immediately thought of just the person. Judging from the cold reception Cap got from Eisenbaum, it might be tough getting through to him, but no matter. Cap was desperate enough. Pete set down his rifle, shed his tracking gear, and dropped onto a bench on the porch of the tall pine with a deep, tired sigh. He removed his hat, ran his fingers over his scalp, and allowed himself a moment of staring at the plank floor with his mind a blank. Tyler had set his gear down near the porch rail. For some reason the young flank man still had enough energy to remain standing. "You guys want something to drink?" "Coffee," said Max, lying on his back on the floor. "Nothing in it." "I'll take a Coke," said Benny, plopping down next to Pete. Tyler waited, but Pete said nothing. Pete returned to this world long enough to answer, "Just some water." "Thanks, Tyler." Tyler went after the drinks. There was about a 3-second moment of silence, which was apparently all Benny could stand. "Well, we made it back. Still got about an hour of daylight left." Pete could not be cheered. There wasn't much left to do anyway. Jimmy Clark walked over. He looked fresh enough. His clothes weren't even dirty. "Everybody down?" Benny answered, "Yeah, we're calling it quits. Joni and Chris have gone home already. They're the smart ones." Pete took his turn after Benny. He'd been doing it all day. "The woods are clear. Your guys can have it, and I really do wish you the best." "Thanks, Pete, I appreciate it." Pete rubbed his tired eyes. "I wanted out of there anyway. I don't want my cruise up there in the dark when that critter has all the advantage. It'll all over by tonight. I've got a feeling." "Yeah, you'd better hope so," said Benny. "Not all of us are happy how things are going." A voice called from across the parking lot. "Pete." "Speak of the devil," said Benny. It was Reed, in uniform, coming from a big motorhome Pete recognized as Singh's mobile crime lab. Pete gave a weak smile. The young man was brewing up something, he could tell. "So where've you been?" asked Benny. "Out chasing Bigfoot." "Benny." Pete's voice was strained. He then said quietly, "I think it's time for you to go home." "Well, I'd just like to know what he's been up to while we've been busting our butts up there looking for his wife." He challenged Reed, "You do have a wife, don't you, or would you rather not discuss that?" Reed smiled at him. "I appreciate all your hard work, but I think Pete's right, you need to go." "Well, there's more going on here than meets the eye, I'll bet S on that." Pete barked, "Go home, Benny." Benny glared at Pete, then at Reed, then grabbed up his gear. "Back." "I won't expect you," Pete said. "I'm not coming." Benny stomped across the parking lot to his truck, muttering how he should have been paid, but no amount of money was worth it anyway. Reed watched him go, strangely calm, then looked at Pete, the question in his eyes. Pete answered, "We didn't find her." "Didn't find a thing?" Tyler returned with drinks in a cardboard holder. "Where's Benny?" Max took his coffee and Pete took his water. Pete said to Reed, "Help yourself to a Coke." Reed took it. "Sing and I would like a meeting with you over in the rig." Pete was already interested before Reed even said anything. "You got it." The sun was low and the ravine was in shadow. The forlorn, dismembered cabin was fading, becoming indistinct in a premature dusk. The white-haired Wiley Kane and Steve Thorne, the Marine, had moved to the downwind location above the ravine, thankful for a change in the view and the tedium. They'd spent the afternoon bored out of their minds, whispering jokes to each other, expecting no action until darkness came. Now, darkness approached, and as the light faded, their interest revived. Each checked his rifle one last time, sighting through the scope and drawing a bead on that half-drum of doughnuts and greasy goo. Soon they would need the night vision goggles. Wiley Kane, who would have the first shift, tried his out. Sam Marlowe, the young Mariners fan, checked his watch. He hadn't slept much, but he'd gotten some reading done, and now it was time to relieve his partner. He rose quietly, rifle on his back, and moved out. Jansen carefully climbed down from the bear stand that was hidden among the limbs. They said nothing to each other. Marlowe simply gave Jansen a pat on the shoulder and started climbing, limb by limb. The bear stand was a device suitable only for the durable and patient. A precarious-looking platform clamped to the trunk of the tree about 20 feet off the ground. The bear stand was not much more than a foldable chair with footrests to keep the hunter's legs from dangling and a safety harness to keep him from killing himself should he doze off. Marlowe eased himself off the limbs and onto the platform and strapped himself in. The campsite of Ted and Melanie Brooks lay just below, deserted, but tantalizingly baited. Jimmy Clark had called for the old standby, a half-drum full of doughnuts and bacon grease, but Marlowe and Jansen had added their own enticements based on what the campers had been eating, a paper plate with a wilting salad and 3 fried hamburger patties on a small card table. "Come on, fella," Marlowe thought as he prepared his night goggles. "Let's get it over with." Singh's mobile lab was cramped, tightly furnished with 2 lab benches, drawers and shelves, flasks, test tubes, pipettes, cameras and tripods, a microscope, charts and maps, rulers and tape measures, a laser level, a drawing table, and now the radio and GPS gear Reed had ordered. Singh sat at her compact computer station, clicking and opening digital photos on her laptop while Reed and Pete, squeezed into 2 folding chairs, looked over her shoulder. "Check this out," said Reed, finishing his Coke. "Exhibit 1. I took this picture when Beck and I first got to the cabin." Singh opened the window on the computer screen. It was a shot of the cabin interior, torn apart, shelves broken, with shredded packaging thrown everywhere and a white dusting of flour on everything. "Huh," said Pete. "No tracks. I was shooting the area in front of me. I stepped on it," said Reed. "And note this," Singh said, selecting and enlarging a detail with the mouse. "Shovel on the floor near the upper left corner." "All right," said Pete. "And now Exhibit 2, said Reed. I took this one the next day." She brought up another photo and positioned the 2 photos beside each other. "Okay, right," said Pete. "That's how it looked when I was there." The second photo showed the same cabin interior, this time with several boot prints clearly visible in the flour, and another difference Pete saw immediately. No shovel. "And note the boot prints," Reed added. Pete nodded. "Right. 2 sets." He pulled some footprint diagram cards from his pocket and studied them one by one. "I recorded 3 different prints up there." He pointed at the tracks on the screen. "These are Reed's. Same size, same sole, same wear patterns." But these others, up in the corner where the shovel was, I thought they belonged to Randy. He leaned back, stroking the back of his neck, but they sure don't. Reed spoke what Pete had to be thinking. By the time those other prints were made, Randy was dead and Beck and I were having our trouble. Our campsite was hidden up in those trees. Whoever it was must have thought my prints were Randy's, until he found Randy dead. Our guess is our third person buried Randy's body, hoping no one would find it, said Singh. So we have 2 men killed the same way, said Reed, and both deaths concealed. First, Alan Arnold was buried under a pile of logs, and then Randy Thompson was buried somewhere with the shovel from the cabin. The shovel was discarded, hidden with the body so there wouldn't be any fingerprints or clues, out of sight, out of mind, Singh added. This is all an educated theory, of course. Matt, do you think? Reed asked Pete, do you think we could be right? Pete leaned back and clasped his hands behind his head. If you ever find Randy's body, you'll know for sure. Does Sheriff Mills know about this? He will when he gets here tomorrow morning, said Reed. I'm hoping he'll either buy our idea or come up with a better one, but do something either way. Reed drew a breath, his emotions close to the surface. None of this says Beck is alive, but I'm still believing. And we're ready for new ideas, that's for sure, said Pete. So what about Jimmy? You gonna let him in on this? I'll leave that up to Sheriff Mills. Jimmy still thinks I'm crazy. Pete stared at the computer screen. He ran a hand across his forehead. As if that fool critter wasn't enough, now he's got helpers. There was something about the coming of night that changed things. As the sun turned bloody red, then winked out behind a distant ridge, as the sky faded from blue to black, as the night voices of the forest began to mourn, click, yelp, and chatter, Beck felt another fear returning like a slow-working potion, spreading through her in perfect cadence with the deepening of the night. Though she and Reed had tried to talk themselves out of it that first night above the cabin on Lost Creek, she now had a name for it, night fear, and believed in it, even trusted it. It never came invited, but it was there for a reason. There was something out there to be afraid of. Strangely, chillingly, the Sasquatch seemed to feel it too. These wild animals, clearly capable of traveling and foraging at night, were afraid. Beck could sense it in the nervous darting of their eyes, the overcaution of their gait, their strange, stealthy silence, and, of course, the fear scent that thickened as darkness came. They were moving again, fleeing by the looks of it, winding and dodging through old-growth forest on a steep mountainside, stumbling and tired, short on sleep and hungry, driven by something out there. They broke out of the cover of the forest to cross a vast field, acres, of broken, angular rocks. The sky was open above them, and directly ahead, Sagittarius and Scorpius twinkled close to the horizon. They were going south. The ape's soft, flexible feet conformed and gripped the rocks. With speed and silence, they made it across and back into the trees. The clash in the trees was like a bomb going off, sudden, deafening, jolting. Beck lurched, gripped Rachel's neck, tried to see what was happening. It was dark to tell exactly, but Leah had run into something, had disturbed something, or was being attacked by something. There was a terrible thrashing in the brush and branches. Leah screamed, Reuben bawled, Jacob roared. Rachel, trying to look in every direction for what the problem might be, spun so fast she threw Beck from her back. Beck landed on one foot, hopped to favor the other, and stumbled backward into a thicket. She rolled, wrestled, tried to get up. Branches, leaves, vines, and twigs entangled her. She couldn't get her legs under her. The ground was quivering. Jacob was still roaring. Reuben was screaming. Rachel was huffing, terrified. Lost Creek. For a moment, Beck was back at the forlorn little cabin, hearing the same sounds, mad with the same terror. She let out a cry as her arms flailed in the thicket, trying to find a handhold. Leah had encountered something big, powerful, and fast, but apparently she'd scared it. It was now smashing and crashing through the tangle to get away from her, and coming Beck's way. When the thing raced through a shaft of light, Beck saw an immense round body galloping toward her, leaping over logs and pushing through limbs. She knew immediately it was a bear. She also knew that in just a second or two, it was going to run right over her. She struggled to get up. She slipped, then tripped and got nowhere. She screamed. Was that Rachel? Just above her, something let out a roar so deep and loud she felt it in her chest. She wriggled and looked up just in time to see Rachel leap over her and land directly in the bear's path. Rachel's hair bristled like a brush, enlarging her outline. The two huge bodies collided like a thunderclap, then rolled and grappled, impacting tree trunks, shattering limbs, throwing leaves and dirt, pounding and gouging the ground. Beck heard it and only partially saw it until Rachel in a shaft of ghostly hefting the huge black mass as it kicked and flailed. With skill, quickness, and astonishing power, Rachel took the bear's head in both hands and whipped its massive body about until the neck bones crackled and the bear went limp. She whipped the body again. It hung like a sack of lead from her hands, motionless. She shook it to be sure, then dashed it to the ground, heavy, contorted, and dead. Reuben was still bawling. Leah was moaning and clicking at him, no doubt trying to calm him down. Jacob huffed from somewhere close, pushing toward them through the undergrowth. Rachel was still angry, her hair bristling, her nostrils steaming, her canines flashing in the dim light. She reached down, grabbed 2 handfuls of bear hide, hefted the bear over her head, and dashed it to the ground again. The guts tore loose with a mashing sound that made Beck wince. Beck ventured only one look. She couldn't see the bear's eyes, only its tongue protruding from its mouth and glistening in the dim light, a row of white teeth and the head grotesquely twisted and dangling, nearly severed. Rachel breathed heavily as she came toward Beck, hands extended to gather her up. Beck cowered, shied away. Don't touch me. She'd heard terrible screams before and been terrified. She'd seen Randy Thompson's brutally murdered body and wondered what hideous monster could have done such a thing. Now, looking up into Rachel's dark and wrinkled face, she knew. 9 The cold of the night was creeping into Sam Marlowe's feet, but since he was strapped into the bear stand on the side of a tree, there wasn't much he could do other than wiggle his toes and flex his ankles. The rifle was cold and heavy. Dew formed on the barrel, and his hands complained, threatening to cramp. He held the rifle in one hand while he flexed the other, then traded hands and flexed again. The Walk 1s were alive, the night shift was on duty. Leopard frogs in the nearby stream bed called each other at regular intervals, a crowd of coyotes howled and yapped in their usual, ghostly fashion, never there as much as out there somewhere. Every few seconds, a bat flickered like a giant, ghostly moth across the field of his night goggles. Below him, the half-drum of rotting refuse sent up its stench, but so far, no visitors. Wiley Kane almost dozed off, but one tiny snore brought a quick elbow from Steve Thorne, the only one allowed to sleep at the moment. Kane lifted his night goggles long enough to rub his eyes, then went back to scanning the woods. Movement down by the cabin caught his eye immediately, but he was disappointed. The half-drum of grease and donuts had attracted its first visitor, a skunk. Well, somebody was bound to show up. Beck held on, her arms around Rachel's thick neck, her legs wrapped around Rachel's middle, as Rachel hurried once again through the forest, floating in her strange, bent-kneed gait, back slightly stooped, long arms gently, silently moving tree limbs aside as they passed through. Leah strode about 30 feet ahead of them with Reuben on her back, a vague, cloudy shape in the dark that melted in and out of the shadows and hardly made a sound. Somewhere in the enfolding web of forest and thicket ahead of Leah, Jacob was leading, and somehow, Leah could see him. Where they were going, only Jacob knew. They broke out of the forest and followed a dry stream bed awash in cold, silver-blue moonlight. The path was littered with dead wood and crisscrossed with the weather-checked remnants of fallen trees. Mountain slopes formed black walls on either side, and directly above, Lyra twinkled beneath the Milky Way. Now Beck could see Jacob far ahead, a silhouette in light but invisible in shadows. He strode across the river rocks and leaped over fallen logs, maintaining a demanding pace the two females were expected to keep up with, even with heavy children on their backs. The image was hauntingly familiar. Men. Always showing off. She could have named Jacob Reed instead. Oh, Beck, such thoughts. Jacob was a bloodthirsty, flesh-tearing beast, Reed was a man, and what she wouldn't give to be home with that man right now. Sure, he was one-upping and offending her at every turn in the trail, but that was just his clumsy, male way of helping her grow. He'd pushed himself and her before, and she'd been offended before, but it was his way. He was a man who relished strength and youth, but still a boy tripping over himself trying to grow up. He meant well, and sometimes, like right now, she could see it that way. She laid her head on Rachel's shoulder. She missed Reed, ached for him. Rachel's pace, once steady, now slowed. Beck glanced ahead. Jacob had stolen to the opposite side of the stream bed and become a dark extension of a dead snag's shadow. He remained still as Leah and Rachel, trudging and tired, caught up. Leah moved silently to where a tall hemlock and a hollow stump stood side by side and became one of them, standing still, dark, and massive. Reuben dropped silently from his mother's back and became a stump. Rachel located herself in a thicket and became a bush, blending her own outline with the shapes around her. Beck settled into the bushes beside Rachel and remained still, satisfied that the leaves would hide her. Now only the forest made sounds, the barely noticeable whisper of the breeze, the occasional squeaking of a tiny creature under a rock, the faraway screech of an owl. As far as the forest knew, even as near as Beck could tell, the Sasquatchs weren't there. So what was happening? What was this all about? The only information Beck could glean came from Rachel, who peered intently toward a clearing beside the stream bed. Beck searched the clearing, shifting as stealthily as she could to peer through the leaves and branches. Her heart quickened at the same time her mind balked with uncertainty. Just beyond the tops of some obscuring grasses, she saw a patch of bare ground, and in the middle of that ground, an incongruous pile of roundish objects. It was fruit. Apples, pears, even some bananas. So this was where Jacob was taking them. He had to have been here before. But fruit meant humans, so what was this really? It was hard to imagine someone had placed all the fruit there just to be nice to animals. It had to be bait, and if so, for what purpose? Were hunters in the trees, waiting for some unsuspecting animal to walk into their gun sights? The Sasquatchs must have been wondering the same thing. They remained still, watching, listening, sniffing, wanting to know all there was to know about this place. If Jacob had been here before, it hadn't lessened his caution. Should I call out? Should I make some noise? She thought better of it. Silence and stealth were the rule now, and she was freshly aware that violating the rules could get her killed. Fear had become a given, never gone, seldom lessened, but she couldn't let it control her or make her do something stupid. She had to think, plan, learn, and wait. There would be another way, sometime, somewhere. After another long moment of silent watching, listening, and smelling, Jacob finally broke off from his concealing shadow and moved forward into the clearing. Leah followed next, and behind her, like a half-sized copy, came Reuben. Rachel sighed as if with relief and rose slowly from the thicket. She took one more look and listened, then slipped into the clearing. Beck followed close behind her, limping but standing on her own, trying to step where Rachel stepped and be just as quiet about it. The others reached the fruit first and wasted no time grabbing it up and gobbling it down. Rachel hesitated at the edge of the bare ground, then took a step. When she didn't get growled at or clobbered, she took another. Jacob tossed an apple her way, which she immediately grabbed up, but that was the only toss she got. She drew closer. Hungry as she was, Beck was still more interested in the surroundings. She was unable to see anything amiss in the black wall of the forest. She heard no gun bolts sliding, no camera shutters clicking. She saw no blinking red lights from camcorders. Even so, this whole thing had to be a setup. Domestic, store-bought fruit didn't appear in the middle of the wilderness without some human with a plan. Then she realized the ground under her feet felt different. Peering down, she saw that it looked different too. She reached down to touch it, her finger sank to the second joint in loose soil. The ground had been tilled and raked, much like a garden prepared for planting. Her boots sank in, making impressions. It hit her. Footprints. She and the beasts were leaving them everywhere, which was precisely the idea. Rachel nudged her, but Beck paid no mind. Footprints. She saw this once on a TV nature show, and now here it was for real. Some nature lovers were hoping to capture the footprints of wild animals. They'd prepared this site with loose soil and bait, and whether they were here now or would return later, they were keeping an eye on it. Beck looked for a trail somewhere, some path the humans had used to get here. She had to find it and remember it. Rachel nudged her again, and Beck took a pair from her hand. Footprints. Beck started stepping and limping around the site in any loose soil she could find. Got to leave some footprints. Rachel followed her, offering her a banana and obliterating every footprint Beck left. She took the banana and retraced her steps, trying to put her footprints back, but they were much shallower this time. Rachel kept following her, curious, flattening the impressions under her big, soft feet. Rachel, don't. Beck stopped to eat the banana just so Rachel wouldn't follow. Rachel stopped and ate her apple. While hurriedly eating the banana, Beck spotted some unstomped soil near the edge of the tilled circle. With the empty banana peel in her hand, she limped to the place. Rachel followed, protective and fascinated. With her finger, Beck began scratching numbers in the ground. 208. Rachel squatted beside her and watched in the same way she watched everything Beck did, with utmost, unbroken attention. She reached down herself and ran her finger along the ground, leaving one furrow, then another, captivated by the activity. Beck could only hope Rachel would remain distracted so she could complete the number. 96. She heard the others stirring behind her, rising to leave. Please, just 2 more seconds. 92. Jacob huffed. The party was over. The banana peel tumbled to the ground. Beck's finger was still extended to right as she lurched into the air and flopped over Rachel's shoulder, Rachel's best attempt so far at loading up her kid. No. Lay. Let me finish. Rachel was already trotting out of the clearing, following the others. Beck hung on, gripping, grappling, trying to get right side up. She finally got one hand around Rachel's neck, then the other, and then her legs astride Rachel's middle, resting on the hips, as the whole family vanished into the woods again. Hope. Beck hadn't gained as much as she wanted, but at least she had a start on it. The gorilla was doing a clumsy line dance without a line, the tops of its running shoes plainly visible above its phony, slip-on feet. It carried a placard that read "Apes have rights," and from under the plastic ape-faced mask, a young man's voice chanted in a monotonous cadence, "Freedom for our brothers, freedom for the apes. Freedom for our brothers, freedom for the apes." He was one of about a dozen chanting protesters gathered for their Thursday morning demonstration outside the York Primate Centre, an old but renovated brick structure on the Kazini University campus. The gorilla suit was a new feature Cap hadn't seen before. On the other hand, Cap, in a loud, tropical shirt, straw hat, Bermuda shorts, and sunglasses, was a sight the protesters hadn't seen before. Not that he was the tunazule, the protesters, most of them students with too few causes and too much time, liked to dress in outrageous ways to draw attention. Besides the gorilla, there was a cheap, Kmart version of the orangutan from Disney's Jungle Book, an overweight Tarzan in a loincloth and fright wig, and a scientist in a white lab coat spattered with red paint. Viv and Cap joined them and took up their chant. They were happy enough to count him as one of their own. It was mostly during the summer months that these folks displayed themselves at the Primate Center's gated parking entrance, waiting for the ape killers, torturers, and exploiters to venture in or out. Any car arriving or leaving would have to run the gauntlet and endure the latest chant of outrage. Cap had driven this gauntlet on many a Thursday himself. Someone had given Cap a sign to wave, "Where have all the primates gone?" He held it high, utilized a few dance steps of his own, and tried to blend in as the chant broke apart and abated in the lull between cars. "Hey! You're new here." He was being addressed by the group's leader, a brassy-voiced young woman with garish purple hair and enough metal in her face to set off an airport alarm. "Not really. I used to work here. At the Primate Center." "Yeah, a little bit, but mostly in bioscience. I taught biology." Tarzan quit talking to the gorilla and they turned to listen. "Vf me, don't you work here anymore?" the leader said. "I was fired." "Cool," said Tarzan. "How come?" asked the gorilla. "I kept finding problems with Darwinism," said Cap. The response was predictable: the little gasps, the incredulity, the wagging heads, the side glances and snickers. "You're kidding," the young woman in the lab coat cried. "I thought you were a biology prof. Millimeter HM, molecular biology. How can a biology prof have a problem with Darwinism? How can a Darwinist have a problem with anything? So what are you doing here?" She sounded just a little suspicious. "Do you care about our brothers?" "You mean the apes?" "Yeah, the apes. They are our brothers, our closest relatives." The gorilla added, "We're 98% chimpanzee." Cap tried not to sneer. "We taught you that." "So they have rights just like we do," said the woman, "here until those rights are recognized." That was a prompt. The others all cheered, "Yeah. Rights for the chimps. Set 'em free." "And we're gonna stay," Cap countered. "Have you ever been in there? The primates aren't being abused. This is non-invasive research, strictly behavioral. The worst they do is give the primates cucumbers instead of grapes." Some moaned, others wagged their heads, some rolled their eyes. Tarzan even got hostile. "Hey, don't lie to us, man." "They are being held in cages, aren't they?" said the orangutan. The woman got right in Cap's face. "That's what they want us to think. Sure, maybe the apes here on campus aren't being abused, but what about the ones they take off campus?" "Off campus?" Cap asked. "How do you?" A girl decked out like a tree with a toy chimp in one of her branches, her arm shouted, "Car coming." They scrambled into lines on either side of the driveway and took up the chant, waving their signs. "Freedom for our brothers, freedom for the apes." The gorilla broke into his line dance, Tarzan yodeled a yell, the orangutan spun in circles, waving his arms, and the little tree swayed in the wind as the gate lifted and a car rolled through. Cap bolted from the curb and stood in front of the car. "Hey! Hey, Baumgartner!" The driver braked abruptly, then honked. "You're gonna get arrested," the little tree cried out to Cap. Cap raised his sunglasses as he leaned over the hood of the car. "It's me, Capella." The driver quit honking and stared through the windshield. Cap took off his straw hat. "Baumgartner." "Cap." Michael Capella. The driver rolled down his window and stuck out his head. Cap. Are you crazy? Cap handed his sign to the gorilla and ran around to the passenger's side shouting through the closed window. We've got to talk. Baumgartner anguished a moment, then reached over and opened the door. Cap settled into the passenger seat and closed the door behind him, blocking out the din of the chants. Sorry for the get-up, but they wouldn't let me in to see you. Dr. Emil Baumgartner hit the gas. Well, let's get out of here before anybody sees you. Fleming Krinkovic, 23-year-old, unemployed son of an unemployed miner, stood there and stared, his head wiggling back and forth in tiny, unconscious expressions of awe and amazement. His spidery hands shook, awaiting orders for an appropriate gesture from his stupefied brain. Words wouldn't come to his lips, only little gasps and oaths. It was early morning. The shadows were still long, which brought out the footprints in stark relief. He'd hoping for years to capture just one big footprint, pressing on and wasting bait while the world laughed and his parents shook their heads. Sometime since yesterday morning, it all became worth it. His hands shook so badly he had trouble pulling his camera from its case. He forgot for a moment how to turn it on. He nearly dropped it trying to focus. A click. He shot from one side. A click. He shot from the other. A click. From high above. Click click. Close-ups. Click click click. A montage he would paste together on his computer. Click. A human print. His finger froze on the shutter button. He stared over the top of his camera. There wasn't just one, but several boot prints, some stepped on by a big Sasquatch foot, some on top of the Sasquatch prints, some by themselves. It was a small print, perhaps that of a woman. He'd read about this, something about a missing woman up near Abney. Arlen. He had to call Arlen. Fleming ran in a circle, excited, nervous. Numbers. Those were numbers scratched in the dirt. He yanked out his pen, dropped it, picked it up, wrote the numbers on his hand, then he ran up the trail, jamming his camera back into its case. He needed casting plaster too, and a ruler, and he had to call Arlen. We just need another day. Jimmy was adamant. It's moving. It's gone, said Pete. Doesn't matter how long your guys, listen. You've had your people tramping through the woods, stirring things up and making noise and leaving their scent everywhere. It's no wonder we didn't bag this bear. I can't call the search off, said Sheriff Mills. Not till you've covered all 8 zones. Where are you going to search next? The rest of the world. Pete, Sheriff Mills, and Jimmy stood nose to nose on the front porch of the tall pine, refreshed from some sleep and ready to lock horns. Pete held up his hand, hoping to keep the floor for at least one complete sentence. Whatever that thing is, it's moving south. It doesn't care about your bear stands and your donuts. You don't know that. Well, Reed's worked up a pretty good theory. Jimmy rolled his eyes. So you're listening to him now? He's got a good case if you'd just listen. I'd like to hear it, said Sheriff Mills. You'll lose credibility. Jimmy warned. You're losing people already, or haven't you noticed? Kane and Max stood to the side, having slept little and accomplished less. They weren't invited to be part of the discussion, but Kane spoke up anyway. Sheriff, pardon me, but a lot of us need to know we're not wasting our time. Do we have a good, clear mission or don't we? Max piped in, are we still searching for somebody, or are we hunting a bear, or Bigfoot, or what? Jimmy jumped on him. We're not hunting Bigfoot. He returned to Mills. See? That right there is the kind of fire I'm constantly having to put out, and I'm getting sick of it. Just tell us what the mission is, once and for all, said Kane. The sheriff looked at Pete. Maybe you'd better tell me what's happening. Pete had to admit, it's been tough holding the crew together. Joni and Chris cashed it in. Don's out. I had to let Benny go. The medical folks aren't waiting by the phone, we all know that. Kane offered, nobody trusts this Shelton fellow, that's the problem. How do we know he didn't off his wife and he's just making everything else up? Pete bristled. Kane, why don't you just shut up? Well, I'm not the only one who thinks so. Shut up anyway, said Sheriff Mills. Sheriff Jimmy said with a sigh, the search is over. Beck Shelton is dead, and so is Randy Thompson. We need to deal with the hazard that's still out there, we need to get that bear. It won't happen with everyone traipsing around. The sheriff looked at Pete as if trying to read him. Pete was struggling. Sheriff, there is more to this. You haven't seen all the cards yet. You just have to trust me. Mad about the search? Are we done? Pete looked down at the ground. I know some folks don't see much point in going out there again, and maybe they are right. I'm going back out there, even if I'm alone. Jimmy sighed. Pete, we all feel that way. Do we? Mills asked Patrick, Sheriff. You know the score here. I don't have to tell you the chances of finding Beck or Randy alive. So now I suppose you want some big decision from me. Mills drew a deep breath and took a moment to weigh his words. Mimmin, he had all four of them by the eyes, he answered, it's easy enough to tell me, heck, even tell yourselves, that Beck Shelton is dead. But which one of you wants to tell Reed? He didn't wait long for an answer, he just kept going. Nathan, you can look Reed Shelton in the eye and tell him his wife is dead even though you can't prove it. When you're ready to watch his hope lie right down and die, if any of you can come away from breaking the heart of a friend and still call him your friend. Now it was his turn to struggle. Then, all right. I'll accept that and say we did our best. They were silent and would no longer meet his eye. Sheriff Mills. It was Reed, in hunting garb, bursting from his room. Mills shot a warning glare at every one of them, and then he waited. Reed strode up, papers in his hand, maps, charts, some blown-up photographs. Good morning, sir. I have something to show you, he noted the group. What? Read Jimmy. Mills met Reed's eyes, then directed his attention toward Pete and Reed looked at them. Jimmy drew a breath. Sheriff. Sheriff. Arlen Peake burst out the front door of the inn, a scrap of paper in his hand. Somebody's found her. Reed was all over that. Vivia? Where? Is she alive? No, I don't mean no, I mean, no, he doesn't know. Am I making any sense? Sheriff Mills looked about ready to grab the innkeeper by the scruff of the neck, but his tone was enough. We're listening, Arlen. Arlen referred to his scribbled notes and tried to recap things in a logical order. He got a call from a friend of his, Vmo. Mills demanded. Vmat's his name? Ah, Flem Krinkovic. Come again, said Jimmy. Arlen repeated the name and told how he'd come to know the kid, then went on to explain the baiting site, the fruit, the soft ground. This isn't another nut case, is it? Jimmy barked. Will you let him talk? Reed scolded. The footprints in the soft ground, the Bigfoot? Jimmy asked. He folded his arms over his chest. Arlen ran a hand through his hair. Ah, well, yes, if you really must know. Jimmy cursed and turned away. I knew it. But there were other prints. Arlen went on. Boot prints, you know, people prints, a small size, like a woman's. Jimmy's face completed the transition from pale with shock to red with rage. That is the most insidious, most despicable, most insulting pile of crap I have ever heard. Jimmy Mills cautioned. It's a hoax. This guy's read the papers. He's nothing but a sadistic wacko. No. Alan insisted. No, he's a little different, but he's no wacko. He's honest. He tells the truth. Reed was about to grab the paper from Aiden's hand. I'm waiting, Alan. Alan showed him the numbers Fleming had given him. Vmad are these. They were scratched in the dirt right next to the prints. Read them, then half cried, half laughed. Vmad is it? Sheriff Mills demanded. Tears filled Reed's eyes. It's my cell phone number. The area code and the first 4 digits. They gathered around as Reed held the paper up for them to see. Beck's running around with Sasquatchs and leaving her phone number. Jimmy said, disdain in his tone. Guys, come on. Mills had to cover the question, is there any way this Fleming what's his name could have had your cell number? Reed was trembling. Are you kidding? Pete asked, where is this place? Alan answered, tapping the paper. Whitetail, up one of the gulches. I can take you there. Pete nodded. Whitetail. That's farther south, Reed. It's south of Camaya. Reed caught his meaning. South. I'm outta here. Vivo, wait a minute. Jimmy stood in Reed's path. Reed, listen Jimmy. Mills's big index finger filled Jimmy's vision. Now you shut up. He followed that up with an arch of his eyebrow, and Jimmy held his peace. The search crews pick up where they left off, and if they've covered the zones, they'll start over again at the first ones. Pete, give them their assignments, put Tyler on the tracking, and then grab your gear. Jimmy, if you want to come along on this, no thanks. We got a bear, a real bear, hunt your bear, any way you want. Pete, we need a 4th man. Pete looked at Max, who shot a quick sneer in Kane's direction and said, I am Pete tapped Reed. Hey, maybe Singh ought to bring her mobile lab. He halted when he saw the hope in Reed's eyes. Matt? Reed asked. Pete wished he could answer, but he had neither the words nor the time. Nothing. Let's go have a look. Cap, it's impossible. Dr. Emil Baumgartner, jacket and tie removed and shirt collar open, sipped from his coffee cup, then smiled with amusement. Oh, it's all very intriguing. It would make a great story, but it's impossible. Baumgartner had driven them to his home, a comfortable Victorian on the south side of Spokane. They were seated at a wrought iron table on Baumgartner's patio, enjoying a latte while a time sprinkler chit-chit-chit in rainbowed arcs across the lawn. Cap's notebook computer rested on the table between them, its screen filled with the data from the Judith Fairfax DNA sequencing core facility. Impossible. Cap loved hearing that word coming from an evolutionist, especially Baumgartner, an esteemed anthropologist and research associate at the York Center. Over the years, he'd been Cap's kindest opponent in the evolution debate. They'd had many discussions in many places, some private, some public, at various volume levels, but still they managed to stay friends. Are you sure you want to say that word? Baumgartner laughed. I'm not afraid of it. I think it all the time. Cap laughed along, out of courtesy. And then you leave it to poor stooges like me to say it, or write it. That was your choice. But that's what amazes me now, that you, of all people, would think it possible when you've basically ended your career arguing that it isn't. Burkhart thought he could prove it, Cap said. Baumgartner rolled his eyes and snickered. Still does, so Merrill thinks he can do it because Burkhart says so, but I'm sure you'll agree, blind devotion to a theory sometimes supplants real science. Merrill's backing him. Baumgartner held up a hand. No further on that. All right. Ah, tut tut tut. The agreement, remember. We go. Suffice it to say, Book.part may be pitifully myopic in his area of expertise, but far-reaching in his ability to work the system. He has the respect of the scientific community, he has friends with money, he's published some amazing theories. The university brass dote on him as if he's the next Watson or Crick, and he may well be, if he ever succeeds in proving anything he's proposed. Jealous? Cap said. Baumgartner sniffed a chuckle. Of course. But he's starting with an entirely faulty premise, as you pointed out. Really? You're saying I was right? Baumgartner laughed. Oh, come on. You're not always wrong, no matter what I've said. But where am I right? You want to hear it from me? You bet I do. All right, all right. Baumgartner took another sip of coffee and set the cup down, pensively watching Thorne's sprinkler. When you argued that an organism is much more than the sum of its DNA sequences, you were right. I agree with you on that. So you also agree that we can't find specific genes that govern particular behaviors like swinging from trees or preferring grapes to cucumbers. Or that make Homo sapiens walk upright or even read Shakespeare. Agreed. But Book.part seems to think you can. He's wasting a lot of money. The anthropologist caught himself again. I didn't say that. He continued, anyone can lay human DNA beside chimp DNA and sort out the similarities and differences, even quantify them. As in, we're 98% chimpanzee. You can't embarrass me, Cap. I didn't coin that phrase, though I'd be a richer man if I did. But as you pointed out, and I agree with you, we can find patterns in the DNA. We can even ascertain what creature or plant the DNA came from, but we can't create the code in the first place, nor can we rewrite it. It's far, far too complex. Cap was surprised to find Baumgartner so full of concessions. Wait a minute. No argument in favor of site-directed mutagenesis. Baumgartner laughed. Do I detect sarcasm? You've argued for it, remember. In reverse, Cap. Reverse mutations. If we can identify the mutation that knocked out a healthy gene, we can use site-directed mutagenesis to restore the original gene and rescue the mutant, returning it to normal. You've seen that for yourself. Okay. That's one for you. Thank you. For that you get a bonus. He lowered his voice as if enemies might be listening. However, in all the years of mutating, we have never actually improved anything. We have never produced an individual more fit than the original. Another concession. Delivered in private, in confidence. Well, given that, what about the argument that insects mutate and develop resistance to insecticides? Baumgartner glared at him in mock anger. So this is how you return my generosity? Cap lifted an eyebrow. We used that argument on me in public. Now that we're off the record. Baumgartner took a prolonged sip of his latte, apparently trying to build up the willingness to say it. You're right about that too. As long as the toxin is present, then of course selective pressure is going to favor those mutants that are resistant, at which point it's tempting to cut short all observation and conclude a beneficial mutation. But all you have to do is remove the toxin and keep observing, and you'll find that the resistant mutant has so many other weaknesses that it can't compete with the normal insects and it dies out. It's a bad trade, like someone with sickle cell anemia being immune to malaria but dying from the anemia. There's no real benefit. He flopped back in his chair, smarting from his own words. If you were still the least bit respected in the scientific community, I would never have given you that. But since no one will listen to you, we always appreciated your honesty. Baumgartner relaxed, the worst over, Then he said, tampering with DNA is like a child trying to fix a high-tech computer with a toy hammer. It's always an injury, never an improvement, and we have boxcar loads of dead, mutated fruit flies and lab mice to prove it. Cap paused and watched the sprinklers for a moment himself. You understand what you're saying? Baumgartner nodded. Something I would never attempt to publish. That mutations are not beneficial. No, that would be plagiarizing your work. I'm only saying that tampering with DNA would be injurious. If you try to alter the genetic code of a chimp, for example, you would get one of three results: a normal, unchanged chimp, a deformed, retarded chimp, or a dead chimp. Cap was startled. Why would you concede that? Because we achieved all three. He sipped from his coffee cup, effectively hiding behind it. For Cap, that was news. You tried to alter chimpanzee DNA. Baumgartner squirmed as if he'd overstepped. We tried it, we learned, and we abandoned the project. For professional and legal reasons, there's nothing more to be said about that. Mad about Book.part. I won't go there either. I suspect he didn't abandon the project, Cap offered. Baumgartner shot him a correcting look. Okay. Okay. Cap lifted his hands in the air. Baumgartner finished his coffee. By the same token, I have nothing to say about your DNA results, except to repeat my position. What you're suggesting is impossible, and I think we've proved that, at great cost. So would you care to comment on the scuttlebutt I got from the protesters? Baumgartner laughed derisively. Well, they said that some chimps were being taken off campus, away from the center. Cap. We can pretend that you never had a clue as to how things are run on that campus. We can pretend that you hung yourself in total innocence, that you didn't know the damage you could do to science. We can pretend you haven't noticed that you are now, for all intents and purposes, unemployable, but, Cap, make no mistake, I have noticed. All your former colleagues have noticed, and there is, of course, the confidentiality agreement. I can't help you any further. Cap took the blow, then nodded. It's a matter of survival, I suppose. Baumgartner agreed with Cap one last time. I suppose. Then he looked away, seemingly interested in the rest of the world beyond their conversation, his way of signaling that the conversation was over. I'm just trying to find out why my best friend's wife is missing. Shrugged. He knew it was a Cap low blow, but it was the best he had. He reached to close down his computer. Baumgartner put out a hand and stopped him. However, I might pose a rhetorical question, and it is only that, a question. Cap left the computer turned on. Pose away. Baumgartner looked away again, as if he were talking to someone else. What if you were Book.part, and you had Merrill breathing down your neck demanding results, because he had big backers breathing down his neck demanding results? And what if a certain Dr. Capella's published contention that evolutionists have no ultimate basis for being honest is in fact true? Cap didn't know quite how to answer. If Baumgartner was cutting him a break, he didn't want to ruin it. Could you, expound on your question just a little? Baumgartner would not look at him, apparently his way of having the conversation without really having it. Well, just for the sake of discussion, if you were expected to, say, bridge that 2% gap between humans and chimpanzees to demonstrate how we originally diverged from a common ancestor through mutations, how many base pairs would you have to change, rearrange, correct, or mutate, in precisely the right order, using site-directed mutagenesis alone? Cap already knew the answer. He and Baumgartner had publicly debated this topic several times. The human genome contains some 3 billion base pairs. 2% of that would be 60 million. Baumgartner nodded quietly, seemingly amused by the numbers. 60 million. That would be a lot of changes to make even if you had the 4 million years we all think we had, and of course every single change would have to be beneficial. Imagine how daunting that job would be to an ambitious anthropologist in his mid-40s. Baumgartner finally turned his eyes to the computer screen as if to confirm something. Given all this, if you were Book.part, would you attempt to cheat? Would you, perhaps, entertain the possibility of moving wholesale amounts of DNA, even whole genes, the quickest way possible? Suddenly Cap knew where Baumgartner was going, and it was so obvious it was embarrassing. He leaned toward the computer and began to see in those myriad, confusing lines a pattern he hadn't put together before. Viral transfers. Baumgartner pointed out some of the lines himself. Your junk DNA may not be the junk you thought it was. He leaned back in his chair again, acting aloof. Then again, maybe it is. Huge, horizontal transfers can get messy. You're never quite sure where the new information is going to land or how the organism is going to turn out. Cap grabbed high up his computer. Emil, you just might be a real scientist one day, you know that. He waved it off. I was only posing a question. 10 for one fleeting moment, Beck felt a sweet happiness. She was home with Reed and they were talking and laughing with each other in whole sentences. Sunlight streamed into their living room through an open front door, and strangely, she felt no urge to close it. Whether someone was coming to visit or she and Reed were going to venture out for a walk, either prospect was just fine, maybe for the first time in her life. But that fleeting moment was in a dream, and when she jerked awake under a dark canopy of service brie, the dream slipped from her, image by image though she struggled to keep it, until nothing remained but a sad sense of loss. It was morning again. She couldn't remember what day it was or how many days she'd been lost in this place, wherever this place was. But as she shook off sleep, one thing felt different, enough to make her look around the thicket, searching for old and familiar company. It seemed she was alone. She looked about discreetly, stealthily. She listened. Were they gone? Had they left her? She felt her ankle, then put some weight on it. With a crutch, or perhaps a brace of some kind, she could walk on it for a while. She was on a mountain slope. They hadn't traveled very far since leaving their footprints at that baiting site. If she could make her way down the mountain and find that dry stream bed, it might lead her to the baiting site and from there, to people. It was now or never. She crawled quietly, pressing through the fine and brittle branches, looking about, hopeful. So far, the forest was silent, as if HMPH came through the tangle to her right as the ground heaved into a reddish mound obscured by needles and leaves. Beck stopped crawling, closed her eyes, and sighed, her head dropping. So much for that little hope. I can outrun her. A quiet stirring beyond the thicket drew her eye, and she saw Jacob sitting with his back against a pine tree, eyes half open. He looked rather smug. Leah was combing and picking meticulously through the hair on his head and neck, pulling out pine needles, leaf fragments, and an occasional bug, which she ate, a tip for the beautician. With no escaping in her immediate future, Beck thought of her own hair. Just trying to run her fingers through it told her it was a mess. She pushed free of the entangling undergrowth and settled down on the soft humus, taking the folding hairbrush from her jacket pocket. She brushed slowly, finding snags, tangles, twigs, and needles, but it felt great, almost spiritual. It was something she could do for herself because she wanted to, a way to restore a small measure of order to her ridiculous world, and it was something human for a change. Having brushed out the last tangle, she pitched her head forward to gather her hair into one strand and deftly tied her hair into a neat knot on top of her head. There. Neat, brushed, and out of the way. She thought she heard Rachel gasp. An ape, gasping? She looked toward the bushes. Rachel stared at her as if she were a stranger with two heads, antennae, and one big eye in the center of each forehead. Beck's hand went to her head. What's the matter? It's just me. Not good enough. Rachel approached in a cautious, sideways gait, head cocked with curiosity and alarm as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Gently, but with the firmness of a corrective mother, Rachel took hold of Beck's head. Beck screamed and fought back, squirming, kicking, swatting, trying to free herself, struggling for her life. Rachel didn't kill her. She examined Beck's head and then, with a gentle but irresistible cradling embrace, pulled Beck in close, sitting her down, like it or not, scolding her with pig grunts. Still alive, with head and neck intact, Beck put her screams and kicks on hold, but she couldn't control her trembling. In scurrying thoughts she reminded herself that Rachel had never yet harmed her. Maybe if she went limp and played dead, Rachel would be satisfied. Maybe if she remained calm, Rachel would calm down as well. Maybe if with Beck properly positioned in front of her, Rachel went to work, poking, pulling, and yanking the knot on top of Beck's head. It hurt. 0WW. Beck dared to reach up. Rachel huffed and batted her hands away. Beck reached up again. Rachel batted her hands away more sternly, then picked her up and sat her down with a bump as if to say, "You sit still, young lady." There was nothing to do but grimace until Rachel undid the knot. Beck's hair tumbled to her shoulders. With the issue resolved, Beck's terrifying brush with death was over. Rachel gave Beck's hair several gentle combings with her fingers and let her go. Beck hobbled away, hair untangled, groomed, and free in the breeze. She sat in the grass, trying to calm herself. It wasn't easy. What was the big problem? If Rachel was so obsessed with appearances, she could certainly give a little more attention to her own appearance. Beck took a slow, deliberate breath and tried to remind herself that these were animals, and animals just did what they did. Rachel liked Beck's hair the way it was, and as for the reason, Beck snickered bitterly. Did Rachel even need one? Was she even aware of one? Maybe appearances were important to Sasquatchs, maybe they were unsettled by change, maybe Beck was projecting her own feelings into these animals and was totally wrong about everything. Feeling grumpy, Beck took out her hairbrush. If she couldn't wear her hair up, at least she could brush it again, her way of having the last word. She ran her brush through her hair with strong, anger-driven strokes, purposely turning her eyes away from Rachel and devoting her attention to Leah and Jacob. Leah seemed in no hurry as she combed Jacob with her fingers. She deftly scooped out bugs with her fingernails and neatly arranged his coat one section at a time, all the while stealing an occasional side glance to see if Rachel was watching. Beck marveled at Leah's expression. She reminded herself again that these were animals, but the more she watched, the more she had to wonder, was it possible for an ape to be catty? A movement from Rachel drew her attention, and held it. Beck stopped brushing, the brush poised in her hair at the top of a stroke. In her slow, lazy way, and with her eyes focused on Beck's right hand, Rachel was stroking the left side of her head with her big fingers. Beck switched and brushed the hair on her left side. Rachel clumsily stroked the right side of her head with her right hand, a hairy mirror image. Beck felt Leah looking their way and shot a glance back. Leah immediately went to work as if she hadn't been watching a thing. Now, this was intriguing. Beck looked down at the brush in her hand. Was Rachel mimicking, or was she asking? She rose carefully, tentatively. While gently touching Rachel's chest to soothe her, she placed the brush against Rachel's head and passed it lightly through the tangled hair. Rachel sighed and relaxed. She was all for it, like a dog getting petted. Beck brushed a little more, and Rachel leaned into it. Well, okay, then. Beck kept going, brushing out the tangles, combing with her fingers, cleaning Rachel's coarse, oily coat. When she stopped to pull twigs, bugs, leaves, and loose hairs from the brush, Rachel nudged her to continue. She returned to her work, parting Rachel's hair neatly down the middle, coughing the sides and teasing the hair to give it body, blending the head and neck hair with the hair on Rachel's back. She had to pause frequently to clean debris from the brush, but Rachel finally accepted that part of the process once Beck gave her first choice of anything the brush found. Before Beck realized it, she was having fun. She started humming to herself, no tune in particular. Rachel stared off into space and made a deep-toned noise of her own HMMM. Beck smiled and kept humming, working on Rachel's right shoulder. Grooming the whole body was going to be a big job, like brushing down a vertical horse, but the hair was mostly cooperative, sorting itself out and falling into place as the brush passed through. Rachel watched, obviously pleased, as Beck brushed her right arm. HMMM. Beck started whistling just to see what would happen. Rachel cocked her head, apparently surprised. Woo whistle. Beck said, and did it. Rachel had to think about it and then tightened her lips against her teeth and made her playful teakettle sound. Beck laughed and whistled with her. It was just like getting their dog, Jonah, to sing by making high, howling sounds. Beck whistled, Rachel whistled, Beck whistled, Rachel whistled. Now for that left shoulder roar. Rachel flinched so violently she sent Beck tumbling. Beck righted herself, poised to run, expecting to die, thoroughly, shakingly terrified. I've broken the rules. But Rachel wasn't angry. She looked down at her left shoulder, gingerly touching the place Beck had tried to brush. Still trembling, and making sure she had Rachel's permission for each step, Beck dared to come back. Now that the cake was broken up by the brushing, Beck could see for the first time where the blood had come from. The wounds were recent and just beginning to heal. 2 large tears near the top of the shoulder with smaller cuts between and on either side. The curved pattern suggested the obvious: Rachel had been viciously attacked and bitten. Beck backed away, the brush at her side, and stole a fearful glance in Jacob's direction. He was still sitting against the tree, basking in all the attention he was getting from Leah. He met her eyes only once, then looked straight ahead as if he didn't care to discuss it. Cap, inbuilt cap and blue coveralls he borrowed from the caretaker's garage, carried a bag of garbage on one shoulder to obscure his face as he walked down an alley to check out the rear of a particular building. During the summer quarter, many of the labs and classrooms were not in constant use, meaning the lab he needed might be empty. At least the alley was empty. He tossed the bag into a dumpster, looked around as casually as he could, then walked briskly up the alley to a back door. This was Kazini University's bioscience building, his old stomping ground, a modern, 3-story structure with lots of glass, state-of-the-art labs and classrooms, and what used to be his office. Access through the front door would mean signing in and making his presence known, which would bring questions and permission denial, things he couldn't afford. This door in the back, known only to maintenance staff and professors trying to avoid squabbles with student protesters, required only a key. He pulled a key from his pocket, the one he'd unknowingly left in another pair of pants when the administrator told him to turn in all his keys. He'd planned to bring it back or maybe just mail it. If things didn't go well today, they'd get it anyway. The key worked. The door opened. He ducked inside. He was in the combination office and locker room of the maintenance department. Against one wall was a row of lockers, opposite the lockers were the desk and cot of the head custodian, Louis. The desk calendar was filled with Louis's usual notes and reminders in blue felt-tip pen. Good. Things were still the same. Hopefully, Louis kept the same schedule. He always arrived for work at 8 in the evening, after everyone else had gone home, except for intensely occupied molecular biologists who had a habit of working late. He and Louis had gotten to know each other pretty well. Cap even knew which locker was Louis's, and that Louis never bothered to lock it. Inside, he found the custodian's coveralls and, most important, an access card that operated the doors in the rest of the building. Louis lost that card once, and another time his youngest daughter had used it for making motor sounds in the spokes of her bicycle. Ever since, Louis kept it in his locker, strung on a lanyard. Cap hung the access card around his neck. He checked his watch. Most of the staff and students were probably at lunch right now. This was going to tight, but doable. He hurried into the next room, where supply shelves reached to the ceiling and the cleaning carts were parked evenly spaced in a straight row. The trash cans on board were emptied and relined, cleaning solutions replenished, clean dust cloths in place, mops beaten and ready to go again. He picked a cart, added 2 more dust mops with big heads to the cart's broom rack, in case he needed to hide his face, and wheeled the cart up to the metal-clad fire door that stood between him and the rest of the building. Without waiting to rethink this or bolster his courage, he swiped the card through the slot of the keypad. The lock clicked open, and he pushed through. It felt odd sneaking into a place where he felt so much at home. He'd been up and down these clean, off-white halls and through these department doors so many times he almost knew this place better than his own house. He hurried down the hall, avoided the eyes of a few students who passed by, came to a man with perfectly coifed hair and wearing a tailored suit stood at the end of the hall to the right. He was straightening a few pages that had gone crooked in a notebook he carried. It was Dr. Philip Merrill, formerly the department chair of molecular biology, recently promoted to dean of the College of Sciences. He was more than well entrenched in the system, he practically was the system, and he and Cap had never been on good terms. Cap turned down the hall to the left, ducking around to the front of his cart and pulling it behind him, keeping his back to Merrill and the cart with the big mops between them. He rolled past an informal lounge area with chairs, a couch, and some science, nature, and cell magazines, and then through some heavy double doors marked authorized personnel only. Beyond this point. Immediately to the right was a door with a large glass window. A placard on the wall to the left read Molecular Biology Research Center, and under that was a blank space where his name used to be. Cap swiped Louis's card through the keypad, and once again, the lock clicked open. Inside was a wondrous place, his former world. His micropipettes and PCR thermal cycler waited faithfully on the bench where he preferred them, although the electrophoresis gel boxes and power supply had been rearranged to someone else's liking. The reagents inside the glass storage cabinets were exactly as he'd left them, so they would be available if he needed them. Joy of all joys, the fluorescent microscope was still in place and operational, its video camera still interfaced with a computer. There was no time to waste. Cap parked the cart against the door, adjusting the mop heads to block the window. Then he pulled the blinds on the outside windows. He reached inside his coveralls for a paper bag, and from the paper bag he pulled 3 plastic bags, one containing the rest of the hair samples, one containing the rest of the stool samples, and one containing the squashed thermos that still held dried saliva. The folks at the Judy lab were good people, but Cap knew they also had professional considerations, especially where former biology professors were concerned. Holding back a portion of the samples and keeping them safely tucked away was a planned precaution. He'd already made a trip back to the internet, asked the right questions, and gotten a positive ID on that junk DNA. Now he knew what to look for, and he had a very good idea where to find it. The procedure would only take a few hours, and he could do it alone. If Baumgartner's not-so-subtle hint was correct, he would soon know. As long as Beck was slow and careful, Rachel let her brush out the blood-encrusted hair around the wounds and even helped by licking the area with her tongue. It was tedious work, sometimes hair by hair. Beck didn't want to get decked again, but they made it through the task together. The perilous area groomed, Beck stepped back to clean her brush, admire her work, and enjoy.